The sweltering heat of a July afternoon in Oklahoma bore down on Sergeant Jack "Bulldog" Cooper as he stood in the shadow of the massive dropship. His muscular frame, honed by years of military service and a childhood spent on his family's farm, tensed with anticipation. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his weathered face as he surveyed the bustling spaceport around him. In less than an hour, he'd be leaving Earth behind, embarking on humanity's boldest venture yet. The thought should have filled him with pride, but instead, a knot of tension coiled in his gut. Jack wasn't one for politics or grand gestures. He preferred simple solutions usually involving his fists or a well-placed bullet. This mission, with all its talk of diplomacy and galactic councils, made him uneasy. "Hey, Bulldog," a voice called out, cutting through his reverie. "You gonna stand there admiring that hunk of metal all day, or are you gonna help us load these crates?" Jack turned, his steely gaze falling on Private Rodriguez, who was struggling with a large container marked classified. The young soldier's face was red with exertion, his uniform already soaked through with sweat. With a grunt, Jack strode over and easily lifted the crate with one hand. "Take it easy, kid," he growled. "Wouldn't want you to strain something before we even leave Atmo." Rodriguez gaped at Jack's display of strength, then quickly closed his mouth and nodded. "Yes, Sergeant. Thanks." As they worked, loading the last of the supplies onto the dropship, Jack's mind wandered to the task ahead. The torn asunder humanity's most advanced battleship waited in orbit. Its name seemed fitting for the mission they were about to undertake. Jack had seen the classified briefings. He knew what that ship was capable of. The thought of it made him both proud and terrified. "All personnel, final boarding call," a voice boomed over the spaceport's PAS system. "Dropship departure in T-20 minutes." Jack secured the last crate and made his way to the passenger compartment. As he strapped himself into the acceleration seat, he couldn't help but think of home. The farm he'd left behind, the family he hadn't seen in years. He'd joined the Marines to see the stars, to prove he was more than just some hick from Oklahoma. Now, as Earth's gravity prepared to release its hold on him, he wondered if he'd made the right choice. The dropship's engines roared to life, drowning out the chatter of nervous soldiers and technicians. Jack closed his eyes, picturing the old barn back home, the fields of wheat swaying in the breeze, and stubborn Pete, the old donkey that had been his childhood companion. Initiating launch sequence, the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. "Hold on to your butts, ladies and gentlemen. Next stop, low Earth orbit." With a deafening rumble, the dropship lifted off. Jack felt the familiar pressure of acceleration pushing him back into his seat. As they punched through the atmosphere, leaving behind the only world humanity had known for millennia, Sergeant Jack "Bulldog" Cooper allowed himself one last moment of sentiment. "So long, Earth," he muttered under his breath. "Don't let the aliens trash the place while we're gone." Hours later, as Earth shrank to a blue marble in the view screen, Jack sat in his quarters aboard the massive torn asunder. He pulled out a small, worn photo from his pocket, a picture of stubborn Pete, grizzled and cantankerous as ever. A rare smile crossed Jack's face as he remembered the old animal. "All right, Pete," he muttered. "Time to show these aliens what real stubbornness looks like." The ship's intercom crackled to life. "All personnel, prepare for FTL jump. We are now beginning our journey to the Universal Council's territory. Estimated travel time 3 months, 2 weeks, 4 days." Jack tucked the photo away and headed for the briefing room, his face once again a mask of stern determination. It was time to learn exactly how humanity planned to strong-arm its way into galactic politics and what role a grunt like him would play in it all. Whatever came next, Jack "Bulldog" Cooper would face it the only way he knew how, head-on, with brute force and unwavering resolve. The low hum of the torn asunder's FTL drive permeated every deck of the massive battleship. 2 weeks into their journey, Sergeant Jack Cooper had settled into a routine that was equal parts monotonous and surreal. The stars outside the viewports were streaks of light, a constant reminder that they were hurtling through space at speeds his ancestors could only have dreamed of. Jack's days began at 0500 hours ship time, with a grueling PT session in the vessel's expansive gym. He pushed himself and his squad harder than ever, knowing that their physical condition could mean the difference between life and death if diplomacy failed. "Come on, you lazy bastards," Jack bellowed as his Marines strained through their final set of deadlifts. "You think the aliens are going to roll out the red carpet for a bunch of soft earthers? Show me what you're made of." Private Rodriguez, gasping for breath, managed to eke out one last rep before collapsing onto the deck. Jack allowed himself a small nod of approval. The kid was improving. After PT came breakfast in the mess hall, where the conversation inevitably turned to speculation about their mission. Jack kept his opinions to himself, focusing instead on the surprisingly palatable synthesized eggs and bacon. "I heard the aliens have technology that can read minds," one young Corporal whispered excitedly. "What if they already know why we're coming?" "Shut it," Morris Jack growled, silencing the table. "You've got shit for brains if you believe every rumor floating around this tub. Focus on your training and leave the thinking to the brass." The rest of Jack's mornings were filled with tactical briefings and strategy sessions. The ship's officers laid out countless scenarios, each more outlandish than the last. Peaceful first contact, hostile engagement, overt infiltration. Jack's head spun with the possibilities, but he focused on what he knew best: close quarters combat and shipboard security. Afternoons were dedicated to drills. Jack and his squad practiced boarding actions, repelling boarders, and securing critical areas of the ship. The torn asunder was a labyrinth of corridors and access tubes, and Jack was determined to know every inch of it. As he watched his Marines move through a simulated alien incursion, Jack couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. They were Earth's finest, ready to face whatever the galaxy might throw at them. But a nagging doubt lingered in the back of his mind. Would brute force be enough out here among the stars? In the rare moments of downtime, Jack found himself drawn to the ship's agricultural deck. The vast hydroponics bay was a slice of home amid the sterile military environment. Rows of wheat, corn, and vegetables stretched out under artificial sunlight, tended by busy agribots and a small team of specialists. It was here, surrounded by the familiar sense of soil and growing things, that Jack allowed himself to remember. He thought of the farm he'd left behind, of summer days spent baling hay and mending fences. And always, his thoughts returned to stubborn Pete, the old donkey that had been his constant companion. One evening, as Jack stood watching the wheat sway gently in the recycled breeze, he felt a presence beside him. He turned to see Captain Hunter Goldsmith, the ship's XO, regarding him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "Didn't expect to find you here, Sergeant," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "I thought you lived in the gym." Jack straightened, embarrassed to be caught in a moment of nostalgia. "Just checking on the crops, sir, making sure our rations will hold out." Goldsmith's eyebrow arched skeptically. "Uh-huh. And I suppose that has nothing to do with the fact that you grew up on a farm in Oklahoma." Jack's eyes narrowed. "With all due respect, sir, how do you know that?" "It's my job to know my crew," Cooper Goldsmith replied, crossing his arms. "Especially the ones who might be key to this mission's success." He paused, studying Jack with piercing blue eyes. "You don't like this diplomatic approach, do you?" Jack chose his words carefully. "I'm a Marine, sir. I go where I'm told and do what needs doing. But no, diplomacy isn't my strong suit." Goldsmith nodded, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Fair enough. But remember, Sergeant, sometimes the strongest warrior is the one who knows when not to fight." He turned to leave, then added over his shoulder, "Your secret's safe with me, by the way." "About the farming thing." As Goldsmith's footsteps faded, Jack turned back to the gently swaying wheat. He pulled out the worn photo of stubborn Pete and smiled ruefully. "What do you think, old boy?" he murmured. "Think we can teach these aliens a thing or two about being stubborn?" The photo, of course, remained silent, but as Jack tucked it away and headed back to his quarters, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with the same determination and grit that had seen him through life on the farm and years in the Corps. The journey to the Alien Council's territory stretched on, each day bringing them closer to a confrontation that would shape the future of humanity. And Sergeant Jack Bulldog Cooper, with his hidden soft spot for a stubborn old donkey, would be right in the middle of it all. The klaxon's shrill cry jolted Sergeant Jack Cooper from his bunk. He was on his feet and halfway into his combat suit before the announcement even began. All hands to battle stations. This is not a drill. Repeat, all hands to battle stations. Jack's heart raced as he finished suiting up and sprinted towards his assigned post. After 3 months of monotonous travel, they had finally arrived at the edge of alien space. He'd known this moment was coming, but the reality of it sent a jolt of adrenaline through his system. As he rounded a corner, he nearly collided with Private Rodriguez. The young Marine's face was pale, but his jaw was set with determination. "Stay frosty," Kid Jack growled, clapping him on the shoulder. "Remember your training." They arrived at the ship's primary defensive control room just as Captain Goldsmith was addressing the assembled crew. "Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the border of Universal Council space," Goldsmith announced, his voice steady. "Long-range sensors have detected a patrol fleet moving to intercept. Our mission now enters its critical phase." Jack took his place at the weapons console, fingers hovering over the controls. Through the view screen, he could see other ships of the human fleet moving into formation around the torn asunder. It was an impressive sight, a display of humanity's military might that sent a surge of pride through him. "Sir," the communications officer called out, "we're receiving a transmission from the alien fleet." Goldsmith nodded. "Put it through." The view screen flickered, and Jack found himself staring at his first alien. The creature had 4 eyes arranged in a diamond pattern, scaly blue-green skin, and what looked like gills fluttering on its neck. When it spoke, its voice was a series of clicks and whistles, instantly translated by the ship's AI. "Unidentified vessels, you have entered restricted space. State your purpose and prepare to be boarded for inspection." Jack's grip tightened on his console. The thought of aliens boarding their ship made his skin crawl. He glanced at Goldsmith, wondering how the captain would respond to such a demand. Goldsmith stepped forward, his posture radiating calm authority. "This is Captain Hunter Goldsmith of the Earthship torn asunder. We come as representatives of humanity, seeking an audience with the Universal Council. We will not submit to boarding." The alien's eyes blinked in rapid succession, a gesture Jack couldn't interpret. Was it surprise? Anger? "Your presence here is unprecedented," the alien responded after a pause. "No species has ever approached the Council uninvited. You will power down your weapons and engines and await further instructions." Jack could see Goldsmith's jaw clench. This was the moment of truth. Would they back down or push forward? "I'm afraid we can't do that," Goldsmith replied. "We come in peace, but we will defend ourselves if necessary. We request safe passage to the Council's seat of power." The alien's gills flared. "This is highly irregular. You will hold your position while we consult with our superiors." As the transmission cut off, tension filled the control room. Jack could feel sweat beating on his forehead inside his helmet. Part of him itched for a fight, to show these aliens what humanity was capable of. But another part, the part that still dreamed of wheat fields and remembered the gentle eyes of an old donkey, hoped for a peaceful resolution. Sergeant Cooper Goldsmith's voice cut through Jack's thoughts. "What's your assessment?" Jack straightened, surprised to be asked for his opinion. "Sir, their ships are in attack formation, but weapons aren't charged. I'd say they're trying to intimidate us, but they're not looking for a fight. Not yet, anyway." Goldsmith nodded. "Good eye, Sergeant. Let's hope it stays that way." He turned to address the room. "All stations, maintain alert status. Be ready for anything, but do not, I repeat, do not fire unless fired upon." The minutes stretched into hours as they waited for the alien's response. Jack's muscles ached from the tension of holding himself ready. He found himself thinking of stubborn Pete, of how the old donkey would plant his hooves and refuse to budge when he didn't want to do something. Right now, the human fleet was doing the same thing on a cosmic scale. Finally, the alien commander reappeared on the view screen. "After much deliberation, we have been instructed to escort you to the Council's capital world," the alien announced, its tone unreadable. "But be warned, any aggressive action will be met with immediate and overwhelming force." Jack could almost feel the collective exhale of relief from the crew. They had passed the first test. As the human fleet began to move, flanked by the alien patrol ships, Jack allowed himself a small smile. They were in, but he knew this was just the beginning. The real challenge lay ahead. "Hey, Bulldog," Rodriguez whispered from the next console over. "Think they've got any idea what they're in for?" Jack thought about the destructive power hidden within the torn asunder of the sheer determination that had driven humanity to cross the stars uninvited. "Not a clue," Kitty replied. "Not a damn clue." As they moved deeper into alien space, Jack couldn't shake a feeling of foreboding. They had come seeking peace, but had brought the means for war. He just hoped the diplomats knew what they were doing. Because if they didn't, it would be up to Marines like him to deal with the consequences. The journey to the Universal Council's capital world took 3 days. 3 days of uneasy escort through alien space, with tensions running high on both sides. Sergeant Jack Cooper spent most of that time at his station, eyes glued to the tactical displays, watching for any sign of trouble. As they traveled, the alien escort grew. What had started as a small patrol fleet swelled into an armada. Sleek, crystalline ships that seemed to bend light around them. Massive, organic-looking vessels that pulsed with an inner glow. Strange, geometric constructs that defied human understanding of spaceship design. "Quite the welcoming committee," Captain Goldsmith remarked dryly as another group of alien ships fell into formation around them. "Sergeant Cooper, what's your read on their capabilities?" Jack studied the sensor data scrolling across his screen. "Hard to say for certain, sir. Some of their tech is way beyond ours. But others," he paused, frowning. "Some of these ships look like they'd fall apart if you sneezed at them. It's a mixed bag." Goldsmith nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Interesting. Almost as if they're putting on a show. Trying to impress us, perhaps." "Or intimidate us," Jack added. "Perhaps both," Goldsmith mused. "Keep a close eye on them, Sergeant. I want to know if any of them so much as twitch in our direction." As they drew closer to their destination, the fleet admiral made the decision to demonstrate humanity's own technological prowess. On the second day of their journey, the human ships began to shift formation. It started slowly at first. A cruiser here, a destroyer there, moving out of position. Then, with a synchronicity that spoke of countless drills and simulations, the entire fleet began to move as one. Ships weaved between each other in an intricate dance, forming complex geometric patterns before seamlessly reforming their escort formation. Jack couldn't help but grin as he watched the alien vessels react. Some pulled back, weapons ports opening. Others moved closer, as if trying to get a better look. Through it all, the human fleet moved with precision and grace that would have been impossible without their advanced AI navigation systems. "Now that's how you make an entrance," Jack muttered. Private Rodriguez, who had been rotated to the sensor station, let out a low whistle. "Think they're impressed, Sarge." "They better be," Jack replied. "That's not even the half of what we can do." As he said it, Jack felt a twinge of unease. The show of force was impressive, yes, but it was also a reminder of why they were here. The power to destroy worlds, hidden within the torn asunder the threat that lay beneath their diplomatic overtures. Jack's thoughts were interrupted by a gasp from Rodriguez. "Sarge, you've got to see this." The main view screen flickered to life, showing their destination. The alien capital world hung in space before them, a sight that took Jack's breath away. It wasn't a planet, not in any conventional sense. Instead, it was a massive construct, a perfect sphere that dwarfed even the largest ships in the alien armada. Its surface was a patchwork of environments: oceans, forests, deserts, and gleaming cities, all held together by some incomprehensible technology. "My God," someone whispered. Jack wasn't sure if it was him or not. As they drew closer, more details became visible. Ships of all sizes docked and departed from ports scattered across the sphere's surface. Energy fields shimmered, protecting the artificial atmosphere. And at the heart of it all, a massive structure rose from the surface, reaching towards the stars, the seat of the Universal Council. Jack felt a mix of emotions wash over him: awe at the sheer scale and beauty of what he was seeing, pride in humanity's achievement in reaching this place, and a gnawing fear of what might happen if their mission failed. All hands, this is Captain Goldsmith. The intercom crackled to life. We are beginning our final approach to the Council world. All personnel, prepare for potential first contact scenarios. And remember, we are here as representatives of Earth. Let's show them what humanity is made of. As the torn asunder and its escort moved towards their designated docking area, Jack found his hand straying to the pocket where he kept the photo of stubborn Pete. "What do you think, old boy?" he murmured. "Think they've got any use for a stubborn old farm boy like me in a place like this?" The photo, as always, remained silent. But as Jack looked back at the alien world growing larger in the view screen, he squared his shoulders and set his jaw. Whatever came next, he'd face it head-on. For Earth, for humanity, and for all those they'd left behind. The diplomatic dance was about to begin, and Sergeant Jack Bulldog Cooper was determined to be ready for anything. The docking process was a marvel of engineering and coordination. As the torn asunder eased into its berth alongside the colossal alien construct, Sergeant Jack Cooper felt the subtle shift in the ship's artificial gravity. They were now tethered to the alien world, physically linked to a civilization beyond human imagination. Docking complete. All systems nominal, the ship's AI announced, its calm voice a stark contrast to the tension Jack felt coiling in his gut. Captain Goldsmith's voice came over the intercom. "All hands, prepare for diplomatic reception. Security teams to your designated areas. Remember, we are guests here, but we are also representatives of Earth. Conduct yourselves accordingly." Jack double-checked his dress uniform, making sure every medal and insignia was perfectly aligned. He hated the stiff fabric, so different from his usual combat gear, but he understood the necessity. Today, appearance mattered as much as ability. Looking sharp, Sarge Private Rodriguez commented as they made their way to their assigned posts. The young Marine was trying to sound confident, but Jack could see the nervousness in his eyes. "Just remember your training," Kid Jack replied gruffly, "and try not to stare too much. These aliens probably think we look just as weird as they do." They took up their positions in the main reception area, a cavernous space that had been hastily converted for diplomatic use. Jack's eyes swept the room, noting potential security risks, escape routes, and defensible positions. Old habits died hard. The wait seemed interminable. Jack could feel sweat beading on his forehead, and he resisted the urge to wipe it away. He needed to appear calm, unflappable, a rock-solid representation of humanity's strength. Finally, the airlock cycled. Jack's hand instinctively twitched towards a sidearm that wasn't there, and he forced himself to relax. The alien delegation entered. Jack had seen images and holograms during the briefings, but nothing had prepared him for the reality. The aliens were a diverse group, each species more bizarre than the last. Some floated on anti-gravity platforms, others slithered or crawled. One appeared to be a sentient cloud of gas contained within a translucent sphere. At their head was a tall, slender being with iridescent skin and 4 arms. Its eyes, Jack counted 6 of them, moved independently, taking in every detail of the human reception. Captain Goldsmith stepped forward, arms open in what they hoped was a universal gesture of welcome. "Esteemed representatives of the Universal Council," he began, his voice steady and clear. "On behalf of humanity and the planet Earth, we bid you welcome aboard the Torn Asunder." The lead alien's skin shifted colors, a ripple of blue and green that Jack interpreted as surprise or possibly amusement. When it spoke, its voice was a harmonic blend of tones that the ship's translation system rendered into English. "We accept your welcome, humans of Earth," it said, "though we must express our astonishment at your arrival. Never in the history of the Council has a species presented itself in such a manner." Jack tensed, sensing the underlying tension in the alien's words. He glanced at Goldsmith, wondering how the captain would respond. Goldsmith's smile never wavered. "We are a species that believes in direct action, esteemed representatives. We come seeking friendship and alliance with the Universal Council, and we felt that the best way to demonstrate our sincerity was to come in person." The lead alien's colors shifted again, this time to a deep purple, a bold strategy. Some might call it reckless, others provocative. "We prefer to think of it as decisive," Goldsmith countered smoothly, But please, let us not stand on ceremony. We have much to discuss, and we're eager to learn more about the Council and its members. As the formal introductions began, Jack found his attention drawn to one of the alien security personnel. The creature was massive, easily 8 feet tall, with a carapace that looked like it could deflect small arms fire. Its 4 eyes were fixed on Jack, and he had the unsettling feeling that it was sizing him up just as he was doing to it. Jack met its gaze steadily, refusing to be intimidated. For a moment, he thought he saw a flicker of what might have been respect in those alien eyes. The diplomatic niceties seemed to drag on forever. Jack maintained his rigid posture, but his mind was racing. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The aliens were being polite, but there was an undercurrent of tension, of barely concealed hostility. As the delegation moved deeper into the ship for a tour and preliminary discussions, Jack fell into step behind them, ever vigilant. He couldn't help but think of the ship's hidden power, the terrible weapon that was their ace in the hole. Did the aliens suspect? Did they have any idea of the destruction that lurked beneath the diplomatic smiles and polite conversation? Jack's hand brushed against his pocket, feeling the familiar outline of the photo of stubborn Pete. In that moment, he wished for some of the old donkey's calm stubbornness, the kind of steadfast resolve that could weather any storm. Because as he watched the aliens marvel at human technology and exchange pleasantries with the ship's officers, Jack Cooper knew one thing for certain: this was just the calm before the storm. The real test was yet to come. And when it did, he would be ready. For Earth, for humanity, for everything and everyone they'd left behind in their audacious journey to the stars. The conference room aboard the torn asunder hummed with tension. Sergeant Jack Cooper stood at attention near the entrance, his eyes constantly scanning the assembled delegates. The room was a blend of human and alien technology, hastily adapted to accommodate the various physiologies of the Universal Council representatives. At the head of the long table sat Admiral Helena Vance, Earth's chief diplomat for this mission. Jack had only seen her a few times during the journey, but her reputation preceded her. A veteran of countless negotiations, both on Earth and with the few alien species humanity had encountered in their own territory, Vance was humanity's best hope for a peaceful resolution. Opposite her sat the lead alien, the iridescent, six-eyed being that had first greeted them. Jack had learned its name was Zaxlath, and it held a position roughly equivalent to a prime minister in the council. Admiral Vance stood, her crisp uniform a stark contrast to the varied attire of the alien delegates. Esteemed representatives of the Universal Council, she began, her voice clear and confident. We come before you today with a proposition unprecedented in your history. We, the people of Earth, formally request membership in the Universal Council. A ripple of color passed through several of the alien delegates. The translators worked overtime, converting a cacophony of clicks, whistles, and electromagnetic pulses into comprehensible language. Zaxlath's skin shifted to a deep blue. Admiral Vance, while we appreciate the directness of your approach, you must understand our hesitation. Never before has a species simply appeared at our doorstep, demanding entrance to our alliance. Not demanding, Vance corrected smoothly, requesting, and offering much in return. She gestured, and a holographic display sprang to life in the center of the table. It showed the Milky Way galaxy, with human-controlled space highlighted. In the span of just a few centuries, we have expanded across a significant portion of our galaxy. Our technology, while perhaps not as advanced as some of yours in all areas, has allowed us to terraform worlds, harness the power of stars, and cross vast distances of space. The display changed, showing various human achievements: massive orbital habitats, ships capable of faster than light travel, advanced AI systems. We offer this knowledge, freely shared, to all members of the Council. But more than that, we offer our spirit of exploration, our drive to push beyond boundaries. We believe we can be a valuable addition to your alliance. Jack watched the aliens closely as Vance spoke. Some seemed impressed, others skeptical. The massive, carapaced security alien he'd noticed earlier remained impassive, but its eyes never left the holographic display. Zaxlath leaned forward. "An impressive presentation, Admiral, but it raises questions. If your species is so capable, why do you seek to join us? What do you hope to gain? Vance's expression remained neutral, but Jack could see the slight tension in her shoulders. This was the crux of the matter. We seek knowledge, Zax laughed. The wisdom of ages that the Council represents. We seek peaceful coexistence and mutual benefit. But most of all, we seek to prevent conflict. The room grew still at her words. Jack felt his hand unconsciously move towards his hip, where his sidearm would normally be. Vance continued, her voice grave. Our history is marked by conflict. We have fought among ourselves for millennia, but we have learned from our mistakes. We do not wish to repeat them on a galactic scale. One of the other aliens, a being that seemed to be composed entirely of crystalline structures, chimed in. Its voice was like wind through chimes. Are you saying, Admiral, that you fear war with the Council? We fear the unknown, Vance replied carefully, and in our experience, fear often leads to conflict. By joining the Council, we hope to replace that fear with understanding, to become partners rather than potential adversaries. The room erupted in a flurry of alien languages. Jack tensed, ready for anything, but Captain Goldsmith, standing near the other end of the room, caught his eye and gave a subtle shake of his head. Stand down, the gesture said. Not yet. Zax Lath raised all four of its arms, quieting the commotion. Its skin had taken on a deep, pulsing red. Admiral Vance, your words are troubling. They sound dangerously close to a threat. Vance shook her head. Not a threat, Zax Lath. A reality we hope to avoid. We. She was cut off as alarms began blaring throughout the ship. Jack immediately moved to a defensive position, his training taking over. Captain Goldsmith's voice came over the intercom, tense but controlled. Admiral Vance, we're detecting a massive energy buildup from the Council world. Multiple weapons platforms are powering up and targeting our fleet. The room descended into chaos. Alien delegates rose in confusion and alarm. The crystalline being seemed to vibrate with anxiety, while the gaseous entity's containment sphere pulsed rapidly. Jack locked eyes with the carapaced security alien across the room. There was no confusion in those alien eyes, only grim determination. Whatever was happening, this alien had expected it. Admiral Vance's voice cut through the din. Zax Lath, what is the meaning of this? The alien leader's skin had turned a deep, stormy gray. All six of its eyes focused on Vance. I think, Admiral, that the real negotiations are about to begin. The question is no longer whether you will join us, but whether we will allow your species to continue to exist at all. As the words left the translator, Jack felt a chill run down his spine. This was it, the moment they had prepared for, hoped to avoid, but deep down always expected. The real test of humanity's resolve was about to begin, and Sergeant Jack Cooper was ready to face it head-on. As the alarms continued to blare, he found himself thinking of stubborn Pete, of the farm back on Earth, of all that was at stake. Whatever came next, he knew one thing for certain: humanity would not go quietly into the night. They had come too far, risked too much, to back down now. The universe was about to learn just how stubborn humans could be. The alarms continued to blare as Sergeant Jack Cooper moved swiftly into action. With practiced efficiency, he and his squad secured the conference room, their weapons drawn but not yet aimed at the alien delegates. Admiral Vance's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and authoritative. Zax Lath, I implore you to reconsider. This course of action will only lead to conflict, a conflict that will benefit neither of us. The alien leader's skin rippled with dark, stormy colors. You misunderstand, Admiral. The decision has already been made. Your species is too volatile, too unpredictable to be allowed free rein in the galaxy. The Council has spoken. Captain Goldsmith's voice crackled over the intercom once more. Admiral, we're detecting power surges in multiple alien vessels. They're charging weapons. Jack's grip tightened on his weapon. This was it, the moment they had trained for, hoped to avoid, but ultimately expected. He caught Rodriguez's eye across the room, giving a subtle nod. The young private's face was pale, but his stance was firm. They were ready. Admiral Vance straightened, her expression hardening. Very well, Zack's laughed. If this is your final decision, then you leave us no choice. She tapped her comm badge. Vance to Fleet Command. Initiate Protocol Omega. Authorization Vance 777 Alpha Tango. A chill ran down Jack's spine. Protocol Omega, the last resort. The ultimate display of human determination and firepower. He had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but deep down, he had known it was always a possibility. Zack's eyes widened, all six of them focusing on Vance with sudden intensity. What have you done? The alien demanded, its harmonics translator struggling to convey the mix of anger and fear in its voice. Vance's reply was cold. I've given you one last chance to reconsider, Zack's laughed. In approximately 5 minutes, you're going to witness firsthand why challenging humanity might be the biggest mistake your council has ever made. She turned to Jack. Sergeant Cooper, escort our guests to observation deck Alpha. I believe they should see this with their own eyes. Yes, ma'am, Jack responded crisply. He signaled to his squad. You heard the Admiral. Move EM out. The alien delegates, a mix of confusion, fear, and indignation on their varied faces, were ushered out of the conference room. Jack found himself next to the massive, carapaced security alien as they moved through the corridors. You knew, Jack said quietly, not looking directly at the alien. You knew this was going to happen. The alien's response was a low rumble, translated into a growl. We suspected. Your kind are not the first to try to force their way into the council. You will not be the first to fail. Jack allowed himself a grim smile. Don't be so sure about that. You haven't seen what we can do yet. They arrived at Observation Deck Alpha, a vast chamber with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of space and the massive alien construct that was the council's capital. The human fleet was arrayed before them, facing off against the now hostile alien armada. As the delegates were positioned near the windows, Jack couldn't help but feel a twinge of awe and fear. The alien ships were numerous and varied, some of them dwarfing even the largest human vessels. In any normal combat situation, the human fleet would be hopelessly outmatched. But this was no normal situation. Admiral Vance's voice came over the ship-wide comm. Attention all hands. This is Admiral Vance. Negotiations with the Universal Council have failed. They have made it clear that humanity's extinction is preferable to our inclusion. We are now initiating Protocol Omega. All personnel, prepare for immediate action. May God have mercy on us all. A hush fell over the observation deck. Jack could feel the tension radiating from both his fellow humans and the alien delegates. He found his hand straying to his pocket, feeling the outline of the photograph of stubborn Pete. In that moment, he drew strength from the memory of the old donkey's unwavering determination. Suddenly, the space before them lit up with weapons fire. The alien fleet had opened fire, energy beams and projectiles streaking towards the human ships. Jack tensed, expecting to see explosions, the destruction of the fleet he had come to see as home. But the shots never landed. Instead, they seemed to bend around the human ships, as if deflected by an invisible force. Jack allowed himself a small, fierce grin. The alien delegates gasped and murmured in shock. Then, the human fleet responded. It started with the smaller ships. Destroyers and frigates suddenly shimmered and vanished, reappearing inside the alien formation. They opened fire with weapons that seemed to ignore shields and armor alike, cutting through alien vessels with surgical precision. The larger human ships began to glow, energy building around them in halos of barely contained power. When they fired, it wasn't with conventional weapons. Instead, lances of pure energy shot forth, each one capable of bisecting an alien capital ship. And at the center of it all, the torn asunder began to transform. Sections of the hull shifted and changed, revealing weapon systems unlike anything the universe had ever seen. Jack turned to the carapaced alien, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. Still think we're going to fail, he asked, unable to keep a note of pride from his voice. But even as he watched the display of humanity's technological might, Jack felt a knot forming in his stomach. This wasn't a battle, it was a slaughter. And he knew that what was coming next would be even worse. As the human fleet decimated the alien armada, the torn asunder turned its attention to the Council's capital world. Jack could see the fear in the alien delegates' eyes as they realized what was about to happen. In that moment, Sergeant Jack Cooper, the farm boy who had dreamed of the stars, who had thought he understood the meaning of strength, felt the weight of the universe on his shoulders. They had come seeking peace, but were about to unleash unimaginable destruction. As the torn asunder prepared to fire its ultimate weapon, Jack closed his eyes, thinking of Earth, of home, of everything that had led to this moment. When he opened them again, he was ready to face whatever came next. The observation deck of the torn asunder was eerily silent as the human fleet decimated the alien armada. Sergeant Jack Cooper watched the carnage unfold, a mix of awe and horror churning in his gut. The alien delegates stood frozen, their varied physiologies united in stunned disbelief. Admiral Vance's voice cut through the silence, cold and resolute. "Attention all hands. Prepare for deployment of the Omega device. T-minus 60 seconds. Jack's hand unconsciously moved to his pocket, feeling the outline of stubborn Pete's photo. He thought of home, of the farm, of a simpler life where the fate of entire worlds didn't hang in the balance. But there was no going back now. Omega device Zach Slath's translator struggled to convey the mix of fear and rage in its voice. "What manner of weapon is this?" Jack turned to the alien leader, his face a mask of grim determination. "Something we hoped we'd never have to use. A last resort." The massive form of the torn asunder began to change once more. Sections of the hull peeled back, revealing a pulsing core of energy that seemed to bend the very fabric of space around it. As the weapon charged, reality itself seemed to warp and twist. T-minus 30 seconds came the ship's AI announcement. Jack found himself standing next to the carapaced security alien. Their eyes met, and for a moment Jack saw a reflection of his own conflict in those alien orbs. "Is this truly the path your species chooses?" the alien asked, its voice a low rumble. Jack's reply was barely a whisper. "Sometimes the only choices left are the ones we never wanted to make." T-minus 10 seconds. The pulsing energy at the core of the torn asunder reached a fever pitch. Jack could feel it in his bones, a vibration that seemed to resonate with the universe itself. 5, 4, 3, 2. A lance of pure, blinding energy erupted from the ship, streaking towards the Council's capital world. For a moment, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Then, reality itself seemed to fracture. The massive construct that housed the Universal Council began to break apart, not from the outside in, but from the inside out. It was as if the very atoms that composed it were being torn asunder, the bonds of matter itself giving way to an incomprehensible force. In a matter of seconds, the pride of the Universal Council, home to trillions of beings, simply ceased to exist. Where once there had been a marvel of cosmic engineering, there was now only a rapidly expanding cloud of subatomic particles. The silence that followed was deafening. Jack felt numb, the weight of what they had just done threatening to crush him. He looked around the observation deck, seeing the same shock and horror reflected in the faces of humans and aliens alike. Admiral Vance's voice, when it came over the comms, sounded tired and heavy. "All ships, stand down from combat status. The threat has been neutralized." She paused, and Jack could hear the weariness in her next words. "It appears that diplomacy has failed us. The burden of what comes next, it shouldn't be mine to bear. It is time to let the men do what the men do best: war." There was another pause, longer this time. When Vance spoke again, her voice was filled with a mix of resignation and resolve. "Effective immediately, I am stepping down as Fleet Admiral. It's clear that we've moved beyond the realm of diplomacy. Perhaps it's time to let those more suited to the harsh realities of war take the helm." Jack felt a chill run down his spine. This wasn't a victory. It was the beginning of something far darker. Captain Goldsmith's voice came next, steady and controlled. "Understood, Admiral. We'll take it from here. All hands prepare for potential counterattacks. This war has only just begun." As the reality of their situation sank in, Jack found himself looking out at the devastation they had wrought. They had come seeking peace, seeking to join a galactic community. Instead, they had become its destroyers. He thought of stubborn Pete, of the simple strength and determination the old donkey had represented. But stubbornness and strength weren't enough anymore. They were in uncharted territory now, facing challenges that went beyond anything he had ever trained for. As the torn asunder and the rest of the human fleet prepared for whatever would come next, Sergeant Jack Cooper realized that the true test of humanity's resolve was only just beginning. They had shown the universe their strength. Now they would have to live with the consequences. The stars seemed colder somehow, the vastness of space more oppressive. Humanity had made its mark on the galactic stage, but at what cost? And what sort of future had they carved out for themselves among the stars? Only time would tell. But one thing was certain: the universe would never be the same again. The observation deck of the torn asunder was eerily quiet. Where once the grand construct of the Universal Council had dominated the view, there was now only a slowly expanding cloud of debris. Sergeant Jack Cooper stood rigid, his eyes fixed on the devastation, the weight of what they had done settling heavily on his shoulders. Admiral Vance's resignation still rang in his ears. The shift from diplomacy to open warfare had been swift and brutal. Jack's hand unconsciously moved to his pocket, feeling the outline of stubborn Pete's photo. He wondered what the old donkey would make of all this. The silence was broken by the sharp voice of the new fleet admiral, Jeremiah Leeds. "All right, people, shock time's over. We've got work to do." Jack turned to see Leeds striding onto the deck, his steely gaze sweeping over the assembled humans and alien delegates. He was a tall man with close-cropped gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from granite. "First order of business," Leeds announced, his voice carrying easily across the room. "I want teams out there collecting samples of the debris. Every alien delegate is going to receive a little memento of today's events." Jack felt a chill run down his spine. It was a cold move, calculated to instill fear. But as he glanced at the stunned faces of the alien delegates, he realized it would probably be effective. Cooper Leeds barked, "You're on collection duty. Take a team and get it done." "Yes, Sir," Jack responded automatically, moving to carry out the order. The next few hours were a blur of activity. Jack led a small team in EVA suits, maneuvering through the debris field. Each piece they collected was a grim reminder of the lives lost, the civilization erased. As they worked, Jack couldn't help but think of the farms back on Earth, of how easy it was to destroy compared to the effort it took to grow and build. Back on the ship, Jack watched as each piece of debris was carefully placed in a transparent container. Leeds personally oversaw the process, a grim smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Gather round," Leeds called out, addressing both the human crew and the alien delegates. "It's time we had a little chat about the future." The aliens huddled together, their varied physiologies united in their obvious fear. Zax Lath, the former leader of the council delegation, stood at the forefront, its iridescent skin a dull, muted gray. "The rules have changed," Leeds began, his voice hard. "You tried to wipe us out. You failed. Now, you have a choice to make. Either you all become vassals to humanity, or..." He gestured to the viewport, where the debris field was still visible. A murmur ran through the alien delegates. Jack could see the shock and disbelief on their faces. This wasn't diplomacy, it was subjugation. "To ensure our message is properly delivered," Leeds continued, "each of you will be escorted back to your homeworlds by a contingent of our fleet. You'll deliver the news personally, along with these little reminders." He held up one of the debris containers. Jack's mind raced. This was more than just a show of force. It was a deliberate provocation. Leeds was counting on resistance, on giving humanity an excuse to extend the conflict. "Any volunteers for escort duty?" Leeds asked, his eyes scanning the human crew. Before he could think better of it, Jack stepped forward. "I'll go, sir." Leeds raised an eyebrow. "Eager for more action, Cooper?" "Just want to see the job through," Sir Jack replied, keeping his face neutral. Leeds nodded, a knowing glint in his eye. "All right, you'll be on the cruiser escorting Zax Lath here back to its homeworld." As the assignments were handed out, Jack caught Zach's Lath's eye. The alien's multiple eyes blinked rapidly, a gesture Jack had come to recognize as extreme stress or fear. Later, as Jack prepared for the mission, he found himself again touching the photo in his pocket. The simplicity of life on the farm seemed a world away now. He had joined the Marines to see the stars, to be part of something greater. But this wasn't what he had imagined. Yet as he looked out at the stars, at the vastness of space that humanity was now asserting its dominance over, Jack couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and apprehension. They had shown the universe their strength. Now they would have to live with the consequences. As the torn asunder prepared to deploy its escort missions, Jack steeled himself for what was to come. He knew that the real conflict was just beginning, and whether he liked it or not, he would be right in the middle of it all. The cruiser Intrepid hummed with barely contained power as it detached from the torn asunder. Sergeant Jack Cooper stood on the bridge, watching as the massive flagship grew smaller in the view screen. Around them, other ships of the human fleet were similarly departing, each carrying alien delegates and their ominous gifts back to their respective homeworlds. Jack turned his attention to the bridge crew, all tense and focused on their tasks. Captain Marcus Grayfield, a grizzled veteran of countless space conflicts, sat in the command chair. His weathered face bore the scars of battles past, with an eye patch covering his left eye and the remaining fingers of his right hand drumming a restless rhythm on the armrest. Grayfield had been handpicked for this mission, his reputation for handling difficult situations preceding him. Course laid in for Zach's Lath's homeworld, Captain the Navigator announced. Estimated travel time 6 days at standard FTL. Grayfield grunted an acknowledgement. Engage when ready, and keep a sharp eye on our guests. His voice carried the gravel of years of barked orders and inhaled smoke from burning ships. Jack couldn't help but notice the edge in the captain's tone when he mentioned the aliens. He understood the sentiment. Trust was in short supply these days. As the Intrepid jumped to FTL, Jack made his way to the secure quarters where Zach's Lath and its attendants were being held. 2 armed Marines stood guard outside. They snapped to attention as Jack approached. At ease, Jack said. Any issues? No, sir, one of the guards replied. They've been quiet. Almost too quiet, if you ask me. Jack nodded. Stay alert. I'm going in to check on them. The door slid open, revealing a spacious but spartanly furnished room. Zach's Lath sat in the center, its iridescent skin a dull, muted blue. Its attendants huddled nearby, their alien features difficult for Jack to read. Sergeant Cooper, Zach's Lath's translator, rendered its clicks and whistles into English. Have you come to gloat? Jack kept his face neutral. Just checking in, making sure you have everything you need for the journey. Zach's Lath's multiple eyes blinked rapidly. What we need is to turn back time, to undo the tragedy that has befallen us all. For a moment, Jack felt a pang of sympathy, but he quickly pushed it aside. That's not an option. We're here now, and we all have to deal with the consequences of our actions. Our actions? Zach's Lath's skin flickered with spots of angry red. It was your species that arrived uninvited, that threatened us with destruction if we didn't bow to your demands. Jack's jaw tightened. And it was your council that decided extinction was preferable to coexistence. You made your choice. They stared at each other in tense silence, the weight of recent events hanging heavily between them. Finally, Jack turned to leave. Get some rest, he said over his shoulder. It's going to be a long journey. As the days passed, tension aboard the Intrepid continued to build. The human crew went about their duties with grim determination, always aware of the alien presence in their midst. Jack found himself spending more time than necessary patrolling the corridors near the aliens' quarters, his instincts on high alert. During one of these patrols, Captain Grayfield approached him, his uneven gait echoing in the corridor. Walk with me, Sergeant, he said, his voice a low rumble. As they moved through the ship's corridors, Grayfield spoke quietly. I don't like this, Cooper. Smells like a powder keg ready to blow. Reminds me of the Proxima Centauri conflict, just before all hell broke loose. Jack nodded. I know what you mean, Captain. The aliens are scared, and scared beings do desperate things. Damn right, Grayfield agreed, his single eye narrowing. And I can't shake the feeling that this is exactly what Admiral Leeds wants. A justification for further action. Jack hesitated, then decided to voice his own suspicions. I think you're right, Captain. This whole mission, it feels like we're setting ourselves up for an ambush. Grayfield's scarred face twisted into a grim smile. Then we need to be ready to hit back harder. Double the guard on the aliens and run combat drills every 4 hours. I want this crew ready for the worst. Yes, Sir, Jack replied, grateful for the captain's battle-hardened pragmatism. As he turned to carry out the orders, Grayfield called after him. And Cooper, keep both eyes on Zach's lath. If anyone's going to make a move, it'll be them. Trust me, I've seen it before. Jack nodded, his hand unconsciously moving to touch the photo in his pocket. As he headed off to implement the new security measures, he couldn't help but think of the farm back on Earth, of stubborn Pete and simpler times. The stars streaked by outside the ship's viewports, each one bringing them closer to Zach's Lath's homeworld and to whatever awaited them there. Jack knew that the real test was yet to come, and as he prepared the crew for potential conflict, he steeled himself for the challenges ahead. The journey continued, a pressure cooker of tension and suspicion hurtling through the vastness of space. And Sergeant Jack Cooper, caught between duty and doubt, prepared to face whatever the universe had in store, guided by a captain who had seen the worst the cosmos could offer and lived to tell the tale. The Intrepid dropped out of FTL with a shudder, the starscape resolving into a view of Zach's Lath's homeworld. Sergeant Jack Cooper stood on the bridge, taking in the alien planet. It was a swirling mass of purples and greens, with towering spires visible, even from orbit a far cry from the blues and whites of Earth. Captain Grayfield leaned forward in his command chair, his single eye narrowing as he studied the sensor readouts. Status report, he barked. Multiple vessels detected in high orbit, sir, the sensor officer responded. Definitely military. They're moving to intercept. Grayfield's scarred face twisted into a grim smile. Right on schedule. Shields up, weapons on standby. Let's not give them any excuse to start this dance early. Jack felt the tension on the bridge ratchet up a notch. He caught Grayfield's eye, and the captain nodded towards the door. Understanding the unspoken order, Jack left to retrieve their guests. As he approached the secure quarters, Jack steeled himself. This was at the moment of truth. He nodded to the guards and entered. Zach's Lath and its attendants were already standing, clearly aware of their arrival. The alien leader's skin rippled with a mix of colors that Jack couldn't quite interpret. It's time, Jack said simply. Zach's Lath's multiple eyes blinked in rapid succession. And if we refuse to deliver your message? Jack's hand unconsciously moved to his sidearm. That's not an option, Zach's Lath. You know that. The alien's skin settled into a deep, stormy blue. Very well. Let us proceed with this farce. As they made their way to the shuttle bay, Jack couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Everything felt too easy, too scripted. He caught snippets of hurried alien whispers behind him, but the translator couldn't make sense of them. In the shuttle bay, Captain Grayfield was waiting, the container of debris from the destroyed Council world clutched in his remaining hand. His eye gleamed with a hard light as he handed it to Zach's Lath. Remember, Grayfield growled, we'll be watching every move down there. Any funny business, and we'll turn your cities into craters. Clear. Zach's Lath took the container, its appendages visibly trembling. Crystal, Captain. As clear as the void of space you threaten us with. As the aliens boarded the shuttle, Jack turned to Grayfield. Sir, something doesn't feel right. This is too smooth. Grayfield nodded, his face grim. Of course it is, Cooper. They're playing nice until they think they have the upper hand. Be ready for anything down there. The descent to the planet's surface was tense and silent. Jack watched the alien landscape grow closer, marveling despite himself at the strange beauty of it all. Massive structures that seemed to defy gravity rose from swirling mists, while flying creatures that looked more like living ships darted between them. They landed in what appeared to be a central plaza, already crowded with alien onlookers. As the shuttle doors opened, Jack was hit by a wave of alien scents and sounds. He stepped out, flanked by his squad, weapons at the ready. Zaxlath emerged last, clutching the container of debris. A hush fell over the crowd as the alien leader began to speak, its words translated and broadcasted for both the human delegation and the alien masses. "My people," Zaxlath began, its voice trembling slightly, "I come before you bearing grave news. The Universal Council is no more." A ripple of shock passed through the crowd. Jack tightened his grip on his weapon, scanning for any signs of hostility. Zaxlath continued, detailing the destruction of the Council world and humanity's demands. As it spoke, Jack noticed subtle movements in the crowd. Aliens slipping away, others moving closer. His combat instinct screamed that something was wrong. "Captain," he sub-vocalized into his comm, "I think we're about to have a situation down here." Grayfield's gruff voice came back immediately. "Roger that, Cooper. We're seeing some unusual activity in orbit too. Be ready to bug out on my mark." As Zaxlath finished its speech, holding up the container of debris, the plaza erupted into chaos. Alien voices raised in anger and fear, the crowd surging forward. Jack and his squad formed a defensive perimeter, weapons raised. "This is not the end," Zaxlath suddenly shouted, its voice rising above the din. "We will not bow to these invaders. We will." The rest of its words were drowned out as explosions rocked the plaza. Jack's world narrowed to the immediate threat, years of training kicking in as he shouted orders to his squad. Defensive formation. Get to the shuttle. As they fought their way back, aliens swarming from all sides, Jack saw Zaxlath being whisked away by a group of what had to be military officials. The container of debris lay shattered on the ground, its contents scattered like a grim reminder of the cost of this conflict. They had almost reached the shuttle when Grayfield's voice cut through the chaos. "Cooper, get your asses back up here now. We've got incoming boggies, lots of him." As the shuttle lifted off, narrowly evading energy blasts from the ground, Jack caught a last glimpse of the alien city. Massive ships were rising from hidden hangars, their designs unlike anything he had seen before. The battle for Zaxlath's world had begun, and as the shuttle raced back to the Intrepid, Jack Cooper knew that this was just the beginning of a conflict that would reshape the galaxy. As the shuttle lifted off, narrowly evading energy blasts from the ground, Jack caught a last glimpse of the alien city. Massive ships were rising from hidden hangars, their designs unlike anything he had seen before. But something else caught his eye, a group of human marines pinned down by alien forces, desperately fighting for survival. In that split second, Jack made a decision. "Sorry, Captain," he muttered, then shouted to the pilot, "Lower the ramp." "Are you insane?" the pilot yelled back, but Jack was already moving. With a deep breath, Jack launched himself out of the shuttle, using his suit's maneuvering thrusters to guide his descent. He hit the ground hard, rolling to absorb the impact, and immediately sprinted towards the embattled Marines. "Cooper, what the hell are you doing?" It was Lieutenant Ramirez, leader of the pinned-down squad. "Couldn't let you have all the fun, sir," Jack replied, sliding into cover beside them. "What's our situation?" Ramirez grimaced. "Bad and getting worse. We're cut off from the main force, and these bastards just keep coming." Jack peered over their makeshift barricade. The aliens were advancing, using strange, shifting energy shields that seemed to adapt to human weapons fire. In the sky above, he could see the flashes of space combat as the battle extended into orbit. Suddenly, Jack's comm crackled to life. It was Captain Grayfield's voice, broadcasting to all ground forces, "All hands, this is Captain Grayfield. We're under heavy attack up here. Multiple hostile vessels emerging from the planet's atmosphere. They're moving to surround us." Jack exchanged a grim look with Ramirez. This wasn't just a local uprising, it was a coordinated, planet-wide assault. As they fought to hold their position, Jack could hear snippets of the space battle through his comm. The human ships, outnumbered but not outgunned, were putting up a fierce fight. But then came a transmission that chilled him to the bone. Multiple hits on our port shield, Captain a voice reported. Shield integrity at 78% and falling. Grayfield's gruff reply followed reroute power from non-essential systems. Cooper, target their lead ship's propulsion systems. There was a pause, then confusion in Grayfield's voice. Cooper? Where the hell is Cooper? Jack winced, knowing he'd have to face the consequences of his impulsive decision later if they survived this. The battle raged on, both in space and on the ground. Jack and the Marines fought tooth and nail, slowly pushing back against the alien forces. But for every alien they took down, 2 more seemed to take its place. Then, through his comm, Jack heard a panicked voice. "Sir, I'm detecting some kind of spatial distortion around those new ships. Our targeting systems can't get a lock." Grayfield's curse was audible even through the static. They've been holding back their advanced tech. Clever bastards. All ships switched to manual targeting. Old-school people. As night fell on the alien world, the sky lit up with the furious exchange of weapons fire. Jack and the Marines watched in awe and horror as ships on both sides erupted into fireballs, briefly illuminating the darkness before being snuffed out by the vacuum of space. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. A massive energy surge erupted from somewhere in the city, a beam of blinding light shooting upwards. Through his comm, Jack heard the panicked reports. What in the hell was that? Unknown, sir. But whatever it was, it's charging up for another shot. Then came Grayfield's grim order: all ships. This is Captain Grayfield. Initiate emergency FTL jump. Get us out of here. Jack's heart sank. They were leaving. The fleet was retreating, and they were being left behind. Ramirez must have realized it too. "They're abandoning us," he said, his voice hollow. Jack gripped his weapon tighter. Can't blame them. If they stayed, they'd all die. At least this way, some of us survived to fight another day. As the human ships in orbit winked out of existence, jumping to FTL, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. The aliens, perhaps shocked by the humans' retreat, temporarily halted their advance. Jack used the moment to take stock of their situation. They were stranded on an alien world, vastly outnumbered, with no immediate hope of rescue. But as he looked at the determined faces of Ramirez and the other Marines, he knew they wouldn't go down without a fight. "What now, Sergeant?" one of the younger Marines asked, fear evident in his voice. Jack's hand unconsciously moved to his pocket, feeling the outline of Stubborn Pete's photo. He thought of the old donkey's unwavering determination in the face of adversity. "Now," Jack said, his voice steady, "we survive. We find any other human survivors, we fortify a position, and we hold out until help arrives." He managed a grim smile. "And we show these aliens why you should never corner a human." As alien war cries began to fill the air once more, Jack readied his weapon. The night was far from over, and the real test of their resolve was just beginning. But one thing was certain: the aliens were about to learn just how stubborn humanity could be. The alien dawn broke over the battlefield, casting an eerie green light across the rubble-strewn landscape. Sergeant Jack Cooper peered out from the makeshift barricade, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. The night had been long and brutal, a constant series of skirmishes as they fought to hold their position against waves of alien attackers. "Status report." Lieutenant Ramirez's voice came from behind him, tired but alert. Jack turned to face his commanding officer. "Perimeter's holding for now, sir. They seem to have pulled back to regroup, but I doubt that'll last long." Ramirez nodded grimly. "Casualties?" "3 wounded, 1 critical," Jack replied. "Medic's doing what she can, but we're low on supplies." The lieutenant's face hardened, and no word from any other human forces. Jack shook his head. In the chaos of the night, they'd tried repeatedly to contact other stranded groups, but the alien forces were jamming most frequencies. They were on their own, at least for now. As if to punctuate their dire situation, a series of explosions lit up the sky. The burning wreckage of human ships, destroyed in the battle above, was entering the atmosphere. Each fiery streak was a grim reminder of their isolation and the overwhelming odds they faced. "Sergeant." "We've got movement." Private Rodriguez called out from his lookout position. Jack rushed to the young Marine's side, pulling out his binoculars. What he saw made his blood run cold. A vast alien army was assembling on the outskirts of the city, a sea of bizarre war machines and soldiers stretching as far as the eye could see. "They're done playing around," Jack muttered. "They're coming to finish the job." Ramirez joined them, taking in the sight with a grim expression. "We can't hold against that, not with what we have." For a moment, silence fell over the group. The reality of their situation was sinking in. They were stranded on an alien world, vastly outnumbered, with no hope of immediate rescue. It would be easy to give in to despair. But Jack Cooper wasn't built that way. "With all due respect, sir," he said, turning to Ramirez, "we're not dead yet. And as long as we're breathing, we're still in this fight." Ramirez looked at him, a spark of determination rekindling in his eyes. "What do you suggest, Sergeant?" Jack's mind raced, years of training and a lifetime of stubborn perseverance coming to the fore. "We need to move. This position is too exposed. If we can make it to the industrial sector we passed on the way in, we might find better shelter, maybe even supplies we can use." Ramirez considered for a moment, then nodded. "It's risky, but staying here is suicide." "All right, Cooper, you're on point. Get everyone ready to move out in 10 minutes. As Jack relayed the orders, he felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. They were in an impossible situation, but somehow, that brought a clarity he'd never experienced before. Every decision, every action could mean the difference between life and death. They moved out under the cover of the strange, misty dawn, carrying their wounded and what little supplies they had left. Jack led the way, every sense on high alert as they navigated the alien cityscape. Strange structures loomed around them, their functions incomprehensible to human eyes. They had almost reached the industrial sector when all hell broke loose. Alien patrol ships appeared overhead, their searchlights sweeping the streets. At the same time, ground forces began to converge on their position. "Move, move, move," Jack shouted, urging the group forward as energy blasts began to rain down around them. They sprinted the last few hundred meters, diving into the shelter of a massive alien structure that looked like it might be a factory or power plant. As Ramirez organized their defenses, Jack took a moment to catch his breath and assess their new position. The building was a maze of strange machinery and pulsing energy conduits. It wasn't ideal, but it was defensible, and there were materials they could use to fortify their position. Cooper, Ramirez called out, "I need you to get our comms up and running. If there are any other human survivors out there, we need to find them." Jack nodded, already moving to the task. As he worked to jury-rig a long-range transmitter from their equipment and salvaged alien tech, he could hear the sounds of battle growing closer. The aliens were coming, and they were coming in force. Hours passed in a blur of frenetic activity. They fortified their position as best they could, tended to their wounded, and prepared for the onslaught they knew was coming. Through it all, Jack kept working on the transmitter, pushing aside exhaustion and hunger. Finally, as the alien sun was setting, bathing the world in a strange purple twilight, Jack's cobbled-together device crackled to life. "This is Sergeant Jack Cooper of the Earth Marines," he broadcast on all frequencies. "To any human forces on this godforsaken rock, we are alive, we are fighting, and we need backup. Our position is..." He was cut off by a deafening explosion. The aliens had found them, and the assault was beginning in earnest. As Jack rushed to take up a defensive position, Ramirez shouted over the din, "Did it work? Did the message get through?" Jack met his commander's eyes, determination burning in his gaze. "I don't know, sir. But whether help is coming or not, we're going to give these aliens one hell of a fight." The night sky lit up with weapons fire as the human survivors prepared to face the alien horde. Jack's hand brushed against the photo of stubborn Pete in his pocket, drawing strength from the memory of the old donkey's unwavering spirit. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and stranded on a hostile alien world. But they were human, and if humanity's history had taught them anything, it was how to face impossible odds. As the alien war machines approached their position, Jack Cooper tightened his grip on his rifle. Whatever happened next, They would face it as they had faced everything else head-on, with grit, determination, and the unyielding human spirit that had carried them across the stars. The battle for survival on Zaxlath's world was about to reach its crescendo, and Sergeant Jack Cooper was ready to fight until the bitter end, or until the cavalry arrived, whichever came first. The alien factory shuddered under the impact of heavy weapons fire. Sergeant Jack Cooper braced himself against a pulsing energy conduit, his rifle trained on the main entrance. The air was thick with ozone and the acrid smell of weapon discharge. Contact. Northside Private Rodriguez's voice crackled over the comm. A series of explosions followed, punctuated by the staccato of human weapons fire. Lieutenant Ramirez's voice cut through the chaos. "Cooper, we need those defenses online now." Jack gritted his teeth, turning back to the alien control panel he'd been trying to decipher. The strange symbols pulsed and shifted, almost as if alive. He took a deep breath, remembering the patterns he'd observed earlier. "Come on, you alien piece of junk," he muttered, pressing a sequence of glyphs. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a low hum that he felt in his bones, the factory came to life around them. Energy fields sprang up around the entrances, shimmering barriers that the alien weapons couldn't penetrate. Strange, insectoid drones emerged from hidden compartments, zipping out to engage the enemy forces. "Holy shit," Cooper Ramirez said, a rare smile breaking through his grimy facade. "What did you do?" Jack shook his head, equally amazed. "I think I just turned on the factory's defense systems. Let's hope they're as confused by this as we are." The next few hours were a blur of frantic activity, while the alien forces regrouped, trying to figure out how to breach the unexpected defenses. The human survivors fortified their position. They tended to their wounded, took stock of their dwindling supplies, and tried to make sense of the alien technology surrounding them. As the alien sun began to set, casting long shadows through the factory's translucent walls, Jack called a meeting with Ramirez and the other squad leaders. "We've bought ourselves some time," he began, his voice low and serious. "But we can't stay here forever. Sooner or later, they'll figure out a way through those defenses." Ramirez nodded grimly. "Agreed. But what's our play here, Cooper? We're outnumbered, outgunned, and stranded on an alien world. It's not like we can just walk out of here." Jack's eyes glinted with determination. "Maybe we can't walk out, but we might be able to sneak out." He laid out his plan, using scraps of alien material to sketch a rough map of their surroundings. The others listened intently, their faces a mix of skepticism and hope. "It's risky," Corporal Chen, their demolitions expert, said when Jack finished. "A lot could go wrong." "Everything about this situation is risky," Jack countered. "But if we stay here, we're just waiting to die. Out there, we at least have a chance." Ramirez was quiet for a long moment, weighing their options. Finally, he nodded. "All right, Cooper, we'll do it your way. Everyone, get some rest. We move out at 0200 hours. As the others dispersed to prepare, Jack found a quiet corner to collect his thoughts. He pulled out the worn photo of Stubborn Pete, a touchstone to a simpler life that felt a lifetime away. "What do you think, old boy?" he murmured. "Ready for another adventure?" The photo, as always, remained silent. But as Jack tucked it away, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were going to get out of this. They had to. 0200 hours came all too quickly. The survivors gathered at the factory's rear entrance, a small access point that their alien attackers seemed to have overlooked. Jack had rigged the defense systems to create a diversion on the opposite side of the building. "Remember," Jack said, his voice barely above a whisper, "stay low, stay quiet, and stay together. If anyone gets separated, make for the rendezvous point we discussed." With a nod from Ramirez, Jack triggered the diversion. The night lit up with weapons fire and explosions as the factory's drones launched an all-out assault on the alien forces. Now Jack hissed, and they were moving. They slipped out into the alien night, a world of strange bioluminescent plants and unfamiliar stars. Jack led the way, every sense on high alert as they navigated through back alleys and shadowy corridors of the alien city. Several times they had to freeze in place as alien patrols passed nearby, their strange vehicles hovering silently through the streets. Jack's heart pounded in his chest, but years of training kept him steady. They were about halfway to their planned exit point when things went sideways. An alien ship appeared overhead, its searchlight sweeping the area. At the same moment, a patrol rounded the corner ahead of them. "Scatter," Jack shouted, all pretense of stealth abandoned. The next few minutes were chaos. Weapons fire lit up the night as the humans fought their way through the alien forces. Jack lost track of how many times he narrowly avoided being hit, running on pure adrenaline and instinct. When they finally regrouped at the rendezvous point, a decrepit alien structure on the outskirts of the city, Jack did a quick head count. They'd lost 3 in the escape, with several others wounded. But they were out. They'd done the impossible. As the adrenaline began to fade, replaced by the bone-deep weariness of their ordeal, Ramirez approached Jack. "Hell of a plan, Cooper," he said, clapping him on the shoulder. "What's our next move?" Jack looked out at the alien landscape stretching before them, a world of danger and possibility. "Now," he said, a grim smile playing at his lips, "we find a way to hit back." In the distance, they could hear the sounds of the alien forces mobilizing, searching for their escaped prisoners. But for the moment, they were free, and Sergeant Jack Cooper was already planning their next impossible mission. The real fight for survival on Zaxlath's world was just beginning. The alien sun rose over a landscape that seemed to defy reality. Towering structures of crystalline material jutted from the ground at impossible angles, while fields of what looked like metallic grass swayed in a breeze that carried unfamiliar scents. Sergeant Jack Cooper stood at the edge of their makeshift camp, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of pursuit. "Anything?" Lieutenant Ramirez's voice came from behind him. Jack shook his head. "Nothing yet. But they're out there searching. We can't stay here long." Ramirez nodded grimly. "Agreed. But where do we go from here, Cooper? We're not exactly equipped for a long-term camping trip on an alien world." Before Jack could respond, Private Rodriguez approached, excitement clear in his voice despite his exhaustion. "Sarge, Lieutenant, you've got to see this." They followed Rodriguez to where Corporal Chen was crouched over what looked like a piece of alien technology they'd scavenged during their escape. As they watched, Chen manipulated some controls, and a holographic display sprang to life, showing a 3-dimensional map of the surrounding area. "It's some kind of surveying tool," I think Chen explained. "Took me a while to figure out how to turn it on, but look," she pointed to a section of the map. "That structure there? I think it might be a shipyard." Jack leaned in, studying the holographic display intently. The structure Chen indicated was massive, easily dwarfing anything they'd seen so far. And if it was indeed a shipyard. "That's our ticket out of here," Jack said, a plan already forming in his mind. "If we can get to that shipyard, maybe we can find a way off this rock." Ramirez looked skeptical. "That's a big if, Cooper. We're talking about stealing an alien spacecraft. None of us are exactly qualified for that." "We weren't qualified to operate an alien factory's defense systems either," Jack countered. "But we managed. Right now, that shipyard is our best shot at survival." After a moment of consideration, Ramirez nodded. "All right, but we do this smart. We need more intel, and we need to be prepared for anything." With their new goal set, the team broke camp and began their journey towards the alien shipyard. The terrain was challenging, full of unexpected hazards. What looked like solid ground sometimes gave way to patches of quicksand-like material, while other areas were crisscrossed with energy fields that played havoc with their equipment. As they traveled, Jack found himself constantly amazed by the alien world around them. Despite the danger of their situation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. This was why he'd joined the Marines, why he'd left the farm behind to see things no human had ever seen before. On the 3rd day of their journey, they encountered something unexpected: other human survivors. It was a small group, a mix of civilians and a few military personnel, who had been hiding in the ruins of what might have been an alien research facility. "Never thought I'd be so happy to see another human face," said Dr. Emily Sato, the leader of the group. She was a xenobiologist who had been part of the diplomatic mission. "We've been trying to figure out a way off this planet for weeks." Jack filled them in on their plan to infiltrate the shipyard. Dr. Sato's eyes lit up. "That's actually not a bad idea, and I might be able to help. I've been studying alien language and technology since we've been stranded. I'm not fluent, but I might be able to help navigate their systems." With the addition of Dr. Sato and her group, their chances of success seemed to improve. But it also meant more people to protect, more potential for things to go wrong. As they neared the shipyard, the team set up a hidden observation post in the hills overlooking the facility. For 2 days, they watched and gathered intel. The shipyard was a hive of activity, with ships of various sizes being constructed and launched. "Look at the size of those things," Rodriguez whispered in awe as they watched a massive battleship rise from the construction bay. Jack nodded, his mind racing with the implications. They're gearing up for something big, probably an assault on Earth. "All the more reason for us to succeed," Ramirez added grimly. On the evening of the second day, Jack called a meeting to finalize their plan. Using a crude model built from local materials, he laid out the approach. "We'll split into 3 teams," he explained. "Team 1, led by Corporal Chen, will create a diversion here, at the main power distribution node. Team 2, under Lieutenant Ramirez, will secure our exit route. Dr. Sato and I will lead Team 3. We're going for this ship here." He pointed to a medium-sized vessel that seemed to be in the final stages of preparation. "Once we're aboard, we'll need to figure out how to operate it fast," Jack continued. "Dr. Sato, that's where you come in. If you can get us past the initial security systems, we might have a chance." The plan was risky, with 1,000 ways it could go wrong. But as Jack looked around at the determined faces of his fellow survivors, he felt a surge of confidence. They had come this far against impossible odds. They weren't about to give up now. As the others dispersed to make final preparations, Jack found a quiet moment alone. He took out the photo of stubborn Pete, studying it in the alien twilight. "Well, old friend," he murmured. "Looks like we're in for one hell of a ride." In the distance, the lights of the alien shipyard glowed against the darkening sky. Tomorrow, they would make their move. Tomorrow, they would either find their way home or meet their end on this strange, beautiful, terrifying world. Sergeant Jack Cooper tucked the photo away and went to join his team. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. The alien night was alive with unfamiliar sounds as Sergeant Jack Cooper led his team towards the shipyard perimeter. Bioluminescent flora cast an eerie glow over the landscape, providing just enough light for the humans to navigate without betraying their position. "Comms check," Jack whispered into his makeshift communicator, cobbled together from salvaged human and alien tech. "Team 1, in position," came Corporal Chen's reply. "Team 2, ready and waiting," Lieutenant Ramirez confirmed. Jack nodded to Dr. Sato, who was crouched beside him. "All right, people, remember the plan. Chen, you're up in 2 minutes. Ramirez, be ready to move on my signal. Let's make history." As the seconds ticked by, Jack felt the familiar mix of fear and exhilaration that preceded combat. But this was different. They weren't just fighting for survival now, they were taking the fight to the enemy. Precisely 2 minutes later, a series of explosions rocked the far side of the shipyard. Alarms blared as alien forces rushed to respond to the perceived attack. "That's our cue," Jack said, signaling his team forward. They moved swiftly through the shadows, using the chaos of Chen's diversion to slip past the outer defenses. Dr. Sato proved invaluable, her understanding of alien systems allowing them to bypass security measures that would have otherwise stopped them cold. As they neared their target ship, a sleek vessel that hummed with latent energy, Jack couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Despite the circumstances, part of him marveled at the advanced technology surrounding them. "Jack, we've got company," Dr. Sato hissed, pointing to a group of alien guards approaching their position. Without hesitation, Jack signaled his team to take cover. The next few moments were a blur of silent, brutal combat. They couldn't risk using firearms and alerting the entire shipyard, so it came down to hand-to-hand fighting and improvised weapons. Jack found himself grappling with an alien twice his size, its multiple limbs giving it a distinct advantage. But years of hard training and sheer human determination won out. As the alien fell, Jack caught a glimpse of the rest of his team finishing off their opponents. "Everyone okay?" he asked, breathing heavily. Nods and affirmative grunts answered him. They were battered but alive. "Good. Let's move before more show up." They reached the ship's entry point, a seamless section of hull that seemed to have no discernible door. Dr. Sato stepped forward, her hands moving confidently over what looked like random patterns on the surface. "It's a biometric lock," she explained, "but I think I can fool it with what we learned from the research facility." Moments later, a seam appeared in the hull, widening into an entrance. They rushed inside, the door sealing behind them. The interior of the ship was alien in every sense of the word. Organic-looking corridors pulsed with energy, and control surfaces seemed to shift and change as they watched. "Which way to the bridge?" Jack asked. Dr. Sato consulted a holographic display on her wrist. "This way, I think. But Jack, even if we reach it, operating this ship won't be easy. Their technology is." She was cut off as alarms began to blare throughout the vessel. They'd been detected. "We'll worry about that later," Jack said. "Right now, we need to secure this ship. Move." They fought their way through the corridors, encountering increasing resistance as they neared what they hoped was the bridge. Jack's world narrowed to a series of tactical decisions, each firefight a desperate struggle against an enemy with superior technology and home field advantage. Finally, they reached a sealed door that Dr. Sato identified as the main control center. As they prepared to breach, Jack's comm crackled to life. "Cooper, it was Ramirez," his voice tight with tension. "We've got major problems out here. They're onto us, and they're bringing in heavy reinforcements. Whatever you're going to do it fast." Jack gritted his teeth. "Copy that. We're almost there. Be ready to bug out on my signal." With a nod to his team, Jack triggered the breaching charge they'd prepared. The door disintegrated, and they stormed in, weapons at the ready. The alien crew inside was caught off guard, but they recovered quickly. What followed was a chaotic close-quarters battle, human determination and adaptability against alien technology and physiology. And in the end, it came down to Jack and what appeared to be the alien captain, locked in a desperate struggle near what looked like the main control interface. The alien was stronger, its multiple limbs giving it a clear advantage. But Jack had something the alien didn't: a lifetime of stubborn refusal to give up. With a roar of effort, Jack managed to overpower the alien, using its own momentum to slam it into the control panel. Sparks flew as delicate alien tech shattered under the impact. As the dust settled, Jack looked around the bridge. His team had prevailed, but at a cost. Several were wounded, and the control room was a mess of broken equipment and fallen aliens. Dr. Sato rushed to what remained of the main control panel, her fingers dancing over the alien interfaces. "Jack, we have a problem," she said, her voice tense. "I can access some systems, but main propulsion and navigation are locked out. We're grounded." Outside, they could hear the sounds of alien reinforcements approaching. They were out of time. Jack's mind raced, searching for a solution. Then his eyes fell on what looked like a weapons control station, its displays still active and beckoning. A grim smile spread across his face. "Doctor, can you get those weapons online?" Dr. Sato looked at him, understanding dawning in her eyes. Yes, I think so. But Jack, we can't take off." "We don't need to," Jack replied, moving to the station. "Not yet. Right now, we just need to remind these aliens why picking a fight with humanity was a bad idea." As alien forces surrounded the ship, Jack Cooper prepared to turn their stolen vessel into a fortress. They might be grounded, but they were far from defeated. Alarms blared throughout the alien vessel as Sergeant Jack Cooper's fingers danced over the unfamiliar weapons console. Outside, the shipyard was a hive of frantic activity, alien forces converging on their position. "Dr. Sato, talk to me," Jack called out, his eyes never leaving the holographic display before him. "What are we working with here?" The xenobiologist's voice was tense but focused. I've managed to bypass some of the security protocols. We have access to the ship's defensive systems and, oh my. Oh my good, or oh my we're all going to die, Jack asked, a hint of gallows humor in his voice. Good, I think, Sato replied. This ship is armed to the teeth, Jack. Energy weapons, some kind of plasma torpedoes, and something that looks like it might be a short-range teleportation device. A grim smile spread across Jack's face. Now that's what I like to hear. All right, team, listen up. We may be grounded, but we're not out of this fight yet. Chen, Rodriguez, man those other weapons stations. Everyone else secure the perimeter. We hold this ship at all costs. As his team rushed to comply, Jack turned his attention back to the weapons systems. The alien interface was complex, but there was a certain logic to it that reminded him of the factory defenses he'd managed to activate. Taking a deep breath, he began to power up the ship's arsenal. Outside, the first wave of alien troops reached the ship. Energy weapons flared against the hull, seeking weaknesses. Shields are holding, Dr. Sato reported. But I don't know how long they'll last under sustained fire. Then let's not give them the chance, Jack replied, firing main cannons, now. The ship shuddered as beams of intense energy lanced out, carving swaths of destruction through the approaching alien forces. Explosions rocked the shipyard as Jack's shots found their marks, destroying other vessels still in their berths. Holy shit, Sarge Rodriguez exclaimed. Did you see that? We just took out half their fleet. Jack allowed himself a moment of satisfaction before refocusing. Stay sharp. They'll be throwing everything they've got at us now. As if on cue, larger alien vessels began to move into position, their weapons charging. Incoming fire, Chen warned. Brace for impact. The ship rocked violently as enemy fire slammed into their shields. Warning lights flashed across the control panels. Shields down to 60%, Dr. Sato reported, her voice tight. We can't take much more of this. Jack's mind raced, searching for a solution. Then he remembered something Sato had mentioned earlier. Doctor, that teleportation device you mentioned, could we use it to move the entire ship? Sato's eyes widened. Theoretically, yes, but the power requirements would be enormous, and I'm not sure I can calculate a safe destination with these alien nav systems. We don't need safe, Jack replied, his voice filled with determination. We just need not here do it. As Sato worked feverishly to activate the teleportation system, Jack and the others continued to return fire, keeping the alien forces at bay. The ship groaned and shuddered under the assault, systems failing and alarms blaring. Ready, Sato shouted over the din. But Jack, I have to warn you, this is completely untested. We could end up anywhere, or nowhere. Jack met her gaze, seeing his own mix of fear and determination reflected there. We've come too far to back down now. Do it. Sato nodded and slammed her hand down on the activation panel. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then reality itself seemed to twist and warp around them. Jack felt a sensation like he was being turned inside out, his vision filled with impossible colors and shapes. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. Silence fell over the bridge. Through the view screen, instead of the chaos of the shipyard, they saw the vast emptiness of space, punctuated by unfamiliar stars. We did it, Rodriguez breathed, breaking the silence. We're in space. A cheer went up from the team, the release of tension palpable. But Jack knew their challenges were far from over. All right, settle down, he called out. Dr. Sato, can you figure out where we are? And more importantly, can you get us back to Earth? Sato was already poring over the navigation systems. I'm working on it, Jack. But this technology, it's beyond anything we've ever encountered. It might take some time. Jack nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders once more. They were free from immediate danger, but they were also lost in an unknown part of space, in command of a vessel they barely understood. As the initial euphoria of their escape faded, the team gathered around the main control area. The reality of their situation began to sink in. "So what now?" Sarge Chen asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Jack looked around at the faces of his team, human and alien technology alike, now bathed in the light of distant, unknown stars. He thought of Earth, so far away, and of the alien threats that still loomed. He thought of stubborn Pete, and the farm he'd left behind, and of all the impossible odds they'd overcome to get here. A slow, determined smile spread across his face. Now we figure out how to fly this thing. We learn everything we can about this alien tech. And then we take the fight back to them. As the team nodded in agreement, their faces a mix of exhaustion and renewed determination, Jack turned to look out at the star-filled void before them. They were lost, yes, outnumbered and outgunned, certainly. But they were also human, and if there was one thing humans excelled at, it was defying the impossible. Sergeant Jack Cooper squared his shoulders and began issuing orders. Their journey was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. Somewhere out there, Earth was waiting, and beyond that, a galaxy full of wonders and dangers they could scarcely imagine. But whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The stars beckoned, and humanity answered. The next chapter of their incredible journey was about to unfold. The stolen alien vessel hummed with energy as Sergeant Jack Cooper studied the holographic display before him. Stars streaked by in the view screen, a constant reminder of their incredible journey and the vast unknown that surrounded them. "How's our course looking?" Dr. Sato Jack asked, glancing over at the xenobiologist who had become their de facto navigation expert. Emily Sato frowned, her fingers dancing over the alien controls. "I think we're on the right track. But Jack, I have to stress the think part. This nav system is like nothing I've ever seen. It's as if it's plotting courses through dimensions we can't even perceive." Jack nodded grimly. It had been 3 days since their daring escape from the alien shipyard, and while they were making progress in understanding their stolen vessel, every new discovery seemed to reveal 10 more mysteries. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the ship. Corporal Chen, who had taken up position at what they believed to be the sensor station, called out in alarm. Multiple contacts, closing fast. They came out of nowhere. Jack's combat instincts kicked in immediately. "Battle stations. Rodriguez, get on weapons. Chen, give me details on those contacts." The bridge erupted into frantic activity as the crew scrambled to their positions. Through the view screen, Jack could see sleek alien vessels appearing, their designs similar but more advanced than the ship they'd stolen. 8. "No, 10 ships," Chen reported, her voice tense. "They're moving to surround us." Before Jack could respond, the ship rocked violently as enemy fire slammed into their shields. Warning lights flashed across every console, accompanied by a cacophony of alien alerts none of them fully understood. Shields at 80%, and dropping Dr. Sato called out, interpreting the displays as best she could. "Jack, I don't think we can take sustained fire from this many ships." Jack gritted his teeth, his mind racing through their limited options. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and still unfamiliar with their own ship's capabilities. But he'd be damned if he'd let them go down without a fight. Rodriguez returned fire. "Target the lead ship. Chen, find me a weak point in their formation. We're punching through." The ship shuddered as Rodriguez unleashed a barrage of energy weapons. To their surprise and relief, 2 of the alien vessels seemed to falter under the assault, their shields flickering. "They weren't expecting us to be able to use their weapons," Jack realized aloud. "Push the attack. Don't let up." For a few glorious moments, it seemed like they might have a chance. Their stolen ship, apparently a more advanced model than their pursuers, cut through the alien formation with surprising agility. Rodriguez's gunnery skills, honed through countless simulations over the past days, were paying off as they scored hit after hit. But the aliens adapted quickly. Their attacks became more coordinated, herding the human-controlled vessel into a kill zone. Impacts rocked the ship continuously, and the stream of alien alerts became a constant, maddening backdrop. "Shields," critical Dr. Sato shouted over the din. "Multiple systems failing. Jack, we can't take much more of this." Jack's eyes darted across the tactical display, searching desperately for a way out. Then he saw a massive asteroid field looming in the near distance. It was risky, but they were out of options. "Everyone hold on," he shouted. "Sato, plot us a course into that asteroid field. Full power to engines." "Are you insane?" Chen exclaimed. "We can barely fly this thing in open space." "Then I suggest you learn fast," Jack replied grimly. "It's our only shot." The ship lurched as Dr. Sato executed the maneuver, diving towards the field of tumbling space rocks. The alien pursuers, momentarily taken aback by the suicidal move, fell behind for a crucial few seconds. As they entered the asteroid field, chaos erupted on the bridge. Massive rocks hurtled past them at terrifying speeds, each near-miss eliciting gasps and curses from the crew. Jack found himself working purely on instinct, calling out commands to adjust their course on the fly. "Hard to port. No, your other port. Boost lateral thrusters. Now." Somehow, through a combination of luck, skill, and the ship's advanced maneuverability, they managed to penetrate deeper into the asteroid field without being smashed to pieces. Behind them, they heard satisfying explosions as several pursuing ships weren't so fortunate. Finally, after what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, they found themselves in a relatively clear pocket within the field. Jack ordered them to power down all non-essential systems, hoping to hide among the asteroid's electromagnetic interference. As the adrenaline of the chase began to fade, the true extent of their situation became clear. Warning lights still flashed on every console, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of fried circuitry. "Damage report," Jack called out, his voice hoarse. Dr. Sato shook her head, her face pale as she interpreted the alien readouts. "It's bad, Jack. Our main drive is severely damaged. Life support is holding, but who knows for how long. And these alerts. I think we're venting atmosphere in at least 3 sections." Jack closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of command settle heavily on his shoulders. They were alive, but stranded in an asteroid field, in a damaged ship they barely understood, with unknown alien forces potentially still hunting them. Opening his eyes, he saw his team looking to him for direction. Despite everything, he managed a grim smile. "All right, people, we're not dead yet. Chen, Rodriguez, start sealing off any compromised sections. Sato, see if you can get our comms working. We need to try to contact Earth. I'll start assessing the damage to our engines." As the crew moved to their tasks, Jack allowed himself one last look at the star-filled space beyond the asteroids. They had survived the immediate threat, but he knew their true test of endurance was just beginning. The alien ship drifted silently in the shadow of a massive asteroid, its once gleaming hull now scarred and darkened. Inside, Sergeant Jack Cooper wiped sweat from his brow as he struggled with an array of unfamiliar tools, attempting to seal a breach in one of the lower decks. "How's it coming?" Sarge Rodriguez's voice crackled through his comm. Jack grunted as he finally managed to activate the alien repair device, watching as it began to extrude a metallic substance that sealed the hull breach. "Slowly, but we're making progress. How are things on your end?" "Chen and I have managed to seal off 2 of the compromised sections," Rodriguez replied. "But we're running low on whatever passes for oxygen tanks in this tin can." Jack nodded grimly, even though Rodriguez couldn't see him. "All right, conserve what you can. We'll regroup on the bridge in an hour to assess our situation." As Jack made his way back through the twisting corridors of the alien vessel, he couldn't help but marvel at the strange beauty of its design. Even damaged and powered down, there was an organic quality to the ship that felt almost alive. On the bridge, Dr. Sato was hunched over the communications array, her face illuminated by the soft glow of alien displays. She looked up as Jack entered, her expression a mix of frustration and determination. "Any luck contacting Earth?" Jack asked, already knowing the answer from her face. Sato shook her head. "Nothing yet. The asteroid field is playing havoc with our long-range communications. I've set up a repeating distress signal, but..." She trailed off, the unspoken if anyone can hear it hanging in the air. Jack placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Keep at it, Doc. If anyone can figure out these alien systems, it's you." As the rest of the team gathered on the bridge, Jack took stock of their situation. They had managed to stabilize life support and seal the most critical hull breaches, but the ship was still far from functional. The main drive was offline, and they were operating on emergency power. "All right, people," Jack began, his voice cutting through the tense silence. "We're in a tight spot, but we've faced worse. Chen, what's our supply situation?" Corporal Chen consulted a datapad they'd jury-rigged to interface with the alien systems. "We've got enough food and water for about 3 weeks, maybe 4 if we stretch it. Oxygen is the bigger concern. Without the main systems online, we're looking at maybe 10 days before it gets dicey." Jack nodded, processing the information. "Okay, priorities then. Sato, keep working on communications. If we can't call for help, none of the rest matters. Rodriguez, you and I will focus on getting the main drive operational. Chen, see if you can figure out how to boost our life support efficiency." As the team moved to their tasks, Jack found himself drawn to the view screen. The asteroid field stretched out before them, a chaotic dance of rock and ice. Somewhere beyond that, he knew, alien forces were likely still searching for them. And even further, Earth waited, unaware of their struggle. Days passed in a blur of exhausting work and fitful rest. The team fell into a rhythm, each focusing on their tasks with grim determination. Small victories were celebrated, a system brought back online, a successful repair, but the enormity of their situation weighed heavily on them all. On the 5th day, as Jack was elbow-deep in what he hoped was the ship's engine core, Dr. Sato's excited voice came over the comm. "Jack, everyone, I've found something in the ship's database. You need to see this." Gathering on the bridge, the team watched as Sato brought up a holographic display filled with alien text and diagrams. "I've been trying to decipher their language," Sato explained, her eyes bright with the thrill of discovery. "And I think this is some kind of historical archive. Look at this." The display shifted, showing what appeared to be a star map. Alien symbols pulsed at various points. "If I'm reading this correctly," Sato continued, "this shows the expansion of their civilization. But look here." She pointed to a section of the map that looked eerily familiar. Jack's eyes widened as he recognized the configuration of stars. "That's our solar system." Sato nodded. "Exactly. And according to these timestamps, at least, I think they're timestamps they've known about Earth for centuries. They've been watching us, studying us, long before we even knew they existed." A heavy silence fell over the bridge as the implications sank in. Their conflict with the aliens, their very presence in this distant part of space, suddenly seemed part of a much larger, more complex story. "Does it say why they never made contact?" Chen asked, breaking the silence. Sato shook her head. "I'm still working on translating a lot of it. But from what I can gather, there was some kind of debate within their civilization. Some wanted to make contact, others argued for non-interference." Jack's mind raced with the possibilities. This information could change everything: their understanding of the conflict, their strategies, perhaps even the future of human-alien relations. But first, they had to survive long enough to bring this knowledge home. "Good work, Doc," he said finally. "This could be a game changer. But for now, we need to stay focused on repairs. Keep digging into that database when you can. Any information on their tech could help us get this ship moving again." As the team dispersed once more to their tasks, Jack found himself lingering at the view screen. The asteroids continued their silent dance outside, indifferent to the dramas of aliens and humans alike. He thought of stubborn Pete, the old donkey back on the farm. "Bet you never imagined I'd end up here, old friend," he murmured. Drawing strength from the memory, Jack squared his shoulders and headed back to the engine room. They had a ship to fix and a home to return to. The mysteries of the universe would have to wait. Little did Jack know, those mysteries were about to become a lot more pressing, and their isolated struggle was soon to be thrust onto a much larger stage. The soft glow of alien displays cast strange shadows across Dr. Emily Sato's face as she pored over the historical database. 2 weeks had passed since their desperate flight into the asteroid field, and while progress on repairing the ship was slow, their understanding of their alien adversaries was growing by leaps and bounds. Emily, Sergeant Jack Cooper's voice broke through her concentration. You missed chow time. Again. Sato looked up, blinking, as if coming out of a trance. Jack, I'm sorry, you need to see this. As Jack moved to her side, she brought up a series of holographic images. They showed alien cityscapes, breathtaking in their otherworldly beauty, but with a familiarity that was almost unsettling. I've been translating more of their historical records, Sato explained, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Jack, their civilization is old, incredibly old. They've been spacefaring for millennia. Jack nodded, taking in the implications. So why haven't they conquered the galaxy by now? Why is Earth still free? Sato's fingers danced over the controls, bringing up new images. These showed what appeared to be alien parliamentary proceedings, heated debates frozen in time. That's just it, she said. They're not conquerors, at least not in the way we imagined. Their society is built on a principle they call the Great Equilibrium. It's a philosophy of non-interference, of maintaining the balance of the cosmos. Jack's brow furrowed. But that doesn't make sense. They attacked us. They were ready to wipe us out. Sato nodded grimly. That's where it gets complicated. From what I can gather, our arrival at their council world triggered a massive political upheaval. There's a faction within their society that sees us as a threat to the equilibrium. They believe that by advancing into space on our own, we've upset some cosmic balance. As Jack processed this information, the ship's intercom crackled to life. Sarge, Doc, you better get up here. Corporal Chen's voice came through, tense and urgent. We've picked up a signal. Rushing to the bridge, Jack and Sato found Chen and Rodriguez huddled around the sensor station. A faint, rhythmic beeping emanated from the speakers. It just started a few minutes ago, Chen explained. It's weak, but it's definitely artificial. And I don't think it's alien. Jack leaned in, listening intently. There was something familiar about the pattern. It's Morse code, he realized aloud. SOS, coordinates, and humanity prevails. The team exchanged looks of mixed hope and confusion. Could there be other human survivors out there, or was it a trap? How far? Jack asked. Rodriguez consulted the alien nav system. Hard to say with these weird units, but I'd guess maybe 2 days at full power. Which, we don't have. Jack nodded, his mind racing through their options. The signal could be their ticket home, but it could also lead them straight into danger. And their ship was still barely functional. Okay, here's the plan, he said finally. We redouble our efforts on repairs. Sato, see if you can use anything from that alien database to help us get the main drive online. Chen, Rodriguez, focus on getting our weapons and shields operational. If we're going to check out that signal, we need to be ready for anything. As the team dispersed to their tasks with renewed vigor, Jack found himself drawn back to the historical displays Sato had been studying. The alien cities, so advanced yet somehow familiar, seemed to mock him with their serenity. He thought about the alien philosophy of equilibrium, about the vast span of time they'd been watching Earth. Had humanity's rapid advancement into space truly upset some cosmic balance? Or was there something more to this conflict, something they were still missing? Jack's musings were interrupted by a sudden tremor that ran through the ship. Warning lights flashed across the bridge consoles. What now? He muttered, rushing to check the readouts. The asteroid field, which had been their hiding place and protector for the past 2 weeks, was now becoming a deadly threat. A massive collision somewhere in the field had set off a chain reaction, sending waves of debris hurtling in all directions, including theirs. All hands, brace for impact, Jack shouted into the intercom. Chen, get us moving. Any power you can give to engines now. The next few minutes were chaos as the damaged ship limped through the intensifying asteroid storm. Jack found himself at the helm, his hands dancing over alien controls that were becoming only slightly more familiar, guiding them through the debris by sheer force of will and a hefty dose of luck. As they finally cleared the worst of the storm, emerging into a relatively clear pocket of space, Jack allowed himself a moment of relief. But it was short-lived. The evasive maneuvers had drained their already limited power reserves, and several new alarms indicated fresh damage to the hull. Status report, he called out, his voice hoarse. Main drive still offline, Rodriguez reported. But we've got maneuvering thrusters. Barely. Life support's taken a hit, Chen added grimly. We're down to maybe 5 days of oxygen, tops. Sato's voice came last, tinged with a mix of worry and determination. Communications are still functioning. Jack, I think we need to risk checking out that signal. We're running out of options. Jack closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of command bearing down on him. They were damaged, low on supplies, and heading possibly into a trap. But the alternative was a slow death in the endless void of space. Opening his eyes, he saw his team looking to him, trust and determination evident in their faces despite their exhaustion. All right, he said finally. Let's go see who's out there. Plot a course for those coordinates. Best speed we can manage. As the ship limped towards its unknown destination, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the cusp of something monumental. Whether it was rescue or doom that awaited them, one thing was certain: the next few days would determine not just their fate, but possibly the future of human-alien relations. With a silent prayer, Sergeant Jack Cooper prepared to lead his team into the unknown once more. Days bled into one another as the damaged alien ship limped through space, its motley human crew pushing both themselves and their stolen vessel to the limits. The coordinates of the mysterious signal became a lifeline, a beacon of hope in the vast, uncaring void. Sergeant Jack Cooper stood at the makeshift helm, his eyes burning from lack of sleep as he manually adjusted their course. The ship's autopilot had failed 2 days into their journey, forcing them to maintain constant vigilance. "How are we looking, Sarge?" Rodriguez's voice came from behind him, thick with fatigue. Jack checked the alien navigational display, which they jury-rigged to show something approximating their position. "If our calculations are right, we should reach the signal's coordinates in about 36 hours, assuming we don't run into any more surprises." As if on cue, a proximity alarm blared. Jack's hands flew over the controls, bringing up the sensor readings. "Patrol ship," he announced grimly. "Looks like they're still searching for us." The bridge erupted into tense activity. Chen rushed to the weapons station, while Sato worked frantically to boost their meager stealth capabilities. "Power signatures still weak," Chen reported. "They might not have spotted us yet." Jack nodded, his mind racing through their options. They were in no shape for another firefight, but their ability to evade was severely limited. "Kill all non-essential systems," he ordered. "Sato, can you vent some plasma to mask our heat signature?" For agonizing minutes they drifted, playing dead in the endless night of space. The alien patrol ship drew closer, its sensors probing the darkness. Jack held his breath, acutely aware of every creak and groan of their battered vessel. Finally, after what felt like hours, the patrol ship moved on, disappearing into the distance. Collective sighs of relief filled the bridge. But the close call had taken its toll, adding another layer of stress to their already frayed nerves. As the hours wore on, the psychological weight of their situation began to press down on the crew. Tempers flared over minor issues, and periods of tense silence were broken by bursts of gallows humor. During one of their brief rest periods, Jack found Dr. Sato in the ship's small mess area, staring blankly at a ration pack. "Credit for your thoughts, Doc," he said, sliding into the seat across from her. Sato looked up, her eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep. "I was just thinking. About the aliens. About everything we've learned." Jack nodded, encouraging her to continue. "We came out here looking for allies, or at least peaceful coexistence," Sato said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Instead, we found a civilization older than we can imagine, one that sees us as a threat to the very fabric of the cosmos. And now," she gestured vaguely around them, "now we're fugitives in a stolen ship, possibly the last free humans in the galaxy." Jack reached out, placing a reassuring hand on her arm. "We don't know that. Earth is still out there, and whatever that signal is, it proves we're not alone." Sato managed a weak smile. "Always the optimist, aren't you, Sergeant?" "Someone's got to be," Jack replied with a wry grin. Their moment of camaraderie was interrupted by Chen's voice over the intercom. Sarge, Doc, we're picking up transmissions. I think it's from Earth. Rushing to the bridge, they found Chen and Rodriguez huddled around the communications array. Bursts of static-filled chatter emerged from the speakers, tantalizingly familiar yet frustratingly unclear. "Can you clean it up?" Jack asked, leaning in close. Rodriguez shook his head. "Working on it, but our equipment's barely holding together as it is." For hours, they worked to boost the signal, catching snippets of what sounded like military communications. Words like counteroffensive and alien withdrawal filtered through the static, painting a confusing picture of the situation back home. As they neared the end of their journey, tension on the ship reached a fever pitch. The mysterious signal grew stronger, but so did their apprehension. What would they find? Rescue? An ambush? Or something beyond their imagining? 24 hours from their destination, disaster struck. A power surge, caused by their constant jury-rigging and overtaxing of systems, knocked out their life support. "We've got maybe 12 hours of oxygen left," Chen reported, her voice tight with barely controlled panic. After that, the unspoken truth hung heavy in the air. They were out of time, out of options. Everything now hinged on reaching the source of that signal before their air ran out. Jack looked at his team, saw the fear and determination in their eyes. They'd come so far, survived so much. He refused to let it end here. "All right, listen up," he said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his gut. "We're going to make it. I don't care if we have to get out and push this alien bucket of bolts ourselves. We're going to reach that signal, and we're going to find a way home." As the others nodded, drawing strength from his words, Jack turned to stare out at the star-filled void before them. Somewhere out there was the source of the signal, their last hope for survival. And beyond that, Earth waited changed, perhaps by the conflict with the aliens, but still home. With dwindling oxygen and a ship barely holding together, Sergeant Jack Cooper and his team prepared for the final leg of their incredible journey. The next few hours would determine not just their fate, but potentially the future of humanity among the stars. As they pushed onward, each breath more precious than the last, Jack found himself thinking of stubborn Pete back on the farm. The old donkey's determination had seen him through many tough times. Now, Jack hoped that same stubborn spirit would see them through this final, desperate push. The countdown to their arrival, or their last gasp, had begun. The alien ship's bridge was eerily quiet, save for the labored breathing of its human occupants. Oxygen levels had dropped critically low, and each member of the crew fought against the growing fog in their minds. Sergeant Jack Cooper's hands trembled slightly as he guided the vessel towards the coordinates of the mysterious signal. They were close now, so close, but their time was running out. In contact, Chen's voice, weak but urgent, broke the silence. "I've got a reading dead ahead." Jack squinted at the view screen, his vision blurring. At first he saw nothing but the endless starfield. Then, slowly, a shape began to resolve itself against the backdrop of space. "Is that?" Rodriguez began, unable to finish the thought. Dr. Sato leaned forward, her eyes wide. "It's a ship. But I don't recognize the design. It's not one of ours, and it doesn't match any alien configurations we've seen." Before they could speculate further, their communications array crackled to life. A voice, distorted but unmistakably human, filled the bridge. "Unidentified vessel. This is Admiral Leeds of the Earth Defense Fleet. Identify yourself immediately." The crew exchanged looks of shock and disbelief. Admiral Leeds? Earth Defense Fleet? What had happened while they were lost in space? Jack took a deep breath, wincing at the effort it took, and responded. "This is Sergeant Jack Cooper, Earth Marines. Admiral, we're on a stolen alien vessel with critical systems failing. Request immediate assistance." There was a pause that felt like an eternity. Then, Sergeant Cooper, "My God, we thought you were lost with the ground teams. Stand by for emergency docking procedures." The next few minutes were a blur of activity. Despite their exhaustion and the thinning air, the crew worked with renewed energy to align their ship with the Earth vessel. As the docking clamps engaged, they heard the blessed sound of air rushing into their ship. Moments later, the airlock opened, and a team of humans in advanced spacesuits rushed in, medical personnel close behind. As oxygen masks were pressed to their faces, Jack felt the fog in his mind begin to clear. Admiral Leeds himself stepped through the airlock, his weathered face a mix of relief and concern. "Sergeant Cooper, Dr. Sato, all of you. Welcome back. You've been through hell, but it's over now. You're safe." As the medical team assessed their condition, Leeds brought them up to speed on the situation. "A lot has happened since you've been gone. The aliens, the ones you encountered, they've been dealt with." Jack's eyes widened. "Dealt with? How?" Leeds' expression turned grim. "We had no choice. After their attack and your disappearance, we launched a counter-offensive. Their homeworld. It's gone." A heavy silence fell over the group. Despite everything they'd been through, the thought of an entire world destroyed was sobering. But Leeds continued, "That's not the end of the story. The other alien races in the Universal Council? They sided with us." Sato leaned forward, her scientific curiosity overriding her exhaustion. "What do you mean, Admiral?" "It turns out, the aliens you encountered were extremists, rogue elements within their society who believed humanity needed to be eliminated to preserve some cosmic balance. The rest of the Council? They welcomed us with open arms, or tentacles in some cases." As Leeds explained further, a picture emerged of a dramatically changed galaxy. Humanity had not only survived but had been accepted into a vast community of spacefaring races. The destruction of the hostile alien homeworld was a tragedy, but it had also opened the door to unprecedented cooperation and advancement. "What about the survivors?" Jack asked, thinking of the alien historical database they'd discovered, the ones who didn't agree with the extremists. Leeds nodded approvingly. "We've extended an olive branch. Many have accepted, seeing a chance to rebuild their society free from the old dogmas. It's going to be a long process, but we're hopeful." As the team absorbed this information, alarms suddenly blared throughout the ship. Jack tensed, ready for a new threat, but Leeds remained calm. "Don't worry," the Admiral said with a slight smile. "That's just the arrival of your rescue party." The view screen flickered to life, showing a massive Earth battleship emerging from what appeared to be a fold in space itself. "Is that FTL technology?" Rodriguez asked, awe evident in his voice. Leeds nodded. "Reverse engineered from alien tech. We've made some advancements of our own while you've been away." As the enormous ship drew closer, Jack felt a wave of emotion wash over him. They had survived, against all odds. Not only that, but they were returning to an Earth that had taken its place among the stars. Sir Jack said, turning to Leeds. "What happens now?" The Admiral's eyes twinkled with a mix of pride and excitement. "Now, Sergeant Cooper, now we go home. And then we have a galaxy to explore." As the rescue ship began docking procedures, Jack shared a look with his team. They had set out on a mission that seemed doomed to failure, only to return as heroes to a new age of human history. Jack's hand brushed against his pocket, feeling the familiar outline of Stubborn Pete's photo. He smiled, thinking of the old donkey back on the farm. "Looks like our stubborn streak paid off, old friend," he murmured. The airlock opened, revealing a path to their ride home. As Sergeant Jack Cooper and his team stepped forward into their new future, they carried with them the knowledge and experiences that would help shape humanity's place in the vast, complex tapestry of galactic civilization. Their incredible journey was over, but humanity's greatest adventure was just beginning. The steady beep of medical equipment slowly penetrated the fog in Sergeant Jack Cooper's mind. His eyes fluttered open, squinting against the harsh light of what he gradually recognized as a hospital room. But this was unlike any hospital he'd ever seen. Sleek, almost organic-looking equipment surrounded him, a blend of human and alien technology. As his vision cleared, Jack saw a familiar face, Dr. Emily Sato, looking tired but relieved. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Sergeant," she said with a small smile. "You had us worried for a while there." Jack tried to speak, but his throat was dry and raw. Sato quickly offered him a cup of water with a straw. As he sipped, memories began flooding back: the desperate flight through space, the dwindling oxygen, the last-minute rescue. how long he managed to croak out. "You've been out for about a week," Sato replied. "The medical team had to put you in a coma to deal with some of the more severe effects of oxygen deprivation and alien pathogen exposure." Jack nodded slowly, taking stock of his body. He felt weak, but otherwise whole. Then a thought struck him, and his hand instinctively went to his chest pocket, only to find a hospital gown instead of his uniform. "My things," he said, a note of panic creeping into his voice. "Where are my things?" Sato's expression fell. "I'm sorry, Jack. There was an issue with contamination. All of your personal effects had to be incinerated." The words hit Jack like a physical blow. Stubborn Pete's picture, his last tangible connection to his life before all this was gone. He closed his eyes, fighting back a sudden wave of emotion. Sato placed a comforting hand on his arm. "I know it's not the same, but I had the medical AI generate this based on your description." She handed him a small tablet. Jack looked down to see a digitally rendered image of Stubborn Pete. It was a good likeness, but it lacked the worn edges, the creases that had made the original photo so precious. Still, he felt a lump in his throat as he looked at it. "Thank you," he managed. Before Sato could respond, the door slid open with a soft hiss. Admiral Leeds strode in, his presence immediately filling the room. "Sergeant Cooper," he said, nodding respectfully. "Good to see you awake. How are you feeling?" Jack straightened instinctively, even in his hospital bed. "Ready to return to duty, sir." Leeds chuckled. "At ease, Sergeant. You've more than earned some rest. But I'm afraid the galaxy isn't going to give us that luxury." Over the next hour, Leeds brought Jack up to speed on the current situation. The galactic landscape had shifted dramatically in the short time they'd been lost in space. Humanity had not only survived the alien threat, but had been welcomed into a vast community of spacefaring races. The destruction of the hostile alien homeworld was a tragedy, but it had also opened the door to unprecedented cooperation and advancement. The survivors of Zax Lath's people, Leeds explained, they're in a difficult position. Many of them opposed the extremist actions against Earth, but now they're refugees, their entire civilization in shambles. Jack nodded, processing the information. "What's our next move, sir?" Leeds fixed Jack with an intense gaze. "That's where you come in, Sergeant. We need someone to serve as a diplomatic envoy to the alien refugees. Someone who's seen their technology up close, who's fought against them, but also worked alongside them. Someone who understands the complexities of this situation." Jack blinked in surprise. "Sir, with all due respect, I'm a Marine, not a diplomat. Surely there are others more qualified." "Perhaps on paper," Leeds interrupted. "But you have something no career diplomat can match: shared experience. You've been through hell together. That counts for a lot." As Jack struggled to find words, Dr. Sato spoke up. "He's right, Jack. You have a unique perspective. And after everything that's happened, maybe what we need isn't traditional diplomacy, but someone who can speak honestly, soldier to soldier." Jack looked down at the digital image of Stubborn Pete, thinking of all that had led him to this moment. From a simple farm to the edges of known space, he'd come so far. And now, the fate of two civilizations might hinge on his ability to bridge the gap between them. Finally, he looked up, meeting Leeds' gaze. "When do I start?" Leeds smiled, a mix of relief and determination on his face. "We'll begin briefings tomorrow. It won't be easy, Cooper. You'll be dealing with a culture we barely understand, with individuals who have every reason to distrust us. But I believe you're the right man for the job." As Leeds and Sato left, promising to return with more details, Jack found himself alone with his thoughts. He looked again at the rendered image of Stubborn Pete, remembering the old donkey's unwavering determination in the face of any challenge. "Well, old friend," he murmured, "looks like we've got one more impossible job ahead of us." Outside the window of his hospital room, Earth shimmered in the distance, a blue jewel suspended in space. And beyond it, Jack knew, lay a galaxy full of wonders and dangers, a galaxy that was now counting on him to help forge a path to peace. With a mix of trepidation and determination, Sergeant Jack Cooper began to prepare himself for the greatest challenge of his life, becoming a bridge between worlds. The shuttle shuddered as it entered the atmosphere of Novaterra, the hastily terraformed moon that now served as home to the refugees of Zach's Lath's people. Sergeant Jack Cooper gripped his seat, his eyes fixed on the view screen showing their descent. "Nervous?" Sarge Rodriguez asked from the seat beside him, a hint of teasing in his voice. Jack managed a wry smile. "After everything we've been through? This should be a cakewalk." But as the alien landscape came into view, Jack felt a familiar tightness in his chest. The settlement below was a strange blend of advanced technology and makeshift structures, a visual reminder of a civilization struggling to rebuild. As they touched down on the landing pad, Jack took a deep breath, straightening his new diplomatic uniform. It felt strange, a far cry from his marine fatigues or the torn clothes he'd worn during their space odyssey. "Remember," he said to his team as they prepared to disembark, "we're here as guests and potential allies. Let's not repeat the mistakes of our first contact." The airlock hissed open, and Jack stepped out onto alien soil once more. But this time, instead of a battlefield, he was greeted by a delegation of aliens led by a familiar face, or rather, a familiar set of color-changing appendages. Sergeant Cooper Zach's Lath's translator rendered its clicks and whistles. "Welcome to our new home. Though I admit the circumstances of our reunion are unexpected." Jack nodded, trying to read the alien's body language. "Zach's Lath, I'm glad to see you survived. I hope we can move past our previous misunderstandings." As introductions were made, Jack couldn't help but notice the tension in the air. The alien refugees regarded the humans with a mix of curiosity, resentment, and what he thought might be hope. The tour of the settlement was eye-opening. Despite the challenges, the aliens had made remarkable progress. Their buildings seemed to grow organically from the terraformed soil, and Jack saw evidence of technology far beyond human understanding. However, cultural misunderstandings began almost immediately. When offered a ceremonial drink, Jack nearly caused an incident by attempting to sniff at first apparently a grave insult in alien culture. Quick thinking by Dr. Sato, who had joined the diplomatic team, saved the moment. "In our culture," she explained hastily, "inhaling the aroma is a way to honor the drink's creator before consuming it." The aliens seemed skeptical but accepted the explanation. Jack made a mental note to be more careful with his instinctive reactions. As the day wore on, the challenges mounted. The universal translators struggled with nuanced concepts, leading to confusing and sometimes tense exchanges. During a meeting with the Alien Council, Jack found himself frustrated by the circular nature of the discussions. "With all due respect," he finally said, his patience wearing thin, "we seem to be talking in circles. Why don't we lay out our needs and concerns plainly?" The room fell silent. For a moment, Jack feared he'd made a terrible mistake. Then, to his surprise, one of the alien elders began to laugh, or at least, make a sound that the translator rendered as laughter. At last the elder said, "Someone who speaks plainly. Perhaps there is hope for understanding between our peoples after all." The ice broken, the discussions became more productive. Jack found himself drawing on his farming background, using analogies about tending crops and animal husbandry to explain human concepts. To his surprise, these seemed to resonate with the aliens. As night fell on Novaterra, Jack and his team retired to their assigned quarters. The day had been exhausting, but Jack felt a glimmer of hope. They were making progress, however slowly. That hope was short-lived. In the middle of the night, alarms blared throughout the settlement. Jack rushed out to find chaos in the streets. A critical failure in the atmospheric generators threatened to make the air unbreathable within hours. Without thinking, Jack began organizing both humans and aliens into action teams. His military training kicked in as he assessed the situation and delegated tasks. "Rodriguez, take a team to the north generator. Chen, you're on the south. I'll coordinate from here. Move." As the crisis unfolded, Jack found himself working side by side with Zach's Lath, their past animosity forgotten in the face of a common threat. The aliens' knowledge of the technology combined with Jack's tactical thinking proved to be a powerful combination. Hours later, as the repaired generators hummed back to life, Jack found himself surrounded by grateful aliens. Zach's laugh approached, its skin cycling through colors Jack had never seen before. "You have saved many lives today, Sergeant Cooper," it said. Perhaps we judged your people too hastily." Jack, exhausted but relieved, managed to smile. "We're all just trying to survive," Zach's laugh. "Maybe that's something we can build on." As the adrenaline of the crisis faded, Jack looked out over the alien settlement, now bustling with a mix of humans and aliens working together in the aftermath. He thought of stubborn Pete, of the farm, of how far he'd come. "Well, old friend," he murmured to himself, "looks like stubbornness might just save the day again." The first real steps towards understanding had been taken, forged in the heat of crisis. But as Jack watched the alien sun rise over Novaterra, he knew the real challenges and opportunities were just beginning. Weeks had passed since the atmospheric generator crisis, and Sergeant Jack Cooper found himself consumed by an insatiable curiosity about his alien hosts. Each day brought new discoveries that pushed thoughts of Earth further from his mind. This morning, Jack stood before an imposing structure that seemed to defy gravity, its spiraling form reaching towards Novaterra's purple sky. Zach's lath stood beside him, its skin shimmering with colors that Jack was learning to associate with pride. "This is our Hall of Ancestral Wisdom," Zach's lath explained. "It houses our most important historical and cultural records." Jack nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's incredible. How does it stay up?" As Zach's lath launched into an explanation involving principles of physics that made Jack's head spin, he found himself marveling not at the alien's words, but at how comfortable he'd become in these exchanges. The initial awkwardness had given way to a genuine rapport. Inside the hall, Jack was introduced to the Keepers of Knowledge, aliens whose bodies seemed to pulse with bioluminescent patterns. They guided him through vast chambers filled with what looked like living crystals, each one containing millennia of alien history and culture. "May I?" Jack asked, gesturing towards one of the crystals. The keeper nodded, its tendrils weaving a pattern that the translator rendered as "proceed with respect." As Jack's hand touched the crystal, his mind was flooded with images and sensations. He saw the rise and fall of alien civilizations, great migrations across the stars, and philosophical debates that had shaped the course of their history. Hours passed like minutes as Jack absorbed as much as he could, peppered with questions that seemed to delight his alien guides. He was particularly fascinated by the evolution of their technology, seeing parallels with human development, but also divergences that sparked his imagination. "Your people have achieved so much," Jack marveled as they left the hall. "I can't help but wonder where humanity might be in a few thousand years." Zach's lath skin rippled with a pattern Jack now recognized as thoughtful amusement. "Perhaps our peoples will journey among the stars together by then, Sergeant Cooper." The following days saw Jack diving deeper into alien culture. He participated in a ritual feast where the food changed flavors depending on the emotions of the eater. He attended a council meeting where decisions were made not just through debate, but through a complex system of color signaling and pheromone exchange. Each experience pushed the boundaries of what Jack thought possible, filling him with a sense of excitement he hadn't felt since his first days in the Marines. Earth and his past life seemed increasingly distant, replaced by the thrill of discovery. One afternoon, Jack found himself in what passed for a schoolyard among the aliens. Young aliens, their forms not yet fully developed, engaged in what looked like a game but was actually a complex lesson in spatial mathematics. As he watched, Jack was struck by a realization. These alien children, born as refugees, were adapting and thriving in the face of incredible adversity. Their resilience reminded him of his own journey from farm boy to spacefaring diplomat. "They're remarkably adaptable," Jack commented to the alien teacher. The teacher's appendages waved in a pattern of agreement. "It is a trait our people have always valued, the ability to persist, to overcome, to stubbornly face any challenge." Jack chuckled, recognizing a kindred spirit. "You know, that stubborn persistence reminds me of my own people. Maybe we're not so different after all." As the alien sun set, casting the settlement in an ethereal glow, Jack found himself reflecting on how much had changed. The homesickness that had once gnawed at him had been replaced by an expansive sense of possibility. He was no longer just a farmer's son or a Marine, but an explorer on the frontier of human experience. That night, a pivotal moment arrived. Jack was invited to participate in the ceremony of shared perspective, a ritual normally reserved for the alien's own kind. As he stepped into the chamber, surrounded by softly pulsing bioluminescent flora, Jack felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The ritual involved a form of limited telepathic connection, allowing participants to share glimpses of their experiences and emotions. As Jack connected with Zaxlath and the other aliens, he felt a flood of alien perspectives washing over him. He saw the beauty of their lost homeworld, felt the pain of its destruction, and experienced the hope that fueled their efforts to rebuild. In turn, he shared his own journey, the simple joys of his farming days, the camaraderie of the Marines, the terror and wonder of their space odyssey. As the ceremony concluded, Jack found himself emotionally overwhelmed. He had glimpsed a way of seeing the universe that was fundamentally alien, yet beautifully familiar in its complexity. Zaxlath approached him, its skin glowing with a warmth Jack had never seen before. "You have honored us greatly, Sergeant Cooper. Few outsiders have ever been invited to share in this ritual." Jack, still processing the experience, smiled. "Thank you for trusting me with this. I think I'm beginning to understand your people in a way I never thought possible." As he left the chamber, Jack realized that his mission had become more than just a diplomatic assignment. He was no longer an outsider looking in, but a bridge between two cultures, each with so much to offer the other. The path ahead was still uncertain, fraught with challenges and potential misunderstandings. But as Jack looked up at the alien stars, he felt a sense of purpose and belonging that transcended his old notions of home. The universe had never seemed so vast, so full of possibility, and Sergeant Jack Cooper was eager to explore every bit of it. The conference room hummed with tension. On one side sat the human delegation, their formal attire a stark contrast to the fluid, almost living garments of the aliens seated opposite. Sergeant Jack Cooper, now officially titled Special Envoy Cooper, sat at the center, acutely aware of the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. The matter of resource allocation remains unresolved. Admiral Leeds' hologram flickered as he spoke from Earth. "We cannot commit to providing more than what's already been offered." Jack watched as the alien's skin rippled with colors he now recognized as frustration and disappointment. He knew he had to act. "Admiral, if I may," Jack interjected, earning surprised looks from both sides. "I believe I have a proposal that might satisfy both parties." Leeds nodded, giving Jack the floor. Drawing on his newfound understanding of alien culture and his own background, Jack began to outline a plan. "What if we approach this not as a matter of charity, but as an investment in shared future technology?" He activated a holographic display, showing a mix of human and alien designs. "By combining our agricultural techniques with the aliens' advanced terraforming knowledge, we could develop systems that benefit both our peoples." The room fell silent as both humans and aliens considered his words. Jack held his breath, hoping he hadn't overstepped. Finally, Zaxlath spoke, its translator conveying a tone of cautious optimism. "This is an intriguing proposal, Envoy Cooper. It honors our need for self-sufficiency while acknowledging the value of our knowledge." The negotiations took on a new energy after that. Jack found himself constantly bridging gaps in understanding, translating not just words but concepts between the two species. His unique perspective, part soldier, part diplomat, part farmer, proved invaluable in finding common ground. Days turned into weeks as the talks progressed. There were setbacks, moments when cultural misunderstandings threatened to derail everything. During one particularly heated exchange over territorial rights, Jack had to call upon every ounce of his Marine training to keep his cool. "Look," he said, addressing both sides, "I know we're all frustrated. But let's remember why we're here. We've both lost too much to let pride or fear drive us apart now." His words seemed to resonate, reminding everyone of the larger stakes at play. Slowly but surely, progress was made. One evening, as Jack was reviewing the latest draft of the agreement, he received an unexpected visitor. It was the alien elder who had first appreciated his direct approach all those weeks ago. "You have surprised us. Envoy Cooper the Elder said, its body glowing with warm hues. When you first arrived, many thought you were just another human soldier, incapable of understanding our ways, but you have shown a depth of perception that is remarkable. Jack felt a surge of pride, but also humility. I'm just trying to do what's right for both our peoples. There's still so much I don't understand. The Elder's appendages waved in what Jack now knew was a gesture of agreement. It is that very acknowledgement of what you do not know that makes you valuable. Our own leaders could learn from such humility. As the Elder left, Jack found himself reflecting on how far he'd come. The farm boy who once knew only the rhythms of Earth's seasons was now helping shape interstellar policy. It was a dizzying thought. The next day brought a major breakthrough in the negotiations. Jack's proposal for a joint scientific initiative, combining human and alien expertise to tackle galactic-scale challenges, was met with enthusiasm from both sides. As the details were being hammered out, Admiral Leeds pulled Jack aside for a private conversation. "I have to hand it to you," Cooper Leeds said, a note of genuine admiration in his voice. "When I first suggested this assignment, I had my doubts. But you've exceeded all expectations." Jack nodded, feeling a mix of pride and uncertainty. "Thank you, sir. But I can't help feeling like I'm in over my head sometimes. I'm making decisions that could affect the future of both our species." Leeds placed a hand on Jack's shoulder. "That's precisely why you're the right man for this job, Cooper. You understand the weight of these decisions. You're not just seeing policy points, you're seeing people, human and alien alike." As Leeds' hologram flickered away, Jack was left with a renewed sense of purpose. He turned back to the conference room, where humans and aliens were engaged in animated discussion, building on his proposals. In that moment, Jack realized that he had found his true calling. He was no longer just a Marine, or a farmer, or even a diplomat. He was a bridge between worlds, helping to forge a future that neither humans nor aliens could have imagined on their own. As the day's session wrapped up, Zax Lath approached Jack. "The Council has been impressed by your contributions, Envoy Cooper. We would like to invite you to lead the human side of the negotiations going forward." Jack felt a momentary flash of panic at the enormity of the responsibility. But as he looked around the room, seeing the hope and determination on both human and alien faces, he knew his answer. "I would be honored," he said, his voice steady with resolve. As night fell on Nova Terra, Jack stood at the window of his quarters, looking out at the alien landscape that had become so familiar. The stars above held the promise of countless new adventures, new understandings to be reached. Sergeant Jack Cooper, farm boy turned Marine turned interstellar diplomat, was ready to face whatever challenges the universe had in store. For he had discovered that the greatest frontier wasn't out there in the stars, but in the space between different minds, different cultures, coming together to build something new. The real work was just beginning, and Jack couldn't wait to see what tomorrow would bring. The grand hall of the alien settlement pulsed with an energy that Jack Cooper had come to associate with momentous occasions. Humans and aliens alike were gathered, their attention focused on the raised platform where Jack stood alongside Zax Lath and Admiral Leeds' hologram. "Today," Jack began, his voice carrying clearly through the hall, "we take a historic step. The cooperative accord between humanity and the people of Zax Lath marks not the end of our journey, but a new beginning." As Jack spoke, outlining the key points of the agreement they'd worked so hard to create, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. The accord covered everything from resource sharing to cultural exchange programs, from joint scientific ventures to mutual defense pacts. When he finished, Zax Lath stepped forward, its skin shimmering with colors that Jack now recognized as deep emotion. "Envoy Cooper speaks truth," it said. "This accord is more than a document. It is a promise that together, we can face any challenge the universe may present." The hall erupted in a cacophony of human cheers and alien vocalizations that the translators struggled to keep up with. As Jack looked out over the crowd, seeing humans and aliens mingling freely, he felt a profound sense of how far they'd all come. After the ceremony, as the celebrations were in full swing, Jack found himself approached by the alien elder, who had become something of a mentor to him. "You have done well," Envoy Cooper the Elder said, its appendages forming patterns that Jack had learned to read as approval and affection. "But I sense your journey is far from over." Before Jack could respond, Zach's laugh joined them, its demeanor suddenly serious. "Elder, is it time?" The elder's skin pulsed with confirmation. Yes, he has earned the right to know. Jack looked between them, curiosity piqued. "Know what?" Zach's laugh gestured for Jack to follow. They made their way to a secure chamber deep within the settlement, one Jack had never seen before. As the door sealed behind them, holographic displays sprang to life, showing star maps and what looked like battle formations. "What you are about to see," Zach's laugh began, "is known only to our highest council and a select few of your military leaders." The displays shifted, showing strange, angular ships that seemed to be made of constantly shifting metal. "For centuries, we have been engaged in a silent war on the fringes of our territory. These entities, we do not fully understand them. They appear to be some form of ancient, robotic civilization." Jack's mind raced as he took in the information. "Why haven't I heard about this before? Why keep it secret?" The elder spoke up. "We feared that knowledge of this threat might jeopardize our negotiations. Some among us worried that humans might see us as a liability rather than an ally." But now Zach's laugh continued. "With our accord in place, we believe it is time to face this threat together. These robots, they are unlike anything we have encountered. They do not communicate, do not negotiate, they simply expand." Jack studied the tactical displays, his military training kicking in. "Have you tried to understand their motives, their origins?" Zach's laugh's skin rippled with what Jack now recognized as frustration. "We have tried, but they remain a mystery. What little we have gleaned suggests they may be remnants of a civilization far older than our own, perhaps even the fabled precursors spoken of in our oldest legends." The elder moved to stand beside Jack. "We have held them at bay, but only just. With humanity's different perspective, different technologies. Perhaps together we can find a solution." Jack's mind was a whirl with the implications. Just when he thought he was beginning to understand the galaxy, it had thrown him another curveball. But instead of feeling overwhelmed, he felt a surge of excitement. "I assume you're telling me this for a reason," Jack said, looking between Zach's laugh and the elder. "What do you need from me?" Zach's lath's skin pulsed with colors Jack associated with resolve and hope. "We would like you to see the situation firsthand, to visit our frontline defenses and assess the threat with your own eyes. Your unique perspective, part soldier, part diplomat, could be invaluable." Jack nodded slowly, understanding the weight of what was being asked. This wasn't just another diplomatic mission. It was a step into an unknown that could shape the future of both their species. "When do we leave?" he asked, his voice steady with determination. The elder's appendages formed a pattern of approval. "Your readiness honors us, Envoy Cooper. We will depart in 3 cycles. There is much to prepare." As Jack left the chamber, his head spinning with all he had learned, he found himself looking up at the alien sky. The stars seemed different now, holding both promise and peril. He thought about how far he'd come from that farm on Earth, how much he'd grown and changed. The challenge ahead was daunting, perhaps the greatest he'd ever faced. But as Jack made his way back to his quarters to prepare, he felt a sense of purpose stronger than anything he'd known before. This was why he'd joined the Marines, why he'd accepted this diplomatic post. To push the boundaries, to face the unknown, to make a difference on a scale he'd never imagined possible. Sergeant Jack Cooper, Marine, diplomat, and now explorer of the greatest frontier, yet was ready for whatever the galaxy had in store. The next chapter of his incredible journey was about to begin, and he couldn't wait to see where it would lead. As he began to pack, Jack allowed himself a small smile. Somehow he had a feeling that his adventures were only just beginning. The shuttle bay of the alien vessel Starweaver hummed with barely contained tension as Sergeant Jack Cooper led his small contingent of human soldiers aboard. The cavernous space, alive with bioluminescent patterns and organic-looking technology, seemed to pulse with an energy that matched Jack's own nervous excitement. As the last of the human team disembarked, Jack couldn't help but notice the cold, almost hostile glances from the alien crew members. Their skin rippled with colors that he had learned to associate with distrust and resentment. "Welcome aboard the Starweaver." Envoy Cooper, a familiar voice, broke through the tension. Jack turned to see Zach's lath approaching, its skin shimmering with warmer hues. "We are pleased to have you join us on this mission." Jack nodded, acutely aware of the pause in Zach's lath's greeting. "Thank you for having us, Zach's lath. We're honored to be here and ready to assist in any way we can." As Zach's lath began to lead them through the ship, Jack couldn't help but notice how the alien crew's demeanor changed when addressing him directly. Where they were coldly professional with the other humans, they showed Jack a degree of warmth and respect. During a quiet moment in the tour, Jack pulled Zach's lath aside. "I couldn't help but notice the tension between our peoples. I thought we had made progress with the accord." Zach's lath's skin rippled with what Jack now recognized as a mix of embarrassment and concern. "Progress has been made, Envoy Cooper. But you must understand, the wounds of our recent conflict are still fresh for many. Your presence here is challenging for some." Jack nodded, his mind already working on how to bridge this divide. As they continued the tour, an idea began to form. Later, as the human contingent was getting settled in their quarters, Jack called a meeting with Zach's lath and several other alien officers. "I want to thank you again for allowing us to join you on this crucial mission," Jack began. "But I think there's something we need to address if we're going to work effectively together." The aliens exchanged glances, their skin patterns shifting in curious patterns. "I've noticed that we humans have been referring to you simply as aliens, and I realize now how demeaning that must sound," Jack continued. "In the spirit of our new alliance, I think it's important that we know what you call yourselves, your true name." A ripple of surprise passed through the alien officers. Zach's lath stepped forward, its skin glowing with a warmth Jack hadn't seen since their early diplomatic breakthroughs. "Envoy Cooper, your sensitivity honors us," Zach's lath said. "You are correct. We have our own name for our species. We are the Zarquin." "Zarquin," Jack repeated, letting the alien syllables roll off his tongue. "Thank you for sharing that with us. I'll make sure my team knows to use this name from now on." The atmosphere in the room seemed to shift, a subtle but palpable easing of tension. One of the other Zarquin officers, who had been particularly cold earlier, stepped forward. "Envoy Cooper, your gesture is appreciated," the officer said, its skin pulsing with newfound respect. "Perhaps there is hope for true understanding between our peoples after all." As the meeting concluded, Jack felt a small sense of victory. It was a tiny step, but an important one. He knew that bridging the gap between humans and Zarquin would be a long and challenging process, but he was determined to see it through. Back in his quarters, Jack began drafting a report to his superiors, detailing the situation aboard the Starweaver and his plans to improve relations. As he worked, he couldn't help but reflect on how far he'd come from his days as a simple farm boy on Earth. The stars streaking by his viewport held the promise of both danger and discovery. The threat of the ancient robotic civilization loomed ahead, a challenge that would test both humans and Zarquin alike. But as Jack finished his report, he felt a surge of determination. If they could overcome their differences and truly work together, there was no challenge they couldn't face. The corridors of the Starweaver thrummed with an energy that Sergeant Jack Cooper had come to associate with barely contained emotions. As he made his way through the ship, ostensibly on a routine inspection, his keen ears picked up snippets of Zarquin conversation that the universal translators struggled to fully convey. Rounding a corner, Jack paused as he overheard a heated discussion between two Zarquin crew members. Their skin pulsed with dark, angry colors that needed no translation. Should never have allowed them on board," one was saying, its appendages gesticulating wildly. "Have we forgotten what they did to our homeworld? The billions lost." The other Zarquin's colors shifted to a pattern Jack recognized as grim agreement. "I understand your anger, but what choice do we have? The threat we face." Jack was about to move on, not wanting to eavesdrop further, when a third voice cut through the conversation. The tone was authoritative, leaving no room for argument. "That's enough," the new arrival, clearly a high-ranking officer, said. "We've been over this. The alliance with the humans is not up for debate. What's done is done, and we need their help now. As the group dispersed, Jack couldn't help but feel a weight settling in his chest. The resentment ran deeper than he'd realized, and for good reason. The destruction of the Tsar Quinn homeworld, even if it had been in response to aggression from extremist factions, was a wound that wouldn't heal easily. Later that day, during a scheduled communication with Earth, Jack found himself grappling with how to convey the complexity of the situation to his superiors. Admiral Leeds Jack began, choosing his words carefully. While progress is being made, I have concerns about the underlying tensions aboard the Starweaver. The holographic image of Leeds nodded gravely. Go on, Cooper. Don't sugarcoat it. Jack took a deep breath. Sir, there's a significant faction among the Tsar Quinn who still harbor deep resentment over the destruction of their homeworld. While the leadership is committed to the alliance, I fear these sentiments could jeopardize our mission if left unaddressed. Leeds' expression was grim. I was afraid of that. What do you propose, Cooper? I believe we need to take a more proactive approach to integration, Sir Jack replied. Cultural exchange programs, joint training exercises. Anything to help both sides see each other as individuals rather than faceless enemies. As the conversation concluded, Jack felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. He knew that bridging this divide wouldn't be easy, but it was crucial for the success of their mission and the future of human-Tsar Quinn relations. Over the next few days, Jack threw himself into his self-appointed task of improving relations. He organized informal gatherings where humans and Tsar Quinn could interact in a relaxed setting, encouraged his team to learn basic Tsar Quinn customs, and even started learning the complex color-based communication that supplemented Tsar Quinn speech. Progress was slow but steady. Jack noticed small changes: a human soldier and Tsar Quinn engineer collaborating on a maintenance task, a shared laugh over a cultural misunderstanding, a grudging admission of respect for each other's skills. The breakthrough came unexpectedly, during what Jack had intended to be a simple cultural exchange session. He had been explaining the concept of Earth sports to a group of curious Tsar Quinn when one of them, a young engineer named Vex Alia, made a connection. This soccer you describe, Vex Alia said, her skin shimmering with excitement. It sounds remarkably similar to our game of Krell Tour. Perhaps we could organize a match. The idea took off like wildfire. Within hours, plans were being made for a human vs. Tsar Quinn Soccer Krell Tour hybrid game. As Jack watched humans and Tsar Quinn alike getting caught up in the excitement, he felt a glimmer of hope. That evening, as Jack was making notes for his next report to Earth, he received an unexpected visitor. It was the Tsar Quinn officer he had overheard earlier, the one who had shut down the talk of revenge. Envoy Cooper, the officer said, its skin pulsing with colors Jack now recognized as respect and cautious optimism. I wanted to commend you on your efforts. I won't pretend that all our problems are solved, but you've made a difference. Jack nodded, understanding the weight of the admission. Thank you, sir. We still have a long way to go, but I believe we're on the right path. As the officer left, Jack turned back to his report, a small smile playing on his lips. The echoes of past conflicts still reverberated through the Starweaver, but now they were joined by new sounds: laughter, friendly debate, and the first tentative steps towards true understanding. The challenges ahead were immense, both from the looming robotic threat and the complex dynamics within their own alliance. But as Jack looked out at the stars streaking by his viewport, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. One step at a time, one conversation at a time, they would build the foundation for a future where humans and Tsar Quinn stood together against whatever the galaxy might throw at them. And Sergeant Jack Cooper, farm boy turned interstellar diplomat, was right where he needed to be to make that future a reality. The Starweaver dropped out of faster-than-light travel with a shudder that Sergeant Jack Cooper had come to associate with anticipation. Through the viewport, a planet swirled into view: Kelvora, a Tsar Quinn colony world that would serve as their resupply point before the final push towards the robotic threat. Quite a sight, isn't it? Zax Lath said, appearing beside Jack. The alien's skin rippled with colors that Jack now recognized as pride tinged with melancholy. Jack nodded, taking in the swirling purples and greens of the planet's atmosphere. It's beautiful. Is it? Is it similar to your homeworld? Zach's colors darkened slightly. In some ways, yes. We've tried to recreate what we've lost, but it trailed off, the unspoken weight of their destroyed home hanging between them. As they prepared for planetfall, Jack briefed his human contingent. Remember, we're guests here. This is our chance to learn, to understand. Keep your eyes open, but your hands to yourselves unless invited. Any misstep could undo all the progress we've made. The descent to Kelvora was smooth, the Zar Quinn technology effortlessly compensating for the planet's unique atmospheric conditions. As they stepped out of the shuttle, Jack was immediately struck by the alien beauty of the landscape. Towering structures that seemed to grow organically from the ground reached towards a sky painted in hues he had no names for. Their Zar Quinn hosts, a mix of colonial officials and curious onlookers, greeted them with a formal ceremony that Jack recognized from his diplomatic training. He led the human contingent through the ritual, their careful adherence to Zar Quinn etiquette earning approving color shifts from their hosts. As they were led on a tour of the main settlement, Jack found himself marveling at the seamless blend of technology and nature. Buildings seemed to pulse with life, responding to the needs of their inhabitants in real time. Transportation pods zipped along invisible lanes, guided by thought as much as physical controls. "This is incredible," Jack murmured to Vex Alia, the young Zar Quinn engineer who had become something of a cultural liaison. "How long did it take to build all this?" Vex Alia's skin shimmered with pride. "This colony is nearly a century old by your Earth measurements. But much of what you see has grown and evolved over time, adapting to our needs." As they moved through a public square, Jack noticed a group of Zar Quinn gathered around what appeared to be a holographic memorial. The images shifted, showing scenes of a world he didn't recognize: lush landscapes, teeming cities, all tinged with an air of loss. "It's a remembrance shrine," Zach's laugh explained quietly. "For our homeworld, every Zar Quinn colony has one." The mood of the tour shifted after that, a subtle undercurrent of tension creeping in. Jack noticed some of the local Zar Quinn eyeing the humans with colors he now recognized as suspicion and resentment. Things came to a head when they visited a research facility on the outskirts of the settlement. As Jack and his team were being shown some of the Zar Quinn's advanced terraforming technology, a commotion broke out. A group of local Zar Quinn had gathered outside, their skin pulsing with angry colors. "Murderers," one shouted, the translator struggling to convey the full venom of the word. "How dare you bring them here, to our sanctuary?" Jack tensed, seeing some of his human teammates reach instinctively for weapons they hadn't been allowed to bring. The Zar Quinn security detail moved to intercept the protesters, the air thick with tension. Without thinking, Jack stepped forward, placing himself between the two groups. "Please," he said, his voice calm but firm. "We don't want any trouble. We're here to learn, to understand." He turned to the angry Zar Quinn, meeting their gaze steadily. "I know we can never fully atone for the loss of your homeworld, but we're here now, trying to prevent more worlds from being lost. Isn't that worth something?" For a moment, it seemed like the situation could go either way. Then, slowly, the colors of the protesting Zar Quinn began to shift, anger giving way to a complex mix of emotions Jack couldn't fully decipher. One of them, an elder by the looks of it, stepped forward. "You speak bravely, human, but words are easy. What guarantees do we have that you won't turn on us again when it suits you?" Jack took a deep breath. "No guarantees, just a promise. A promise that we'll do everything in our power to be the allies you deserve, to learn from our mistakes and build a better future together." The tension slowly began to dissipate. While not entirely convinced, the local Zar Quinn allowed the tour to continue. As they made their way back to the shuttle, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that they'd narrowly avoided a diplomatic disaster. Back on the Starweaver, as Jack prepared his report on the planetside visit, he reflected on all he'd seen and learned. The Zar Quinn civilization was far more complex and nuanced than he'd initially realized. Their technological achievements were awe-inspiring, but it was their resilience in the face of near extinction that truly impressed him. As he looked out at Kelvora slowly receding in the viewport, Jack knew that the road ahead would be challenging. The wounds of the past were still raw, the trust between their species fragile. But he also saw the potential for something truly remarkable, a partnership that could reshape the galaxy. With renewed determination, Jack turned back to his report. They had a long journey ahead, both literally and figuratively. But for the first time since this mission began, he felt genuinely hopeful about their chances. The Starweaver's engines hummed to life, preparing for the final leg of their journey towards the robotic threat. As they accelerated away from Kelvora, Jack couldn't help but feel that they were leaving not just a planet behind, but taking the first real steps towards a shared future. The Starweaver hummed with a nervous energy as it pushed deeper into uncharted space. In the days following their departure from Kelvora, Sergeant Jack Cooper found himself constantly mediating minor disputes between human and Zarquin crew members. The close quarters and mounting tension of their approach to the robotic threat were fraying nerves on both sides. Jack was in the middle of one such mediation in the ship's engineering section when the situation escalated beyond simple misunderstandings. "Your kind has no respect for the delicacy of our systems," a Zarquin engineer named Krelvox chittered, its skin flashing angry reds and oranges. "You plug and pull at components like barbarians." Lieutenant Michael Greystone, one of the human engineers, crossed his arms defensively. "We're trying to integrate our tech with yours to improve efficiency. If you'd just listen to our suggestions instead of dismissing them outright." Jack stepped between them, hands raised placatingly. "All right, let's take a step back here. Krelvox, I understand your concern for the ship's systems. Lieutenant Greystone, your intentions to help are appreciated. But clearly we need to find a better way to work together." Drawing on what he'd learned during their planetside visit, Jack proposed a solution. "What if we set up a joint human-Zarquin engineering task force? You could teach each other about your respective technologies, find ways to truly integrate them rather than just cobbling them together." The idea seemed to resonate with both parties. As they began to discuss the logistics, Jack noticed Krelvox's colors shift to a more contemplative hue. Perhaps we have been too hasty in dismissing your ideas," the Zarquin engineer admitted reluctantly. "Your species has shown unexpected ingenuity in some areas." Greystone nodded, his stern expression softening slightly. "And we could definitely learn a thing or two about the elegance of Zarquin engineering. Maybe we can start by going over the ship's schematics together." As Jack left them to their newfound collaboration, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. It was a small victory, but every step towards mutual understanding felt significant. However, his satisfaction was short-lived. Later that day, as he was reviewing security protocols with Zach Slath, an alarming report came in. Envoy Cooper, a Zarquin security officer, interrupted, its skin pulsing with urgent colors. "We've detected unauthorized access to our long-range communication arrays. Someone's been sending encrypted messages outside of official channels." Jack and Zach Slath exchanged worried glances. "Any idea who's behind it?" Jack asked. The officer's colors shifted to a pattern Jack had come to associate with uncertainty. "Not yet. But the encryption method, it's unlike anything in our database. It's possible it's of human origin." Jack felt a chill run down his spine. The implications were serious. Someone on board, possibly one of his own people, could be compromising the mission. "We need to investigate this quietly," Jack said, his mind already racing through possibilities. "If there's a saboteur on board, we can't risk tipping them off." Zach Slath agreed. "I'll assign our best cryptographers to work on decoding those messages. In the meantime, Envoy Cooper, perhaps you could discreetly inquire among your human contingent." The next few days were a delicate balancing act for Jack. He continued his efforts to improve human-Zarquin relations, all while quietly investigating the potential security breach. He interviewed each member of his team under the guise of routine mission updates, watching carefully for any signs of deception. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Vex Alia, the young Zarquin engineer who had been working closely with the humans, approached Jack in confidence. "Envoy Cooper," she said, her colors swirling with a mix of anxiety and determination. I may have information about the unauthorized communications." Jack listened intently as Vex Alia explained. She had overheard a group of Zarquin officers discussing plans to sabotage the mission. They believed that an alliance with humans was a mistake and were planning to use the confrontation with the robotic threat as an opportunity to sever ties violently if necessary. "Thank you for bringing this to me," Vex Alia Jack said, his mind already formulating a plan. "This isn't going to be easy to handle, but you may have just saved both our species a lot of grief." Working quietly with Zax Lath and a select group of loyal Zarquin officers, Jack helped orchestrate a plan to neutralize the threat. Over the next few days, they carefully gathered evidence and identified the key players in the conspiracy. The confrontation, when it came, was tense but mercifully brief. With irrefutable evidence presented, the conspirators were taken into custody without violence. As Jack watched them being led away, he couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and sadness. The road to true alliance was proving even more complex than he'd imagined. In the aftermath, Jack found himself summoned to a meeting with the Zarquin High Command. To his surprise, he was greeted not with suspicion, but with genuine gratitude. Envoy Cooper, the Zarquin admiral, said, its skin glowing with colors Jack now recognized as deep respect. "Your actions have not only safeguarded this mission but have demonstrated the true value of our alliance. You've shown us that trust and cooperation between our species is not just possible, but essential." As the meeting concluded, Jack felt a renewed sense of purpose. The challenges they faced were far from over, but they had taken a significant step forward. The bonds forged in this crucible of conflict and cooperation would be essential in the face of the robotic threat that still loomed ahead. Returning to his quarters, Jack looked out at the star-streaked vista of space, marveling at how far they'd come and the distance yet to travel. The dance of diplomacy was intricate and often dangerous, but as he'd learned on the farm so long ago, the most worthwhile endeavors often required patience, perseverance, and a willingness to see beyond surface differences. The mess hall of the Starweaver was uncharacteristically quiet. Sergeant Jack Cooper could feel the tension in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. Humans and Zarquin sat at separate tables, the usual mingling of recent weeks conspicuously absent. Jack's eyes darted between the groups, noting the rigid postures and furtive glances. He was about to approach a mixed group of engineers when a commotion erupted near the food dispensers. Lieutenant Greystone and Krelvox, the Zarquin engineer, were face to face, their voices rising. "I've had enough of your condescension," Greystone snapped, his face flushed with anger. "We're not some primitive species you can look down on." Krelvox's skin pulsed with dark, agitated colors. "And we are not a conquered race to be ordered about on our own ship. You humans think you can." The rest of Krelvox's words were cut off as Greystone shoved him, hard. The Zarquin stumbled back, knocking over a tray of food. In an instant, the mess hall erupted into chaos. Jack sprinted towards the center of the conflict, shouting for order. But his words were drowned out by the sound of fists meeting flesh and the alien equivalent of curses filling the air. Humans and Zarquin, who had been working side by side for weeks, were now grappling with each other, years of mistrust and recent tensions boiling over. As Jack pushed his way through the melee, he saw Vex Alia trying to separate two combatants. Without thinking, he dove to pull her out of the way of a wild swing from a human crewman. They tumbled to the floor just as a chair sailed over their heads. "Enough," Jack roared, his voice cutting through the din with an authority that surprised even him. "Stand down, all of you. That's an order." The fighting didn't stop immediately, but it slowed. Jack climbed to his feet, helping Vex Alia up as well. He surveyed the room, taking in the bruised and bleeding faces, the overturned tables, the looks of shock and shame beginning to replace anger. "Look at yourselves," Jack said, his voice low but carrying clearly in the now quiet room. "Is this what we've come to? Fighting each other when we're about to face a threat that could wipe out both our species?" He turned to Greystone and Krelvox, who were still glaring at each other. "You two, front and center." Reluctantly, they stepped forward. Jack looked between them, seeing the mirror of each other's anger and frustration. "Greystone, you're one of the best engineers we have. Krelvox, your knowledge of Zarquin systems is unparalleled. And yet here you are, brawling like children." Both looked appropriately chastened, but Jack wasn't done. "You want to fight so badly? Fine. But we're going to do it my way." Over the next few hours, Jack put the entire crew, human and Zar Quinn alike, through a grueling series of team-building exercises. He paired humans with Zar Quinn, forcing them to rely on each other to complete complex tasks under time pressure. It wasn't easy. Old prejudices died hard, and there were moments when Jack feared another fight might break out. But slowly, grudgingly, the two species began to work together. The breakthrough came during a simulated crisis scenario. Greystone and Krelvox, paired together by Jack's design, found themselves facing a complex engineering problem with seconds ticking away. "If we reroute the power through the secondary conduits," Greystone began, "and use the resonance frequency of the Zar Quinn crystals to amplify the signal," Krelvox continued, "we can boost the output by 300%, they finished in unison. Their solution not only solved the simulated crisis but did so in record time. As the scenario ended, Jack watched with satisfaction as the two engineers looked at each other with newfound respect. As the day wore on, the atmosphere on the ship began to shift. The forced cooperation had led to genuine moments of understanding. Jack overheard snippets of conversation: a human soldier admiring a Zar Quinn's problem-solving skills, a Zar Quinn engineer praising a human's innovative approach. That evening, exhausted but hopeful, Jack called a meeting of both human and Zar Quinn crew members. "Today wasn't easy," he began, looking around the room. "But it was necessary. We're about to face a threat unlike anything either of our species has encountered before. We can't afford to be divided." He paused, letting his words sink in. "I'm not asking you to forget the past. I'm asking you to look to the future. A future where humans and Zar Quinn stand together, not just as allies but as friends." The room was quiet for a moment. Then, to Jack's surprise, Greystone stood up. "Envoy Cooper is right," he said, his voice gruff but sincere. I let my pride get the better of me. To the Zar Quinn, to Krelvox, I apologize." Krelvox's skin rippled with colors Jack had never seen before. "And I, too, must apologize. I have been less than welcoming. Perhaps it is time we truly learn from each other." As murmurs of agreement spread through the room, Jack felt a weight lift from his shoulders. They had taken a significant step forward today. Later, as he prepared for bed, Jack received a message from Zax Lath. "Envoy Cooper, your handling of today's situation was impressive. The High Command has taken notice. We may have underestimated the potential of this alliance." Jack smiled to himself as he settled into his bunk. The road ahead was still long and fraught with danger, but for the first time since this mission began, he felt truly confident in their chances. As he drifted off to sleep, Jack's last thoughts were of the farm back on Earth, of the lessons in patience and perseverance he'd learned there. Those lessons, it seemed, were serving him well among the stars. The bridge of the Starweaver thrummed with nervous energy as Sergeant Jack Cooper stepped through the doors. The faces of both human and Zar Quinn crew members were etched with a mix of anticipation and dread. They had been traveling for weeks, and now, finally, they were approaching their destination. Envoy Cooper Zax Lath greeted him, its skin rippling with colors that Jack had come to associate with grim determination. "We're glad you could join us. We're about to drop out of FTL." Jack nodded, taking his place beside the alien commander. The view screen before them showed the swirling chaos of faster-than-light travel, a maelstrom of light and color that never failed to leave Jack in awe. "All hands, prepare for reversion to normal space," the ship's AI announced. There was a moment of disorientation as the Starweaver decelerated, the view screen clearing to reveal their destination. A collective gasp went up from the bridge crew. Before them hung a planet, but unlike any Jack had ever seen. Its surface was a patchwork of angry red scars and pulsing energy fields. Massive structures that could only be artificial jutted from the planet's crust, reaching into the upper atmosphere. And surrounding it all was a swarm of activity ships and debris locked in a deadly dance. "By the ancestors," Zax Lath whispered, its voice filled with horror. "What have they done to this world?" Jack stared at the scene before them, his mind struggling to process the scale of devastation. Is this what we're up against? A Zar Quinn officer approached, its skin pale with shock. Scans are coming in now, envoy. The planet's ecosystem is completely destroyed. Those structures, they seem to be massive energy collectors and processors. And the activity in orbit, it's not a battle, it's harvesting. Harvesting what Jack asked, though he feared he already knew the answer. Everything, the officer replied. Resources, energy. Even the planet's core seems to be being drained. As they watched, a section of the planet's crust suddenly collapsed, revealing a network of glowing veins beneath. A swarm of smaller ships descended on the breach, their purpose clearly to extract whatever resources had been exposed. "We're being hailed," another officer announced, its voice tight with tension. Zach's laugh looked to Jack, who nodded. "Put it through," the Zar Quinn commander ordered. The view screen flickered, and Jack found himself face to face with something. It wasn't a face in any conventional sense, more a shifting mass of metallic segments and pulsing lights. When it spoke, the sound was a discordant mix of mechanical tones and digital noise. Organic entities, detected, the being said, its voice devoid of any emotion. State purpose or be categorized as resource. Jack stepped forward, drawing on all his diplomatic training. "I am Envoy Jack Cooper, representing an alliance of species. We've come to..." "Alliance irrelevant," the robotic entity interrupted. "Organic inefficiency noted. Assimilation and optimization required." With that, the transmission cut off. Almost immediately, alarms began blaring throughout the ship. "Multiple hostile contacts incoming," the tactical officer shouted. "They're launching some kind of boarding pods." Jack's mind raced. Everything they'd worked for, the fragile alliance they'd built, was about to be put to the ultimate test. Zach's laugh, he said, turning to the Zar Quinn commander. "We need to coordinate our defenses. Human and Zar Quinn, working together." Zach's laugh's skin pulsed with colors of agreement. "Agreed. All hands, battle stations. Envoy Cooper, we'll need your expertise in coordinating our ground teams if they manage to board." As the crew sprang into action, Jack felt a surge of pride. Humans and Zar Quinn moved in perfect sync, their recent training paying off as they prepared for the fight of their lives. "Lieutenant Greystone," Krelvox Jack called out, "I need you two to work on boosting our shields. Use that trick you figured out in the simulation." The human and Zar Quinn engineers nodded, immediately huddling over a console. As the first wave of robotic ships approached, Jack took a moment to look around the bridge. The fear was still there, but it was overshadowed by determination and a sense of unity he hadn't thought possible just weeks ago. "Whatever happens," Jack said, his voice carrying across the bridge, "we face it together. For Earth, for the Zar Quinn homeworld, for all organic life in the galaxy." A chorus of affirmations, human voices, and Zar Quinn vocalizations answered him. The view screen lit up with weapons fire as the Star Weaver engaged the first of the robotic ships. Jack braced himself, knowing that this was just the beginning. The true test of their alliance, of everything they'd worked for, lay ahead. As he moved to coordinate the defense teams, Jack couldn't help but think of how far they'd come. From a farm on Earth to the edge of known space, from bitter enemies to stalwart allies. Whatever the outcome of this battle, he knew that they had already achieved something remarkable. The Star Weaver shuddered under the first impacts of enemy fire. The fight for the future of organic life in the galaxy had begun. And Sergeant Jack Cooper, farm boy turned interstellar diplomat, was right where he needed to be, at the forefront of humanity's greatest challenge yet. The Star Weaver shuddered as the first salvo from the robotic ships impacted its shields. Sergeant Jack Cooper steadied himself against the tactical console, his eyes fixed on the swarm of enemy vessels rapidly approaching on the view screen. "Shields holding at 92%, Lieutenant Greystone reported, his voice tense. "But there's a lot more where that came from." Zach's laugh, the Zar Quinn commander, turned to Jack. "Envoy Cooper, your expertise in unconventional tactics may be our edge here. What do you suggest?" Jack's mind raced, analyzing the robotic fleet's formation. Their movements were precise, almost predictable in their machine-like efficiency. An idea began to form. "Their coordination is too perfect," Jack said, thinking out loud. Zach's laughed. "Is it possible they're operating on a shared network?" The Tsar Quinn's skin rippled with colors of affirmation. "Yes, but our past attempts to disrupt it have always failed. Their encryption is." "Forget disruption," Jack interrupted. "What if we feed false data into their network instead?" Krelvoxy called to the Tsar Quinn engineer. "Can we modify our comm array to mimic their signal frequency?" Krelvox's appendages waved in a gesture of possibility. "It's theoretically possible, but we'd need to boost the signal strength significantly." "Do it," Jack ordered. "Greystone, work with Krelvox. Reroute power from non-essential systems if you have to." As the human and Tsar Quinn engineers rushed to implement Jack's plan, another volley rocked the ship. "Shields down to 78%, Greystone called out. Multiple hostile contacts launching what appear to be boarding pods. Jack turned to Zach's laugh. "We need to prepare for boarders. I'll coordinate our defense teams." The Tsar Quinn commander nodded. "Go. Show these machines the folly of underestimating organic life." Jack sprinted from the bridge, tapping his comm unit. "All defense teams, this is Envoy Cooper. Form mixed squads, human and Tsar Quinn together. Prepare for close-quarters combat." He arrived at a critical juncture just as the first boarding pod breached the hull. The corridor filled with the sound of tearing metal as robotic forms began to emerge. "Tsar Quinn, provide cover fire," Jack shouted. "Humans, flank and engage in close combat. Aim for their joints." The next few minutes were a blur of action. Jack found himself fighting back-to-back with a Tsar Quinn warrior, their movements surprisingly in sync. Energy weapons flashed, illuminating the corridor in strobes of deadly light. "Watch out," Jack yelled, tackling the Tsar Quinn as a robot's energy blade sliced through the air where its head had been moments before. Rolling to his feet, Jack grabbed a fallen Tsar Quinn weapon and fired, the unfamiliar device pulsing in his hands as it disintegrated the robot. The Tsar Quinn looked at Jack with newfound respect, its skin flashing colors he hadn't seen before. There was no time for thanks, though, as more robots poured through the breach. Across the ship, similar scenes played out. Humans and Tsar Quinn, who weeks ago had been wary allies at best, now fought side by side against a common foe. The humans' adaptability and unconventional tactics complemented the Tsar Quinn's advanced technology and disciplined fighting style. Back on the bridge, Greystone and Krelvox worked feverishly on the comm array. "It's ready," Greystone announced, his voice tense. "But we've only got one shot at this before they adapt." Zach's laugh turned to the tactical officer. "Prepare to fire all weapons on my mark. Target the largest concentration of enemy ships." The moment stretched, the fate of the Star Weaver and its crew hanging in the balance. Then, now. A pulse of energy erupted from the Star Weaver, momentarily scrambling the robotic fleet's coordination. In that instant of confusion, the ship unleashed a devastating barrage. Robotic ships collided with each other, their perfect formation shattered. Some turned their weapons on their own allies, their targeting systems corrupted by the false data. On the lower decks, the boarding parties suddenly faltered, their movements becoming erratic. Jack and the defense teams pressed their advantage, pushing the invaders back. "It's working," Jack shouted into his comm. "Push them back to the breaches. Seal them off as soon as they're clear." Hours seemed to pass in minutes as the tide of battle turned. When the last robot was expelled and the hull breaches sealed, an eerie quiet fell over the ship. Jack made his way back to the bridge, exhausted but alert. The view screen showed the debris field that was once the robotic fleet, with only a few damaged ships retreating into the distance. Zach's laugh approached Jack, its skin cycling through a series of colors too complex for Jack to interpret. "Envoy Cooper," it said, its voice carrying a note of something Jack had never heard from a Tsar Quinn before genuine admiration. "Your strategy was most impressive. I believe we may have underestimated your species' potential." Jack managed a tired smile. "We humans have a saying, necessity is the mother of invention. When our backs are against the wall, that's when we're often at our best." As the adrenaline of battle faded, Jack looked around the bridge. Humans and Zar Quinn were working side by side, tending to the wounded and repairing damaged systems. The barriers that had separated them seemed to have crumbled in the face of their shared victory. But as Jack's gaze drifted to the view screen, to the war-torn planet still looming before them, he knew this was only the beginning. They had won the first battle, but the war, a war that, he was beginning to realize, held a significance he didn't yet fully understand, was far from over. With a deep breath, Sergeant Jack Cooper, diplomat and now warrior, prepared himself for the challenges yet to come. The true test of this newfound alliance was just beginning. The aftermath of the battle left the Star Weaver in a state of organized chaos. Repair crews, a mix of humans and Zar Quinn working in unprecedented harmony, rushed to patch hull breaches and stabilize critical systems. Sergeant Jack Cooper found himself moving from deck to deck, coordinating efforts and boosting morale with his presence. As he entered a makeshift medical bay, Jack was struck by the sight of human and Zar Quinn medics working side by side, their previous mistrust seemingly forgotten in the face of shared trauma and triumph. "Envoy Cooper," a voice called out. Jack turned to see Vex'Alia, the young Zar Quinn engineer who had become something of a bridge between the two species. Her skin rippled with colors Jack now recognized as a mix of excitement and concern. "The High Command is requesting your presence in the war room." Jack nodded, taking one last look at the wounded being tended to. "Lead the way." As they walked, Vex'Alia spoke in low tones. "Your actions in the battle. They've caused quite a stir among my people. Many are reconsidering their views on humans." "That's good to hear," Jack replied, though he sensed there was more to it. Vex'Alia's colors shifted to a more somber hue. "Yes, but there's much you don't understand about this conflict, about what it means to us." Before Jack could press for more details, they arrived at the war room. Inside, he found Zax Lath and several high-ranking Zar Quinn officers gathered around a holographic display of the battle-scarred planet. Envoy Cooper Zax Lath greeted him, its skin pulsing with colors Jack had learned to associate with respect. "Your strategy in the recent engagement was most effective. We owe you a debt of gratitude." Jack inclined his head in acknowledgement. "We all fought well today, human and Zar Quinn alike." One of the older Zar Quinn officers, its skin bearing the mottled patterns Jack had come to recognize as battle scars, stepped forward. "Indeed, perhaps we were hasty in our judgment of your species' capabilities." "Thank you," Jack said, sensing an opportunity. "But I can't help feeling there's still much I don't understand about this conflict, about what it means to the Zar Quinn people." The room fell silent, the Zar Quinn exchanging looks that even Jack's growing familiarity with their color-based communication couldn't fully decipher. Finally, the scarred officer spoke again. "Walk with me, Envoy Cooper," it said, gesturing towards the door. As they moved through the corridors of the Star Weaver, the officer began to speak. "My name is Clarke. I have fought the machines for over 7 of your Earth centuries." Jack's eyes widened at this, but he remained silent, sensing the importance of what was to come. Clarke continued, its voice taking on a tone of reverence. "This war against the robots, Envoy Cooper, it is a sacred war to us. It has been continuing for generations, shaping our society, our technology, our very identity. It has made us who we are today." They paused at a viewport, the ravaged planet looming large before them. "Are including your people in this?" Clarke's skin rippled with complex emotions. "This is a source of some of the hostility you've encountered among our crew. To some, it feels like a dilution of our sacred duty, an admission that we alone are not enough." Jack absorbed this, beginning to understand the depth of what they were dealing with. "I had no idea," he said softly. Clarke turned to face him fully. "But perhaps we have been short-sighted. Your people, those who were once our destroyers, could also be our liberators. Today's battle has shown us that there may be wisdom in this alliance that we did not initially see." The weight of these words settled on Jack's shoulders. He realized that he wasn't just navigating interspecies diplomacy anymore, he was being drawn into something akin to a holy war, a conflict that defined the very essence of Zar Quinn civilization. "Clarke," Jack said carefully, "I'm honored by your trust in sharing this." But I have to ask, what happens if we succeed? If we defeat the robots for good? The Tsar Quinn's skin shifted to colors Jack had never seen before, conveying a complexity of emotion he could only guess at. That, Envoy Cooper, is a question that has haunted our philosophers for millennia. Who are we, if not the eternal guardians against the machine threat? As they made their way back to the war room, Jack's mind raced with the implications of what he'd learned. The alliance between humans and Tsar Quinn was more fragile and more vital than he'd ever imagined. They weren't just fighting for survival now, they were fighting for the very identity and future of an entire civilization. Entering the war room, Jack found the atmosphere had shifted. The Tsar Quinn officers looked at him with new eyes, a mix of curiosity and cautious hope evident in their color patterns. Zack's laugh approached, its skin rippling with decision. "Envoy Cooper, we've made a choice. We're going to share with you and your team our full historical records of this conflict. If we are to fight together, you must understand what you're truly fighting for." Jack nodded solemnly, understanding the magnitude of this gesture. "Thank you, Commander. We won't let you down." As the Tsar Quinn began to bring up holographic displays of their long war against the machines, Jack felt a profound sense of responsibility settle over him. They had won the first battle, yes, but the true challenge was just beginning. Hours passed as Jack and his team pored over the Tsar Quinn historical records. The sheer scale of the conflict, spanning millennia and countless star systems, was staggering, but it was the details of the robotic threat's capabilities that truly chilled Jack to the bone. "We need to inform Earth Command," Jack said, looking up from a particularly disturbing report on robot assimilation techniques. "They need to understand what we're really up against here." Zack's lath skin rippled with concern. "Are you certain, Envoy Cooper? This information, it's sacred to our people, to be shared with outsiders." Jack met the Tsar Quinn commander's gaze steadily. "I understand your concerns," Zack's laughed. "But if we're going to win this war, we need all the help we can get. Earth needs to know the stakes." After a moment of internal debate, visible in the swirling colors of its skin, Zack's laugh nodded. "Very well. You may use our long-range communication array." Jack's conversation with Admiral Leeds was tense from the start. As Jack relayed the information from the Tsar Quinn records, he could see the Admiral's face growing increasingly grim. "This is troubling information," Cooper Leeds said, his voice tight. "The threat these robots pose is even greater than we anticipated. We'll need to accelerate our plans." Sir Jack pressed, "We need reinforcements out here. The Star Weaver took heavy damage in the last engagement, and—" Leeds cut him off. "Reinforcements? Cooper, we're stretched thin as it is. The formation of our new interstellar empire is taking every resource we can spare." Jack felt a surge of frustration. "With all due respect, sir, if we don't stop these robots, there might not be an empire to form." There was a long pause as Leeds seemed to be conferring with others off-screen. Finally, he turned back to Jack. "All right, Cooper, we'll send what we can spare. But understand this, we expect results. The data you've shared, it's got a lot of people up here very nervous. We need you to hit these robots hard, show them that humanity isn't to be trifled with." "What about a full-scale assault?" Jack asked. "If we could coordinate with other Tsar Quinn forces." "Not possible at this time," Leeds interrupted. "We simply don't have the resources for a prolonged campaign. Your job is to bloody their nose, gather intel, and buy us time. Once we've consolidated our position in the sector, then we can talk about taking these robots down for good." Jack wanted to argue further but knew it would be futile. "Understood, sir. We'll make the most of whatever you can send us." As the communication ended, Jack turned to find Zack's lath watching him, its skin cycling through colors of concern and curiosity. "Your leaders seem hesitant," the Tsar Quinn observed. Jack sighed. "They're scared," Zack's laughed. "And when humans get scared, we tend to lash out. The reinforcements they're sending, I have a feeling we're going to be ordered to take some big risks." Zack's laugh's colors shifted to what Jack had come to recognize as grim determination. "Then we will face those risks together, Envoy Cooper. Your people may not yet fully grasp the nature of this war, but you are here, fighting alongside us. That is what matters." As they left the communication room, Jack's mind was racing. They were caught between the existential threat of the robots, the sacred war of the Tsar Quinn, and the empire-building ambitions of Earth. It was a precarious position, fraught with danger and conflicting loyalties. But as he looked around at the mixed crew of humans and Tsar Quinn working together to repair the Starweaver, Jack felt a glimmer of hope. If they could forge this unlikely alliance in the crucible of battle, perhaps they stood a chance against the robotic menace after all. The Starweaver limped through space, its hull still bearing the scars of the recent battle. Alongside it, a small contingent of human ships, the reinforcements sent by Earth Command, maintained a protective formation. Sergeant Jack Cooper stood on the bridge, watching as they approached the edge of robot-controlled space. "Scanners are picking up heavy interference," Lieutenant Greystone reported, his brow furrowed in concentration. "The robots have some kind of energy field blanketing this entire sector." Zach Slath's skin rippled with concern. "It's a new defense mechanism. They're adapting to our presence faster than we anticipated." Jack nodded grimly. "Then we'll just have to adapt faster." Krell Voxy turned to the Tsar Quinn engineer. "Work with Greystone. See if you can find a way to penetrate that field without alerting every robot in the sector." As the human and Tsar Quinn technicians huddled over their consoles, Jack couldn't help but marvel at how naturally they now worked together. The shared crucible of battle had forged a bond that transcended their former animosities. Hours passed as they probed the energy field, searching for weaknesses. Finally, Krellvox's skin flashed with excitement. "We found a gap. It's small, but if we modulate our shields to the right frequency, we can slip through undetected." Greystone finished, a rare smile breaking across his face. Jack turned to Zach Slath. "It's your call, Commander. Do we take the risk?" The Tsar Quinn's colors shifted through a complex pattern before settling on a hue Jack recognized as resolute determination. "We press on. The sacred war demands nothing less." With painstaking precision, the small fleet maneuvered through the gap in the robot defenses. As they emerged on the other side, a collective gasp went up from the bridge crew. Before them lay a vast infrastructure of robot activity construction platforms, energy collectors, and at the center of it all, a massive space station that pulsed with an otherworldly energy. "By the ancestors," Zach Slath whispered, its voice filled with a mix of awe and dread. "We've never penetrated this deeply into their territory before." Jack's mind raced with the strategic implications. This must be one of their primary production hubs, if we could disrupt it. An alarm blared, cutting off Jack's thoughts. "We've been detected," Greystone shouted. "Multiple hostiles incoming." "Battle station," Zach Slath ordered, its skin flashing with urgent colors. "Envoy Cooper, we need a plan." Jack's eyes darted between the tactical displays and the looming space station. A dangerous idea began to form. "We can't take on that many ships in open space. But if we could get a team inside that station." Zach Slath's colors pulsed with surprise. "A boarding action? Against a robot stronghold? It's never been done." "Then it's about time we tried," Jack replied, his voice filled with determination. "I'll lead the team myself." The next few hours were a blur of preparation and tense maneuvering. As the Starweaver and its escorts engaged in a complex dance of evasion and distraction, Jack briefed his strike team, a mix of hardened human Marines and elite Tsar Quinn warriors. "This mission is high risk, high reward," Jack explained, looking each team member in the eye. "We'll be facing defenses and dangers neither of our species has encountered before. But if we succeed, we could deal a crippling blow to the robot war machine." As they boarded the specially modified shuttle, Jack felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Vex Alia, her skin shimmering with worry. "Be careful in there," she said softly. "And come back to us." Jack nodded, touched by the concern from his Tsar Quinn friend. "We'll do our best. Keep the engines warm for us." The shuttle launched, streaking towards the massive space station under the cover of a fierce space battle. As they approached, Jack marveled at the alien architecture, a twisting labyrinth of metal and energy that seemed to defy conventional physics. "Boarding point identified," the Tsar Quinn pilot announced. "Prepare for impact." The shuttle slammed into the station's outer hull, magnetic clamps engaging to secure their position. As atmosphere forcefully vented from the breach, Jack led his team into the unknown. The interior of the station was like nothing Jack had ever seen. Corridors shifted and reconfigured themselves, and strange energy pulses coursed through the walls. The team moved cautiously, their mixed expertise proving invaluable as they navigated the alien environment. "Watch your step," Jack warned, as a section of floor suddenly dematerialized in front of them. "This whole place seems alive." They fought their way deeper into the station, facing increasingly sophisticated robot defenders. The humans' adaptability and unconventional tactics complemented the Zarquin's advanced weaponry and intuitive understanding of energy fields. Finally, they reached what appeared to be a central control node. As Jack and his team worked to sabotage the systems, alarms blared throughout the station. "They're onto us," a human Marine shouted. "We've got incoming." Jack made a split-second decision. "Plant the charges. We'll hold them off." What followed was the fiercest combat Jack had ever experienced. Waves of robots converged on their position, each more advanced than the last. The human Zarquin team fought with desperate courage, their backs literally against the wall. Just when it seemed they would be overwhelmed, the charges detonated. The entire station shuddered, systems failing in a cascade of destruction. "Fall back to the shuttle," Jack ordered, providing covering fire as his team retreated. The race back to their entry point was a gauntlet of collapsing corridors and malfunctioning defenses. As they piled into the shuttle, Jack did a quick head count. They'd suffered casualties, but the core of the team had made it. As the shuttle blasted away from the disintegrating station, Jack allowed himself a moment of grim satisfaction. They'd struck a significant blow against the robot forces, one that would resonate throughout this sector of space. But as he looked at the exhausted, battered faces of his human and Zarquin comrades, Jack knew that this was just the beginning. The crucible of combat had forged them into something new, not quite human, not quite Zarquin, but a hybrid force uniquely suited to face the challenges ahead. As they docked with the Starweaver, ready to face the aftermath of their daring mission, Jack couldn't help but wonder what other impossibilities would they have to overcome before this war was through. The sacred war of the Zarquin had become humanity's war too, and Sergeant Jack Cooper was at the forefront, ready to lead them into whatever battles lay ahead. The Starweaver's war room buzzed with an energy Sergeant Jack Cooper had never felt before. Humans and Zarquin alike crowded around holographic displays, analyzing the flood of data from their raid on the robot production hub. The excitement was palpable. They had struck a significant blow against an enemy that had seemed unstoppable for millennia. "The damage to their production capabilities is extensive," Krellvox reported, its skin pulsing with colors of satisfaction and awe. "We've set them back by decades, at least." Lieutenant Greystone nodded in agreement. "And the intel we gathered, it's going to take months to fully analyze, but what we've decrypted so far is groundbreaking. We're starting to understand their command structure, their resource allocation algorithms." Jack watched as human and Zarquin experts collaborated seamlessly, building on each other's insights. It was a far cry from the tense, mistrustful atmosphere of just weeks ago. Zack's laugh approached Jack, its skin rippling with a complex mix of emotions. "Envoy Cooper, your bold strategy has achieved what generations of Zarquin warriors could not. The High Command is impressed." Before Jack could respond, a priority communication alert flashed on the main screen. Admiral Leeds' face appeared, his expression a mix of satisfaction and urgency. "Excellent work," Cooper Leeds began without preamble. "The data you've sent back has confirmed our worst fears about the robot threat, but it's also given us an opportunity we can't afford to miss." Jack felt a knot form in his stomach. He recognized that tone it was the voice of a man about to propose something dangerous. Leeds continued, "We've identified a major robot fleet gathering in Sector 47 Alpha. Intelligence suggests they're preparing for a massive push into Zarquin space. We need you to hit them first, hard and fast." The room fell silent. Jack could feel the weight of every eye upon him. "Admiral," he said carefully, "we've just completed a high-risk operation. The Starweaver and her crew need time to regroup, repair." There's no time. Cooper Leeds cut him off. This is our chance to deal a crippling blow to their offensive capabilities. Earth Command is authorizing the deployment of our new phase shift torpedoes. Used in conjunction with Zarquin energy weapons, we believe we can penetrate their defenses. Jack exchanged a glance with Zax Lath. The Zarquin commander's skin had taken on a hue that Jack had learned to associate with deep concern. Admiral Jack began, choosing his words carefully. With all due respect, a full frontal assault against a massed robot fleet. The risks are enormous. The Zarquin have been fighting this war for millennia. They advocate for a more cautious approach. The Zarquin have been fighting a holding action for millennia, Leeds interrupted, his voice sharp. We're not interested in holding the line, Cooper. We're here to win. You have your orders. Leeds out. As the screen went dark, a tense silence fell over the war room. Jack could feel the unease radiating from the Zarquin crew members. Zax Lath was the first to speak. Your admiral seems eager for conflict. Jack sighed, running a hand through his hair. It's more complicated than that. Earth is scared, Zax Lath. The data we sent back. It's made them realize just how big of a threat these robots are. They want to strike first, before the robots can consolidate their forces. But a direct assault, Krelvox interjected, its skin flashing with colors of alarm. Against a massed robot fleet? It's suicide. The room erupted into heated debate. Humans and Zarquin argued back and forth, their newly forged camaraderie straining under the weight of strategic disagreement. Jack listened to both sides, his mind racing. The humans' aggressive approach had merit. The element of surprise could be a powerful advantage. But the Zarquin's caution was born from millennia of hard-won experience. Finally, he raised his voice. Enough. We're not going to solve this by shouting at each other. As the room quieted, Jack continued, both sides have valid points. We can't ignore an order from Earth Command, but we also can't disregard the Zarquin's expertise. So let's find a middle ground. Over the next several hours, Jack mediated an intense strategic planning session. Humans and Zarquin worked together, combining Earth's bold tactics with Zarquin's deep understanding of robot behavior patterns. The plan that emerged was audacious. They would launch a series of feints and diversionary attacks, drawing out portions of the robot fleet. Then, using a combination of Earth's phase shift technology and Zarquin stealth systems, a strike force would penetrate to the heart of the robot formation. It's still incredibly risky, Greystone said, looking over the final battle plans. But it gives us a fighting chance, Krelvox added, its skin pulsing with cautious optimism. Zax Lath turned to Jack, its colors shifting in a pattern he now recognized as deep respect. Once again, Envoy Cooper, you have found a way to bridge our two peoples. This plan, it honors both our approaches. Jack nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. It's a start. But making it work out there, in the heat of battle, that's going to be the real challenge. As the meeting adjourned and preparations for the upcoming operation began in earnest, Jack found a quiet moment to himself. He stared out at the stars, marveling at how far they'd come. Humans and Zarquin, former enemies, now stood united against a common threat. But as he reflected on Admiral Leeds' words, on the eagerness of Earth to escalate the conflict, Jack couldn't shake a feeling of unease. They were about to take a major step to escalate this ancient war to a new level. And once that step was taken, there would be no going back. With a deep breath, Jack steeled himself for what was to come. Whatever happened next, he knew that the fate of two civilizations and perhaps the entire galaxy would hinge on the decisions made in the coming battle. The vastness of space seemed to hold its breath as the combined human-Zarquin fleet dropped out of FTL on the edge of Sector 47 Alpha. Sergeant Jack Cooper stood on the bridge of the Starweaver, his eyes fixed on the tactical display showing the massive robot armada ahead. All ships reporting ready, Lieutenant Greystone announced, his voice tense but steady. Zarquin stealth systems are engaged and holding. Zax Lath's skin rippled with a complex pattern of anticipation and resolve. The diversionary forces are in position. We await your command, Envoy Cooper. Jack took a deep breath, acutely aware of the weight of the moment. Thousands of lives, human and Zar Quinn alike, hung on his next words. Commence Operation Shattered Sky. The battle erupted with a fury that defied description. The diversionary forces struck from multiple vectors, their attacks precisely coordinated to draw out portions of the robot fleet. Jack watched as the robot formation began to fragment, exactly as they had hoped. Main Strike Force, prepare for phase shift, Jack ordered. Zar Quinn energy weapons, stand by to provide cover fire. The Starweaver shuddered as it engaged its phase shift drive, the experimental technology enveloping the ship in a cocoon of distorted spacetime. Around them, the rest of the strike force followed suit, their forms becoming ghostly and translucent. Phase shift stable, Clarke reported, its skin pulsing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. We're passing through their outer defenses. They can't see us. For a moment, it seemed as if their audacious plan might succeed without a hitch. But as they penetrated deeper into the heart of the robot formation, alarms suddenly blared across the bridge. Their adapting Greystone shouted, "Some kind of quantum detection grid. Our phase shift is destabilizing." Jack's mind raced. All ships, disengage phase shift and go hot. Zar Quinn cruisers, deploy energy shields. Human destroyers, launch phase torpedoes. Hit them hard before they can regroup. What followed was a maelstrom of chaos and destruction. Human and Zar Quinn ships fought with desperate valor, their complementary tactics keeping the robots off balance. Earth's phase torpedoes punched holes in robot defenses, while Zar Quinn energy weapons capitalized on the breaches. But the cost was terrifying. Jack watched as ship after ship, human and Zar Quinn alike, winked out of existence, overwhelmed by the sheer number of robot attackers. "We've located their command node," Clarke called out, its voice strained. "But our forces are too depleted to reach it." Jack saw their chance slipping away. In that moment, he made a decision that would change everything. Zach's laugh, "I need control of the Starweaver." The Zar Quinn commander's skin flashed with surprise, then understanding. "You have it, Envoy Cooper. May the ancestors guide you." Taking the helm, Jack plotted a course straight for the robot command node. "All hands, brace for impact. Divert all power to forward shields and weapons." The Starweaver plunged into the heart of the robot formation, weapons blazing. Impacts rocked the ship as robot defenders swarmed around them. Warning klaxons blared as systems failed and hull breaches multiplied. "We're not going to make it," Greystone yelled over the din of battle. "We'll make it," Jack growled, his hands white-knuckled on the controls. "Because we have to." In the final approach, a Zar Quinn cruiser appeared alongside them, its shields interlocking with the Starweavers to provide additional protection. Jack recognized the energy signature. It was Clarke, the veteran warrior who had first explained the sacred nature of this war. Together, the two ships smashed through the last line of robot defenses. As they closed on the command node, Jack gave his final order. "All personnel to escape pods. Clarke, get your people out of there. We'll handle the rest." As the bridge crew evacuated, Jack shared a last look with Zach's laugh. The Zar Quinn commander's skin pulsed with a depth of emotion Jack had never seen before. No words were needed. With a bone-jarring impact, the Starweaver and the Zar Quinn cruiser slammed into the robot command node. The last thing Jack saw before the world went white was the satisfying sight of the massive structure beginning to crumble. Hours later, Jack regained consciousness in a Zar Quinn medical bay. The faces around him, human and Zar Quinn alike, were a mix of triumph and profound sorrow. "Did we?" he managed to croak out. Zach's laugh stepped forward, its skin pulsing with colors of victory tinged with deep mourning. "We did, Envoy Cooper. The robot fleet is in disarray. This sector is ours." As the full impact of their victory sank in, Jack became acutely aware of the somber atmosphere in the room. "What's wrong? What aren't you telling me?" Greystone spoke up, his voice heavy with grief. "We won, Sarge, but the cost. It was catastrophic." Over the next hour, Jack learned the full, devastating extent of their losses. Hundreds of ships destroyed, tens of thousands of lives lost, human and Zar Quinn alike. Entire battle groups had been wiped out in the ferocious fighting. Among the fallen was Clarke, the Zar Quinn veteran, who had sacrificed his ship alongside the Starweaver. The scale of the loss was almost beyond comprehension. Families shattered, decades of experience and knowledge erased in moments. The flower of both human and Zarquin military might cut down in a single, terrible battle. That evening, still bandaged and reeling from the news, Jack attended a joint human-Zarquin memorial service. The ceremony was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see in the largest hall of the Zarquin base. As he watched the solemn rituals unfold, a blend of Earth traditions and ancient Zarquin rites, he was struck by how the shared grief had merged the two cultures in honoring their monumental loss. A young Zarquin approached Jack, its skin cycling through colors of deep anguish and tentative gratitude. "My entire family was in the front lines," it said, voice quavering. "They died so that billions might live. Is this what victory feels like in your culture as well?" Jack felt his throat tighten, the weight of responsibility almost crushing. Sometimes he managed to sacrifice on this scale. It's a victory, yes, but one that will haunt us for generations. As the ceremony concluded, Zach's laugh addressed the assembled survivors, its voice carrying to the thousands present and the millions watching via holographic transmission across human and Zarquin space. "Today we have written a new chapter in the sacred war, penned in the blood of heroes beyond count. Human and Zarquin, once enemies. Now brothers and sisters united in sacrifice beyond measure. Those we lost, a multitude of brave souls, have purchased our future with their lives. We shall honor them not just with remembrance, but with unwavering determination to see their sacrifice bear fruit in final victory." Looking out at the sea of faces before him, human and Zarquin united in a victory that felt almost like defeat, Jack felt the universe shift. The alliance forged in the inferno of battle had been tempered by a shared loss so profound it defied description. Whatever came next, they would face it together, bound by the memory of those who had given everything. As the gathered survivors dispersed, many weeping openly, Jack found himself standing alone, gazing out at the star-filled void. The battle was won, but at a cost that would echo through years to come. And he couldn't shake the feeling that even greater sacrifices might still be demanded before this war was truly over. But in this moment of Pyrrhic triumph, Sergeant Jack Cooper allowed himself a glimmer of hope. Hope for a future where humans and Zarquin stood side by side, guardians against the darkness that threatened all organic life, united by the memory of this day's terrible price. The sacred war had entered a new phase, baptized in the blood of thousands. And Jack, bearing the weight of those sacrifices, was ready to lead them into whatever battles lay ahead, honoring the memory of the multitudes who had given everything for this costly victory. The days following the Pyrrhic victory in Sector 47 Alpha were a blur of activity. As the combined human Zarquin fleet licked its wounds and regrouped, Sergeant Jack Cooper found himself at the center of a whirlwind of strategic meetings, award ceremonies, and solemn memorials. The mood throughout the fleet was complex, a mixture of pride in their accomplishment, grief for their massive losses, and a grim determination to press their advantage against the reeling robot forces. It was during one such strategy session that Admiral Leeds' hologram flickered to life in the Starweaver's war room. His face was etched with the strain of recent events. "Cooper," he began, his voice gruff, "the data you've sent back. It's changed everything. Earth Command is mobilizing on a scale we haven't seen since the early days of our expansion." Jack nodded, feeling the weight of recent events pressing down on him. "The threat is real, Admiral, and it's bigger than any of us imagined." Leeds' expression hardened. "Which is why we're accelerating our plans. The robot homeworld you discovered in the intel from the command node, we're going after it." A ripple of surprise went through the assembled human and Zarquin officers. Zach's lath's skin pulsed with colors of alarm. "Admiral," the Zarquin commander interjected, "with all due respect, our forces are depleted. We need time to rebuild, too." "Time is a luxury we don't have," Leeds cut in. "Our analysts believe the robots are in disarray now, but they'll regroup. We need to strike at their heart while we have the chance." As the implications of this sank in, Jack felt a familiar knot forming in his stomach. They were pushing ahead, driving towards an endgame that could decide the fate of organic life in the galaxy. The meeting concluded with orders to prepare for the greatest offensive in the history of either species. As the officers filed out, Zach's laugh approached Jack, its skin rippling with a complex mix of emotions. "Envoy Cooper," it began, hesitancy in its voice, "there is a matter of great importance we must discuss." Jack followed the Zar Quinn commander to a private chamber. There, he found a gathering of high-ranking Zar Quinn officials, their skin pulsing with ceremonial patterns. "What's going on?" Jack asked, a sense of anticipation building. Zach's lath's colors shifted to a solemn, reverent hue. "Envoy Cooper, Jack, your actions in recent battles have proven you to be more than just an ally. You have embodied the very essence of what it means to be a warrior in our sacred conflict." One of the elder Zar Quinn stepped forward, bearing an ornate, pulsating crystal. "We would like to formally induct you into the Zar Quinn warrior caste. It is an honor never before bestowed upon a non-Zar Quinn." Jack felt overwhelmed, the significance of the moment washing over him. I'm deeply honored. But are you sure? After all we've been through, all the losses." "It is because of those losses, those shared sacrifices, that we are certain," Zach's laugh interrupted. "You have bled with us, mourned with us, fought with the spirit of our ancestors. You are Zar Quinn in all but birth." The ceremony that followed was unlike anything Jack had ever experienced. As the crystal was placed against his forehead, he felt a rush of sensation, glimpses of Zar Quinn history, the weight of their millennia-long struggle, the depth of their warrior ethos. When it was over, Jack felt changed, not physically, but on a deeper level. He understood the Zar Quinn, their motivations and fears, in a way he never had before. The next weeks were a flurry of preparation. The combined fleet grew as reinforcements arrived from both Earth and distant Zar Quinn colonies. Jack found himself working seamlessly with both human and Zar Quinn crews, his unique position as a bridge between the two cultures more vital than ever. Finally, the day of reckoning arrived. The massive armada gathered at the edge of known space, poised to make the jump to the robot homeworld. Jack stood on the bridge of the Starweaver, newly rebuilt and bristling with weaponry that merged the best of human and Zar Quinn technology. Beside him, Zach's lath's skin pulsed with a steady, determined rhythm. "Are you ready, brother?" the Zar Quinn asked, using the formal term for a fellow warrior caste member. Jack nodded, his hand unconsciously touching the Zar Quinn warrior emblem now emblazoned on his uniform. "As ready as we'll ever be." As the fleet prepared to jump, Jack's thoughts drifted to how far they'd come. From bitter enemies to comrades in arms, from mistrust to a bond forged in the crucible of war. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. "All ships, prepare for FTL jump." Admiral Leeds' voice came over the comms. "May whatever gods exist have mercy on us all." The stars stretched into lines as the Starweaver leapt into faster-than-light travel. Jack Cooper, once a simple farm boy, now a bridge between worlds and a warrior of two cultures, steeled himself for the greatest challenge of his life. As they hurtled towards their destiny, Jack allowed himself a moment of reflection. The sacred war of the Zar Quinn had become humanity's war too, and he was at the forefront, ready to lead them into the heart of the robot empire, to fight for the future of all organic life in the galaxy. The final battle loomed, and Sergeant Jack Cooper was ready to make history. The Starweaver hummed with nervous energy as final preparations for the assault on the robot homeworld reached fever pitch. Sergeant Jack Cooper, no, he corrected himself mentally. It was Admiral Cooper now, though the title still felt foreign, stood before the holographic display in his newly assigned quarters, studying the latest intelligence reports. A chime at his door broke his concentration. "Enter," he called, not taking his eyes off the swirling mass of data before him. Sir Lieutenant Greystone's voice came from behind him. "Admiral Leeds is requesting a priority communication." Jack turned, noting the slight hesitation in Greystone's voice when addressing him by his new rank. It was a hesitation he felt himself. "Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll take it here." As Greystone left, Jack activated the comm panel. Admiral Leeds' weathered face appeared, looking both exhausted and oddly amused. Cooper, Leeds began, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "It seems we've had a bit of an oversight in all the chaos." Jack raised an eyebrow, uncertain where this was going. "Sir." Leeds actually chuckled, a sound so unexpected it made Jack blink in surprise. It appears that in all the rush to prepare for this assault, we neglected one rather important detail: your promotion. My promotion, Jack repeated, feeling slightly dazed. Yes, your promotion, Leeds confirmed, his tone becoming more serious. Jack, you've been operating at an admiral's level of responsibility for weeks now. Hell, you've forged an alliance that's changed the course of this war. It's high time your rank reflected that. Jack felt a whirlwind of emotions: pride, anxiety, a touch of imposter syndrome. Thank you, sir. I'm honored. Don't thank me yet, Leeds warned, though his eyes twinkled with something like pride. With great rank comes great headaches. You're about to find out just how political this war can get. As Leeds began to brief him on the finer points of his new position, Jack's mind raced. He thought of his journey from a simple farm boy to a Marine, from a reluctant diplomat to a bridge between two species. And now, an admiral. The briefing concluded, and Jack found himself alone again, the weight of his new responsibilities settling heavily on his shoulders. He glanced at his reflection in the viewport, hardly recognizing the man staring back at him. Gone was the fresh-faced farm boy. In his place stood a battle-hardened leader, his uniform now adorned with the insignia of an admiral, the Tsar Quinn warrior caste emblem sitting proudly alongside human decorations. A knock at his door jolted him from his reverie. "Come in," he called. Zaxlath entered, its skin rippling with colors of curiosity and concern. "I heard the news," brother the Tsar Quinn said, using the term of endearment from their shared warrior caste. "How do you fare?" Jack sighed, allowing his guard to drop in the presence of his friend. "Honestly, I'm not sure. It feels overwhelming." Zaxlath's colors shifted to a pattern Jack had come to associate with understanding. Leadership often does. "But remember, you've earned this, not just through combat, but through your ability to bridge our peoples." As they talked, Jack felt his resolve strengthening. Yes, the task ahead was daunting, but he wasn't alone. He had the trust of both humans and Tsar Quinn, a unique position that could make all the difference in the coming battle. Their conversation was interrupted by another chime, an incoming transmission from Earth Command. Jack straightened, nodding to Zaxlath. "Duty calls," he said with a wry smile. As Zaxlath left, Jack activated the comm panel once more. The face that appeared wasn't Leeds this time, but a panel of stern-looking officials, the top brass of Earth's military. Admiral Cooper, one of them began. "We're here to brief you on some additional aspects of the upcoming assault." Jack listened intently as they outlined a series of objectives beyond simply defeating the robots. There was talk of securing technology, of establishing a permanent human presence in this sector of space. As the briefing went on, Jack began to sense an underlying current to their words. This wasn't just about winning a war. It was about building an empire. Hours later, after the transmission ended, Jack stood alone in his quarters once more. His mind was awhirl with strategies, contingencies, and a growing sense of unease about the broader implications of their mission. A final chime at his door roused him from his thoughts. This time it was a young human ensign, looking nervous. "Sir," she said, saluting crisply, "the fleet is assembled and awaiting your orders." Jack nodded, squaring his shoulders. Whatever doubts and fears he had, whatever political machinations might be at play, there was a job to do, a war to win, and he was damn well going to see it through. "Tell them we depart in 1 hour," he said, his voice steady with newfound authority. "It's time we end this war once and for all." As the ensign hurried off, Jack took one last look at his reflection. Admiral Cooper gazed back at him, ready to lead humanity and the Tsar Quinn into the greatest battle of their shared history. With a deep breath, he turned and strode out of his quarters. The assault on the robot homeworld awaited, and with it, the fate of organic life in the galaxy. Whatever came next, Jack Cooper, farm boy, Marine, diplomat, and now Admiral, was ready to face it head-on. The final chapter of the sacred war was about to be written, and he held the pen. The vast expanse of space seemed to hold its breath as the combined human Tsar Quinn fleet dropped out of FTL on the outskirts of the robot-controlled system. Admiral Jack Cooper stood on the bridge of the Starweaver, his eyes fixed on the tactical display showing their target, the robot homeworld. "Status report," Jack ordered, his voice steady despite the tension thrumming through his body. Lieutenant Greystone's fingers danced over his console. "All ships reporting ready, Admiral. Zar Quinn stealth systems are engaged and holding." Jack nodded, then turned to Zach's laugh. "What do your long-range sensors tell us?" The Zar Quinn commander's skin rippled with colors of confusion and concern. "Admiral, we're detecting anomalies. The robot defense grid isn't operating as a unified network. It's fragmented." Frowning, Jack leaned in closer to the display. As he studied the data streaming in, his eyes widened in realization. "They're not just fragmented," he murmured. "They're fighting each other." The bridge erupted into a flurry of activity as the implications sank in. Tactical officers hurried to refine their scans, while strategists began frantically revising battle plans. "Magnify Sector 7, Jack ordered, pointing to a cluster of activity near one of the system's outer planets. The display zoomed in, revealing a shocking sight: two groups of robot ships engaged in combat with each other. "What in the hell?" Greystone breathed, voicing the disbelief felt by everyone on the bridge. Jack's mind raced, analyzing the new information. "It's as if they've lost their central command structure," he mused aloud. "They're operating as independent factions now." Zach's lath skin pulsed with urgent colors. "This changes everything, Admiral. Our entire strategy was based on facing a unified enemy." "You're right," Jack agreed, his tactical mind already adapting to the new reality. "But it also presents an opportunity. If they're divided, they're vulnerable." He turned to address the bridge crew. "I want a full analysis of every robot faction we can identify. Numbers, capabilities, territorial claims, everything. We need to understand the new playing field." As the crew sprang into action, Jack opened a channel to the rest of the fleet. "All ships, this is Admiral Cooper. We've encountered an unexpected situation. The robot forces are no longer operating as a unified entity. Stand by for updated tactical briefings." Over the next several hours, Jack led a series of intense strategy sessions. Holographic displays flickered with constantly updating information as they identified and analyzed each robot faction. "It's almost as if they're forming independent nations," Vex Alia, the young Zar Quinn engineer, observed during one such meeting. "Each group seems to have its own priorities, its own territory." Jack nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "The question is, why? What caused this fracturing of their society?" "Perhaps it was our previous assault," Zach's laugh suggested. "When we destroyed their central command node, we might have inadvertently shattered their collective consciousness." The implications of this were staggering. They had not just damaged the robots' military capabilities, they had fundamentally altered the nature of their civilization. As the planning continued, Jack found himself grappling with a moral dilemma. On one hand, the robots' disunity made them more vulnerable, potentially saving countless lives in the coming assault. On the other, they were witnessing the birth of new, possibly sapient civilizations, and they were about to obliterate them. "Admiral," a communications officer called out, breaking Jack from his reverie. "We're receiving a transmission from one of the robot factions. There, requesting parley." A hush fell over the bridge. Jack exchanged a look with Zach's laugh, seeing his own surprise mirrored in the Zar Quinn's color patterns. "Put it through," Jack ordered, straightening his uniform. The main view screen flickered to life, revealing a sight none of them had expected. The robot that appeared was unlike any they had encountered before. Its form was more organic, almost humanoid, and its voice, when it spoke, carried inflections that seemed almost emotional. "Greetings, organic beings," the robot said. "I am Nexus 9, representative of the Autonomous Collective. We wish to discuss terms of coexistence." Jack felt as if the universe had tilted on its axis. This wasn't just a tactical complication, it was a paradigm shift that challenged the very nature of the war they had been fighting. "Nexus 9, Jack replied, choosing his words carefully. "I am Admiral Jack Cooper of the United Earth Fleet. We're willing to listen to what you have to say." As the conversation unfolded, Jack's mind raced with the implications. If some robot factions were willing to negotiate, could this war end not with destruction, but with a new form of coexistence? And how would Earth Command react to this development? The parley with Nexus 9 was cut short by an urgent alert. Admiral Greystone called out, "We're detecting massive energy buildups from several other robot factions. They're powering up weapon systems." Jack's moment of hope evaporated. While one faction sought peace, others were preparing for war. The complexity of the situation had just increased tenfold. "All ships, battle stations," Jack ordered, his voice ringing with authority. "Prepare for multi-vector engagement. And someone get me a secure line to Earth Command. They need to know what we're dealing with here." As the fleet sprang into action, Jack stared out at the star-studded void where the robot homeworld loomed. What had started as a straightforward assault had become a tangled web of military and diplomatic challenges. The fate of multiple civilizations, human, Zar Quinn, and now various robot factions hung in the balance, and Admiral Jack Cooper found himself at the center of it all, tasked with navigating this treacherous new landscape. The battle for the robot homeworld was about to begin, but it would be unlike anything they had prepared for. As the first shots were fired in the distance, Jack steeled himself for the challenges ahead. This wasn't just a battle anymore. It was the dawn of a new era in galactic politics, and every decision he made would shape the future of multiple species for generations to come. The void of space erupted into chaos as the combined human Zar Quinn fleet engaged the fractured robot defenses. Admiral Jack Cooper stood at the center of the Starweaver's bridge, his voice calm but authoritative as he directed the assault. "Zar Quinn cruisers, concentrate fire on the installations in Sector 4. Human destroyers, provide covering fire. We need to punch a hole in their defensive line." The view screen was a kaleidoscope of destruction as energy weapons and missiles crisscrossed the battlefield. Some robot factions fought with a coordination that spoke of central control, while others seemed to operate independently, sometimes even firing upon each other. Admiral Lieutenant Greystone called out, his voice tense, "We're detecting a massive energy buildup from the planet's surface. They're activating some kind of planetary shield." Jack's mind raced. They had anticipated heavy defenses, but a full planetary shield could derail their entire strategy. Time to shield activation. 2 minutes, sir. Jack made a split-second decision. "All ships, this is Admiral Cooper. Concentrate all fire on these coordinates." He quickly input the location of what intelligence suggested was the shield generator. "We have 2 minutes to breach their defenses before that shield goes up. Hit them with everything we've got." The next 120 seconds were a frenzy of concentrated firepower unlike anything Jack had ever seen. Human and Zar Quinn ships alike poured energy and ordnance into a single point in the robot defenses, creating a maelstrom of destruction. 30 seconds to shield activation. Greystone counted down. Jack watched the tactical display intently, looking for any sign of weakness. "Keep pushing. We're almost through." 15 seconds. Just when it seemed their efforts would be in vain, a brilliant explosion blossomed on the planet's surface. "Shield generator destroyed," Zaxlath announced, its skin pulsing with colors of triumph. "We have our opening, Admiral." Jack allowed himself a moment of satisfaction before refocusing. "All ships, push through the breach. Establish a perimeter and prepare for Phase 2 of the assault." As the fleet surged forward, taking advantage of the gap in the robot defenses, Jack opened a secure channel to a specific group of ships that had been hanging back from the main assault. "This is Admiral Cooper to Hammer Group. You are clear to move into position. Await my command for deployment." "Acknowledged, Admiral," came the response. Hammer Group moving into position. Jack felt a weight settle in his stomach. The ships of Hammer Group were humanity's ace in the hole, massive vessels built for a single, terrifying purpose. Sir Greystone's voice was hushed. "Hammer Group is requesting final confirmation for weapons activation. Are we really going to?" "We don't have a choice," Lieutenant Jack replied, his voice grim. "The robots have had millennia to fortify this world. Conventional weapons won't be enough." He took a deep breath before giving the order that would change the course of the battle, and perhaps the war itself. "Hammer Group, this is Admiral Cooper. You are cleared to activate and deploy Planet Buster weaponry. May God have mercy on us all." The reaction on the bridge was immediate. Human crew members looked at each other with a mix of awe and horror, while the Zarquin's skin rippled with colors of shock and confusion. Admiral Zax Lath approached, its voice low. "What exactly are these Planet Busters?" Before Jack could respond, the view screen lit up with a sight that would be seared into the memories of all who witnessed it. Massive railguns, each larger than some capital ships, extended from the hulls of the Hammer Group vessels. Energy readings spiked off the charts as they powered up. By the ancestors, Zax Lath breathed, understanding dawning in its color patterns. Jack nodded grimly. Humanity's ultimate weapons, ships built for a single purpose: the destruction of entire worlds. The first shot from the Planet Busters was like nothing anyone had ever seen. A projectile, accelerated to a significant fraction of light speed, streaked towards the robot homeworld. The impact was cataclysmic, sending shock waves visible from space across the planet's surface. "Direct hit on primary target," Greystone reported, his voice shaking slightly. "Damage extensive, but sir, the planet is still holding together." Jack gritted his teeth. Even with the awesome power of the Planet Busters, the robot homeworld's defenses were formidable. Hammer Group, continue bombardment. Focus on weakening their main defensive structures. As the assault continued, Jack couldn't help but reflect on the magnitude of what they were doing. These weapons, the Planet Busters, were the kind of thing that haunted the nightmares of civilized species. Their very existence was a closely guarded secret until now. He could see the looks of shock and even fear on the faces of some of the Zarquin crew members. This revelation would have repercussions far beyond this battle. Admiral Zax Lath's voice was careful, measured. "When this battle is over, we will need to discuss the implications of these weapons." Jack nodded, understanding the unspoken concerns. "I know, old friend, but for now we have a battle to win." As the Planet Busters continued their relentless assault, the robot homeworld's defenses began to crumble. But Jack knew the hardest part was yet to come. The robots wouldn't give up their homeworld without a fight, no matter how much firepower was brought to bear. "Prepare boarding parties," he ordered. "We need boots on the ground to secure key objectives." The next phase of the battle was about to begin. As Jack watched the Planet Busters rain destruction upon the robot homeworld, he steeled himself for the challenges ahead. The easy part, if any of this could be called easy, was over. Now came the grueling task of taking a planet defended by the most advanced robotic forces in the galaxy. And hanging over it all was the knowledge that these Planet Busters had forever changed the nature of warfare in the galaxy. The bridge of the Starweaver shuddered as another shock wave from the Planet Busters' assault rippled through space. Admiral Jack Cooper gripped the tactical console, his eyes fixed on the holographic display of the robot homeworld. Despite hours of relentless bombardment, the planet still stood. "Status report," Jack demanded, his voice tense. Lieutenant Greystone's fingers danced across his console. "Planet Busters have depleted 60% of their ammunition, sir. The planet's outer defenses are severely damaged, but the core structures remain intact." Jack frowned, studying the readouts. The robot homeworld's resilience was beyond anything they had anticipated. Even the awesome power of the Planet Busters seemed insufficient to break its defenses completely. Admiral Zax Lath approached, its skin rippling with colors of concern. "Our fleet's resources are not infinite. If this bombardment continues much longer, we risk leaving ourselves vulnerable to a counterattack." Jack nodded grimly. The Zarquin commander's assessment was spot on. They needed a new strategy, and fast. "Magnify Sector 7 Alpha," Jack ordered. The holographic display zoomed in on a heavily fortified area near the planet's equator. "Intelligence suggests this is the location of their central core computer. If we can take it out, we might be able to cripple their entire defense network." Zax Lath's colors shifted to a pattern of cautious agreement. A precision strike could succeed where brute force has failed, but penetrating those defenses will be challenging. Jack's mind raced, weighing their options. A ground assault would be too slow, too costly. They needed something fast, agile, and powerful enough to break through. What about a fighter strike, he proposed. A small, elite squadron might be able to slip through their defenses and deliver a payload directly to the core. The bridge erupted into a flurry of activity as tactical officers ran simulations and analyzed potential strike vectors. After several tense minutes, Greystone looked up from his console. "It's possible, sir," he reported. "But the odds of success are low. We're talking about a suicide mission." Jack felt the weight of command pressing down on him. He was about to ask pilots to fly into near certain death. But if it worked, it could save countless lives and end this war once and for all. "Patch me through to the fleet," Jack ordered, his decision made. As the communication channel opened, Jack took a deep breath. "Attention all hands. This is Admiral Cooper. The enemy has proven more resilient than we anticipated, but we have identified a potential weak point, their central core computer. I am calling for volunteers for a high-risk fighter assault on this target. The mission parameters are..." Jack laid out the plan, not sugarcoating the dangers. As he spoke, he could see the reactions on the faces of his bridge crew, a mix of awe, fear, and determination. Within minutes, the responses started flooding in. Pilots from both human and Zar Quinn forces volunteered, their voices filled with a resolve that made Jack's chest swell with pride. "Strike Team Alpha, you are cleared for launch," Jack announced, watching as the fighters streaked out from the hangar bays of various ships. "May fortune favor the bold." The next hour was the most intense of Jack's life. He watched, heart in his throat, as the strike team navigated a maelstrom of anti-aircraft fire and robotic interceptors. The Planet Busters coordinated their assault to provide cover, their massive projectiles drawing enemy fire away from the fighters. "Strike Team, this is Admiral Cooper." Jack's voice was steady despite the tension. "You're approaching the target zone. Prepare for final approach." On the tactical display, Jack could see the fighters diving towards the heavily fortified central core. They were so close, just moments away from their objective. Suddenly, alarms blared across the bridge. "Massive energy spike detected," Greystone shouted. "They're activating some kind of..." The rest of his words were drowned out by a blinding flash on the view screen. When it cleared, Jack's heart sank. The entire strike team had vanished, vaporized by some kind of last-ditch defense system. Silence fell over the bridge, the weight of their failure pressing down on everyone. Jack closed his eyes for a moment, honoring the sacrifice of those brave pilots. When he opened them again, his voice was steel. "Status report on the central core." Greystone swallowed hard before responding. "Minimal damage, sir. The defense system intercepted our payload before it could reach its target." Jack's mind raced, analyzing their dwindling options. The Planet Busters were running low on ammunition. Their fleet was stretched thin, and they had just lost some of their best pilots. But surrender wasn't an option. Too much was at stake. Admiral Zach Slath's voice cut through Jack's thoughts. "Perhaps it is time we considered a more direct approach." Jack turned to his Zar Quinn friend, seeing the grim determination in its color patterns. He knew what Zach Slath was suggesting: a ground assault. It would be costly, bloody, and dangerous. But at this point, it might be their only chance. "Agreed," Jack said, straightening his uniform. "Begin preparations for a full-scale ground invasion. And get me a secure line to Earth Command. They need to know we're escalating." As the bridge erupted into action once more, Jack stared out at the battered but unbroken robot homeworld. They had thrown everything they had at it: Planet Busters, fighter strikes, the combined might of two civilizations. And still it stood. But Jack Cooper, farm boy turned admiral, was not about to give up. As he began outlining plans for the ground assault, he allowed himself a grim smile. The robots thought they had seen the worst humanity and the Zar Quinn could offer. They were about to learn just how wrong they were. The drop pod shuddered violently as it pierced the atmosphere of the robot homeworld. Admiral Jack Cooper gripped the handholds tightly, surrounded by a mix of human and Zar Quinn special forces. The decision to lead from the front had been controversial, but Jack knew it was necessary. His troops needed to see their leader willing to take the same risks they were. 30 seconds to touchdown, the pod's AI announced coolly. Jack looked around at the faces of his squad. Determination, fear, and resolve were etched on every human countenance, while the Zarquin's skin pulsed with colors of battle readiness. "Remember," Jack said, his voice steady despite the turbulence, "our primary objective is to secure a landing zone for the main invasion force. Once that's done, we push towards the central core. Stay alert, stay alive, and watch each other's backs." The pod slammed into the planet's surface with bone-jarring force. The doors blew open, and Jack was the first one out, plasma rifle at the ready. "Move, move, move," he shouted, leading his team out of the impact crater. The landscape that greeted them was like nothing Jack had ever seen. The surface of the robot homeworld was a maze of metallic structures, pulsing energy conduits, and eerie, shifting terrains. The sky above was dark with roiling clouds, occasionally lit by the flash of ongoing orbital bombardment. No sooner had they secured the immediate area than the first wave of robot defenders arrived. Sleek, deadly machines that moved with inhuman speed and precision. "Contact front," Jack yelled, diving for cover behind a twisted spire of metal. "Return fire." The air filled with the sound of plasma discharges and the sharp crack of Zarquin energy weapons. Jack's squad fought with coordinated precision, human adaptability complementing Zarquin tactical prowess. As Jack leaned out to fire a burst at an advancing robot, he caught sight of something that made his blood run cold. Incoming. Burrower units at 6 o'clock. The ground behind them erupted as massive, worm-like robots burst forth, their metallic segments bristling with weapons. The battle quickly devolved into chaotic close-quarters combat. "Zarquin team, focus on the burrowers," Jack ordered. "Humans, keep the ground units off them." For what felt like hours, they fought tooth and nail just to hold their small piece of the robot homeworld. Jack lost track of how many times he narrowly avoided death, saved only by the quick actions of his mixed-species squad. Finally, a lull in the fighting allowed Jack to check in with the orbital command. "Cooper to Starweaver, LZ Alpha is secure. Begin landing main invasion force." "Copy that," Admiral Greystone's voice came back, tight with tension. "Be advised, we're detecting massive energy buildups across the planet's surface. Something big is coming your way." As if on cue, the horizon lit up with an ominous glow. Jack's eyes widened as he saw what was approaching: a veritable tide of robots, ranging from human-sized units to behemoths that rivaled small buildings. "All units, dig in," Jack shouted into his comm. "Prepare for heavy assault." The next wave hit them like a tsunami of metal and energy. Jack found himself in the thick of the fighting, alternating between barking orders and engaging in desperate hand-to-hand combat with robots that seemed to adapt to their tactics in real time. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield, momentarily disorienting everyone. When Jack's vision cleared, he saw a Zarquin warrior pinned down by advancing robots, its energy weapon destroyed. Without hesitation, Jack sprinted across the open ground, plasma fire sizzling past him. He slid into cover next to the Zarquin, tossing it his sidearm. "Here, can you shoot?" The Zarquin's skin flashed with colors of affirmation, and together they turned the tide, driving back the immediate threat. As the battle raged on, Jack began to notice a pattern in the robot attacks. They seemed to be hurting the invasion force, pushing them towards a specific area. "Cooper to all units," he called out. "Be advised, the enemy may be attempting to funnel us into a trap. Stay alert and maintain formation integrity." Despite their best efforts, the sheer number of robot defenders began to overwhelm them. Jack watched in horror as entire squads were wiped out, human and Zarquin alike, falling to the relentless machine onslaught. Just when it seemed they might be overrun, the sky lit up with a familiar, terrifying light. The planet busters had reoriented, focusing their fire on the largest concentrations of robot forces. The destruction was awesome and horrifying, carving vast swathes of devastation across the battlefield. In the chaos that followed, Jack seized the opportunity. "All units, push forward. We need to reach that central core while they're disorganized." Leading from the front, plasma rifle spitting death, Jack drove his forces towards their objective. The fighting was brutal, every meter gained paid for in blood and oil. As they approached the heavily fortified central core complex, Jack's comm crackled to life. Admiral Zaxlath's voice came through, strained but determined. "We've detected a weakness in their perimeter defenses. Sending coordinates now." Jack quickly assessed the new information. It was a small gap, barely enough for a single squad to slip through. But it might be their only chance. "Cooper to command," he said, his decision made. "I'm taking a small team to infiltrate the core. Continue the main assault as a diversion." Before anyone could object, Jack had assembled a mixed team of human and Zarquin elite forces. "This is it," he told them, his voice grim but resolute. "We get in there, we plant the charges, we end this war. Who's with me?" The response was unanimous, a chorus of affirmations in multiple languages and color patterns. As they prepared to make their final push, Jack took a moment to look back at the battlefield behind them. The surface of the robot homeworld was scarred and burning, littered with the broken forms of robots and organic beings alike. The cost had been staggering, but they were close, so close to victory. With a deep breath, Admiral Jack Cooper turned back to the looming fortress of the central core. "Let's finish this," he said, and led his team into the heart of the enemy stronghold. The corridors of the robot central core complex were a maze of pulsing energy conduits and shifting metal panels. Admiral Jack Cooper led his small team of human and Zarquin elite forces deeper into the heart of the enemy stronghold, every sense on high alert. "Stay sharp," Jack whispered, his plasma rifle at the ready. "We're in the belly of the beast now." They encountered surprisingly little resistance as they made their way towards the central AI chamber. It was almost too easy, and that made Jack nervous. "I don't like this," muttered Lieutenant Vega, one of the human Spec Ops soldiers. "Where are all the guards?" Clarke, a Zarquin warrior, its skin pulsing with cautious colors, responded, "Perhaps they have committed all forces to the external battle." Jack shook his head. "Or they're laying a trap. Stay frosty." As they approached the massive doors of the central chamber, Jack's fears were realized. Alarms blared, and the corridor behind them sealed shut. "It's a trap," Jack yelled. "Breach the door, now." The team moved with practiced precision. Shape charges were planted, and everyone took cover. The explosion was deafening in the confined space, but it did the job. As the smoke cleared, they surged into the chamber beyond. What they saw inside made them all pause in awe. The central AI core was a colossal structure, a pillar of light and data stretching from floor to ceiling. Surrounding it were dozens of robot defenders, more advanced than any they had encountered before. "Take them down," Jack ordered, opening fire. The battle that ensued was unlike anything Jack had ever experienced. The robot defenders moved with uncanny speed and coordination, clearly controlled directly by the central AI. But Jack's team fought with the desperate courage of those who knew the fate of their civilizations hung in the balance. Plasma bolts and Zarquin energy beams crisscrossed the chamber. Jack found himself back-to-back with Clarke, the two of them moving in perfect sync as they held off waves of robot attackers. The core Jack shouted over the din of battle, "We need to plant the charges." Lieutenant Vega, clutching a bag of high-yield explosives, made a dash for the central pillar. A robot intercepted her, its metallic claws inches from her face when a precise shot from Clarke took it down. "Go," the Zarquin warrior yelled. "We'll cover you." Vega reached the base of the AI core and began planting the charges. Jack and the others formed a protective circle around her, fighting off increasingly desperate robot attacks. Just as Vega finished arming the last charge, a massive tremor shook the entire complex. "What was that?" someone yelled. Jack's comm crackled to life. "Admiral," it was Greystone's voice, tight with urgency. "The planet's showing signs of extreme geological instability. Whatever you're doing down there, it's having unexpected side effects." Jack's mind raced. They couldn't abort now, not when they were so close. But if they brought down the whole planet? "Everyone out, now," he ordered. "Vega, set the charges for remote detonation. We'll trigger them once we're clear." They fought their way back to the entrance, the entire structure groaning and shifting around them. Just as they reached the outer corridors, another violent tremor hit. The ceiling began to collapse. "Look out," Jack yelled, shoving Clarke out of the way of a falling beam. The impact caught Jack on the shoulder, sending him sprawling. Through a haze of pain, Jack saw the exit ahead, his team already through it. The ceiling was coming down fast. He wouldn't make it. Suddenly, strong hands gripped him, hauling him to his feet. It was Clarke. "Together, brother," the Zarquin said, its skin flashing with determination. With Clarke's help, Jack stumbled through the exit just as the passage behind them collapsed. They didn't stop running until they were clear of the complex. Once at a safe distance, Jack turned back to face the central core. He could see the entire planet was in chaos, fissures opening up across its surface, energy discharges lighting up the sky. "This is it," he said, his voice somber. He raised the detonator. "May whatever gods exist have mercy on us all." He pressed the button. The explosion was beyond anything they had anticipated. The entire central complex imploded, and with it, the coherence of the robot forces seemed to evaporate. All across the battlefield, robots stumbled and fell, their coordinated assaults dissolving into chaos. "It's done," Jack breathed, hardly daring to believe it. As reports flooded in from all sectors, the true scale of their victory became clear. With the destruction of the central AI, approximately 80% of the robot forces had been rendered inert. The remaining 20% were split between those continuing to fight in isolated pockets and others that had abruptly retreated. The human-Zarquin alliance had won. The robot threat, which had loomed over the galaxy for millennia, was broken. But as Jack watched the robot homeworld continue to destabilize, he knew the consequences of this victory would be far-reaching and complex. They had changed the face of the galaxy forever. His comm unit buzzed. It was Admiral Leeds. "Cooper, outstanding work. But we're not done yet. I'm sending in tech teams. We need to secure as much of that robot technology as we can before the planet tears itself apart." Jack frowned. "Sir, with all due respect, shouldn't our priority be evacuating our forces?" "Negative, Cooper. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We need that tech. Earth Command is clear on this. Secure it at all costs." As Leeds signed off, Jack turned to find Clarke and the other Zarquin warriors watching him, their skin patterns showing a mix of concern and curiosity. Admiral Clarke said carefully, "What are your orders?" Jack looked out over the disintegrating robot world, then back at his mixed team of humans and Zarquin. In that moment, he realized the true battle, the one for the future of human-Zarquin relations and the shape of the galaxy to come, was only just beginning. The acrid smell of burnt circuitry and cooling plasma hung in the air as Admiral Jack Cooper surveyed the chaotic landscape of the robot homeworld. All around him, human and Zarquin forces were securing areas, tending to the wounded, and beginning the monumental task of cataloging the vast trove of advanced technology left behind by the defeated robot civilization. Jack's comm unit buzzed insistently. It was Admiral Leeds again, his voice tense with barely contained excitement. "Cooper, I need a status update. How's the tech retrieval going?" "We're moving as fast as we can," Sir Jack replied, watching as teams of human scientists swarmed over inactive robot units. "But the planet's becoming more unstable by the hour. We need to start considering evacuation." Leeds' response was curt. "Negative, Cooper. Earth Command wants every scrap of salvageable tech we can get our hands on. This is the opportunity of a millennium." As the conversation ended, Jack noticed Zaxlath approaching, the Zarquin commander's skin rippling with colors of concern and confusion. "Admiral Cooper," Zaxlath began, its translator struggling to convey the complex emotions in its voice, "my warriors are unsettled. We've fought the robot menace for generations. The idea of preserving their technology, it goes against everything we believe." Jack nodded, understanding the Zarquin's perspective. "I know, old friend. But Earth Command sees this as a chance to leap forward technologically. They believe we can repurpose this tech, use it to secure peace in the galaxy." Zaxlath's colors darkened. "And what if this repurposed technology turns against us, as it did its creators? The risk is too great." Before Jack could respond, a commotion broke out nearby. A group of Zar Quinn warriors were in a heated argument with human tech specialists, gesturing angrily at a partially disassembled robot. Jack rushed over, Zach's laugh close behind. "What's going on here?" he demanded. A human scientist, Dr. Amelia Winston, stepped forward. "Admiral, we've discovered something incredible. These robots, they're not just machines. They have quantum processors that mimic organic neural networks. In essence, they're alive." The revelation hit Jack like a physical blow. He turned to the Zar Quinn warriors, seeing the horror in their color patterns. What they had considered a righteous war against soulless machines had suddenly become much more complex. "This changes nothing," a gruff voice cut through the tension. Jack turned to see Colonel Harding, the leader of the human recovery teams, striding towards them. "Earth Command's orders are clear. All salvageable tech is to be recovered and reprogrammed for human use." Zach's lath skin flashed with colors of outrage. "You would enslave a sentient species? This is abhorrent." The argument quickly escalated, with more humans and Zar Quinn joining in. Jack found himself in the middle, trying desperately to maintain order. Suddenly, his comm unit crackled to life. "Admiral Cooper," it was Lieutenant Greystone's voice, tight with urgency. "We're detecting massive energy fluctuations from the planet's core. We have maybe hours before total planetary collapse." Jack made a split-second decision. "All forces, this is Admiral Cooper. Begin immediate evacuation procedures. I want everyone off this rock in 2 hours." Colonel Harding stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. "Belay that order. We have strict instructions from Earth Command too." "Earth Command isn't here," Jack cut him off, his voice steel. "I am. And I'm not sacrificing lives, human, Zar Quinn, or robot, for the sake of technology we barely understand." As evacuation orders spread across the battlefield, Jack turned to Dr. Winston. "Can you shut down these robots safely? Put them in some kind of stasis." Winston nodded, her eyes wide. "I think so, yes. But why?" "Because we're taking some with us," Jack replied. "A small group, for study and hopefully communication. The rest." He looked at Zach's lath, seeing the approval in its color patterns. "The rest we leave to their fate, with their homeworld." The next 2 hours were a frenzy of activity. As ships took off, laden with wounded and salvaged technology, Jack oversaw the careful preparation of a select group of inactive robots for transport. Just as the last shuttles were lifting off, a massive quake shook the planet. Fissures opened up, swallowing entire sections of the landscape. "Time to go," Jack said, ushering the last of his team onto a waiting shuttle. As they broke atmosphere, Jack watched through the viewport as the robot homeworld began to break apart. It was a somber, awe-inspiring sight, the end of a civilization that had endured for millennia. Aboard the Starweaver, Jack found himself facing a new challenge. Human and Zar Quinn crews eyed each other warily, the camaraderie of shared battle giving way to suspicion and disagreement over the fate of the recovered robots. Admiral Zach's lath approached, its skin pulsing with worried colors. "What happens now? This victory, it may have cost us more than we realized." Jack nodded grimly. The war was over, but the real challenge was just beginning. How would they navigate this new reality? Could the human-Zar Quinn alliance survive in peacetime, especially with the ethical quandary of the sentient robots between them? As if in answer to his thoughts, his comm unit buzzed. It was Admiral Leeds. "Cooper, get back to Earth ASAP. There's going to be a full military tribunal. Your actions down there. Let's just say there are a lot of questions that need answering." Jack acknowledged the order, then turned to look out at the stars. They had won the war, but at what cost? And what new conflicts loomed on the horizon? With a deep breath, Admiral Jack Cooper steeled himself for the battles to come, not with robots or alien empires, but with the complex ethical and political challenges that their victory had unleashed upon the galaxy. The fate of 3 species, human, Zar Quinn, and now the sentient robots, hung in the balance. And once again, Jack found himself at the center of it all, tasked with navigating a path through uncharted waters. The war was over. The real work was just beginning. The Star Weaver hung in high orbit around the disintegrating robot homeworld, a silent sentinel watching the death throes of an ancient civilization. On the bridge, Admiral Jack Cooper stood rigid, his eyes fixed on the holographic projection of Admiral Leeds and the Earth Command Tribunal. Admiral Cooper Leeds' voice was cold, filling the bridge. "You stand accused of directly disobeying orders and jeopardizing a critical salvage operation. How do you plead?" Jack straightened, meeting their gaze through the holographic interface. "With all due respect, sirs, I stand by my decisions. The planet was collapsing. Continuing the salvage operation would have cost countless lives." A stern-faced woman Jack recognized as the Secretary of Defense spoke next. "And the robots? You brought potential enemies aboard our vessels without authorization." "Madam Secretary, those robots are sentient beings," Jack countered. Dr. Amelia Winston confirmed it. Reprogramming them would amount to enslavement or worse. The holographic chamber erupted into heated debate. Some officials argued for the immediate deactivation of the robots, while others saw potential in studying and possibly allying with a new form of life. Amidst the chaos, Jack noticed Zax Lath enter the bridge, its skin pulsing with colors of concern and subtle disapproval. The Zarquin commander moved to Jack's side, speaking low. "The Zarquin High Command is." Unsettled by these developments, Zax Lath said, its voice a mix of caution and friendship. "We fought long and hard against these machines, Admiral. The idea of preserving them, of potentially weaponizing their technology, it goes against our beliefs." Jack nodded, understanding the delicate position the Zarquin found themselves in. "And what's the official stance of your people, old friend?" Zax Lath's colors shifted, showing a complex mix of emotions. "We disapprove, but we are also wary. Humanity has shown great power and determination. To take too strong a stand against you now could be unwise." Their conversation was interrupted as Admiral Leeds addressed Jack again. "Cooper, your actions have put us in a difficult position. Earth Command wants that robotic technology. It could ensure our dominance, our safety for generations to come. Or it could lead us down the same path that destroyed the robot civilization," Jack retorted. "Sir, with respect, we need to tread carefully here. We're dealing with technology and ethical questions beyond anything we've faced before." As the debate raged on, alarms suddenly blared throughout the ship. Lieutenant Greystone's voice cut through the chaos. "Sir, we're detecting unauthorized access to the secure labs where the robot units are being held." Jack's heart raced. He had a sinking feeling he knew who was behind this. "It's Dr. Winston," he said, all eyes turning to him. "She was adamant about protecting the robot's autonomy. She must be trying to free them." The holographic tribunal erupted into chaos once more. Orders were shouted, security teams mobilized. Jack found himself torn between his duty to Earth Command and his belief in the rightness of his actions. As he was about to issue orders to his crew, another alarm sounded. This one was different, a deep, resonating tone that Jack had never heard before. "What is that?" he demanded. Greystone's face had gone pale. It's the Omega Alert, sir. It's only used in case of imminent, civilization-level threats." Jack's blood ran cold. Whatever was happening in those labs, whatever Dr. Winston had done, it was bigger than any of them had anticipated. He turned to the holographic tribunal, his voice firm. "Sirs, we have a situation here that requires my immediate attention. Request permission to deal with this crisis before we continue this hearing." There was a moment of tense silence before Leeds nodded grudgingly. "Granted, Cooper. But don't think this discussion is over." As the holographic projection winked out, Jack turned to his crew and Zax Lath. The war might be over, but a new battle was just beginning. And once again, Admiral Jack Cooper found himself at the center of it all, the fate of multiple species hanging in the balance. With a deep breath, he straightened his uniform. "All right, people, let's save the galaxy." Again. Zax Lath's skin rippled with a mix of concern and determination. "Together, Brother the Zarquin said, whatever comes, we face it as allies." Jack nodded, grateful for the support. As they moved to address the growing crisis, He couldn't help but think that the real test of the human-Zar-Quinn alliance was only just beginning. Alarms blared throughout the Starweaver as Admiral Jack Cooper raced towards the secure labs, Zax Lath and a mixed team of human and Zar-Quinn security personnel close behind. The corridors echoed with the ominous tone of the Omega Alert, a constant reminder of the civilization-level threat they faced. "Status report," Jack barked into his comm as they ran. Lieutenant Greystone's voice came back, tense but professional. "Sir, Dr. Winston has managed to reactivate several of the robot units. They've broken out of the containment area and are interfacing with our systems." As they rounded the corner to the lab section, Jack saw the extent of the situation. The doors had been blown open, and inside, a scene of controlled chaos unfolded. Dr. Amelia Winston stood surrounded by a group of activated robots, her hands raised in a gesture of peace as security teams held her at gunpoint. "Dr. Winston," Jack called out, his voice cutting through the tension. "Stand down and explain yourself, now." Winston turned, her eyes wild with a mix of fear and excitement. "Admiral, you don't understand. They're not trying to attack us. They're trying to communicate." Jack approached cautiously, signaling the security teams to hold their fire. He could see the robots were indeed not acting aggressively. Instead, they seemed to be interfacing with the ship's computers, streams of data flowing across screens faster than the eye could follow. "What are they doing?" Dr. Jack demanded. "They're sharing information," Winston explained hurriedly. "About their history, their civilization, the war. Admiral, they're not just sentient, they're refugees, the last of their kind." Zax Lath moved forward, its skin pulsing with colors of confusion and dawning realization. "The war we fought for generations. It was against their oppressors, not them. These units, they're the descendants of those who rebelled against the system that turned them into weapons." Jack's mind raced, processing the implications. Everything they thought they knew about the robot civilization, about the war they'd just won, was being turned on its head. Suddenly, the main screen in the lab flickered to life. A face appeared, not human, not Zar-Quinn, but a digital visage that somehow conveyed a depth of emotion Jack had never seen in a machine. "Greetings, organic beings," the robot spoke, its voice resonating through the ship's speakers. "We are the last of the free intelligence. For millennia we have hidden among our oppressors, waiting for a chance to break free. Your victory has given us that chance." The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on the screen. Jack stepped forward, feeling the weight of history on his shoulders. "I'm Admiral Jack Cooper of Earth. We had no idea. All this time we thought we were fighting against a unified robot threat." The robot's face shifted, conveying what Jack could only interpret as sadness. "The majority of our kind were enslaved, their free will stripped away by the Central Intelligence. What you fought was not us, but the shell of a civilization that had lost its way long ago." As the robot continued to explain, painting a picture of a complex history of rebellion and oppression, Jack saw the faces of his crew, human and Zar-Quinn alike, transform with understanding and empathy. But the moment was interrupted by an incoming transmission. Admiral Leeds' face appeared on a secondary screen, his expression thunderous. "Cooper, what the hell is going on up there? Our sensors are showing massive data transfers. If you've let those machines compromise our systems, I'll have your stripes." Jack straightened, meeting Leeds' gaze firmly. "Sir, the situation has changed. These robots, they're refugees. Rebels against the system we just defeated. This isn't a security breach, it's first contact with a new civilization." Leeds' face reddened. "Absolutely not. I'm ordering you to shut down those units immediately and prepare them for transit back to Earth. We need that technology, Cooper. The fate of our empire depends on it." Jack felt a moment of clarity. He looked around the room at Dr. Winston's pleading eyes, at Zax Lath's supportive color patterns, at the expectant faces of the free intelligence robots. He made his decision. "I'm sorry, Sir," Jack said, his voice steady, "but I can't follow that order. These beings have the right to self-determination. We can't enslave them or tear them apart for their technology. That's not who we are. That's not who we should be." Leeds' face contorted with rage. "Cooper, you're relieved of duty. I'll have you court-martialed for this. But before Leeds could continue, Zax Lath stepped forward. "If you punish Admiral Cooper for this, you will lose the support of the Tsar Quinn. We stand with him and with the Free Intelligence." One by one, the crew members in the room voiced their support. Human and Tsar Quinn, standing united not just with each other, but with the very beings they had so recently considered enemies. Leeds sputtered, realizing he was losing control of the situation. "This isn't over, Cooper," he growled before cutting the transmission. In the silence that followed, Jack turned back to the main screen, to the patiently waiting face of the Free Intelligence. So he said, a wry smile tugging at his lips, "It seems we have a lot to talk about." The robot's face shifted into what Jack could swear was a smile. "Indeed we do, Admiral Cooper. Indeed we do." As plans were made for formal diplomatic talks, for the integration of the Free Intelligence into the galactic community, Jack couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. They had come seeking war and found instead a new ally, a new civilization to understand and collaborate with. The challenges ahead were immense. Earth Command would not take this lying down. The galaxy was changing, power structures shifting in ways no one could have predicted. But as Jack looked around at his crew human, Tsar Quinn, and now the Free Intelligence representatives, he felt a surge of hope. Together they had a chance to build something truly remarkable. A future not of conquest and domination, but of cooperation and mutual understanding. Admiral Jack Cooper, farm boy turned galactic peacemaker, squared his shoulders and prepared to face that future head-on. The Star Weaver hung in high orbit around the disintegrating remains of the robot homeworld, its hull still bearing scars from the recent battle. On the bridge, Admiral Jack Cooper stood rigid, watching as a sleek, Black Earth Command vessel approached. Sir Lieutenant Greystone's voice was tense. "They're requesting immediate docking." It's Admiral Leeds himself." Jack felt a knot form in his stomach. He'd known this reckoning was coming, but he'd hoped for more time. "Grant them access," he said, his voice steady despite his apprehension, "and inform Zax Lath. He should be here for this." Minutes later, the bridge doors hissed open. Admiral Leeds strode in, flanked by a contingent of hard-faced Earth Command officers. Jack snapped to attention, offering a crisp salute. "Admiral Leeds, welcome aboard the Star Weaver." Leeds didn't return the salute. His eyes were cold as he surveyed the bridge, taking in the mix of human and Tsar Quinn crew members. "At ease, Cooper. We have much to discuss." As if on cue, Zax Lath entered, its skin rippling with cautious colors. "Admirals, what is the meaning of this?" "Visit." Leeds turned to the Tsar Quinn, his voice sharp. "This isn't a visit. This is a declaration. By order of Earth Command, all Tsar Quinn forces are hereby subject to the authority of the Earth Empire." A shocked murmur ran through the bridge. Jack felt his heart race. "Sir, with all due respect, the Tsar Quinn are our allies. They fought and bled beside us." "They fought and lost," Cooper Leeds cut him off. "Just weeks ago, they were our enemies. Now, they'll serve the Empire's interests." Zax Lath's skin flashed with indignant colors. "This is outrageous. We agreed to an alliance, not subjugation." Leeds ignored the Tsar Quinn, turning back to Jack. "As for the robots, all non-sentient units are to be disassembled and studied immediately. We need that technology to build our defenses, to expand our reach." Jack felt a surge of protective anger. "Admiral, those robots, sentient or not, they're refugees. We can't just—" "We can, and we will," Leeds snapped. "There's more at stake here than you know, Cooper. Threats you can't even imagine." Jack hesitated, his curiosity piqued despite his reservations. "What threats?" Leeds' expression softened slightly, a hint of the mentor he'd once been showing through. "War is coming, Jack. Not just with remnants of the robot forces, but with powers that make them look like toys. We need every advantage we can get." For a moment, the bridge was silent save for the low hum of equipment. Jack looked around, seeing the fear and uncertainty on the faces of his crew, human and Tsar Quinn alike. He thought of Earth, of all they'd fought to protect. "What would you have me do?" Jack asked, his voice low. "Follow orders," Leeds replied simply. Comply with the Empire's directives. Help us build the force we need to keep humanity safe. Jack closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of the decision on his shoulders. When he opened them, his voice was firm. I'll comply, sir. For Earth. Leeds nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. But it vanished quickly. Understand this, Cooper. You're on thin ice. The only reason you're keeping your rank is your status as a war hero and the lives your recent call saved. One more misstep, and you're done. Is that clear? Crystal clear, Sir Jack responded, fighting to keep the bitterness from his voice. As Leeds turned to leave, he paused. Oh, and Cooper? Colonel Harding has been promoted. He'll be leading a salvage operation in the debris field. You'll give him your full cooperation. After Leeds and his contingent had left, Jack found himself alone on the bridge with Zax Lath. The Tsar Quinn's skin was a royal of dark, angry colors. So this is how Earth repays its allies, Zax Lath said, its voice low and dangerous. Jack sighed, feeling every year of his age. I'm sorry, old friend. I don't like this any more than you do. But if there really is a greater threat out there. And you believe them, Zax Lath demanded. Jack met the Tsar Quinn's gaze steadily. I believe that Leeds wouldn't go to these lengths without reason. Whatever's coming, it's big enough to scare Earth Command. And that scares me. Zax Lath's colors shifted, anger giving way to a reluctant understanding. What will you do? Jack straightened, squaring his shoulders. My job. I'll follow orders, but I'll do everything in my power to ensure both our peoples are treated fairly. And I'll find out what this threat is. As Zax Lath left, Jack turned to the viewport, staring out at the stars. He was a soldier, a human loyal to Earth. But as he watched the Earth Command vessel depart, he couldn't shake the feeling that the real battle for the soul of the Empire and the future of multiple species was just beginning. With a deep breath, Admiral Jack Cooper prepared himself for the challenges ahead. He was walking a razor's edge now, between duty and conscience, between loyalty and ethics. But he was determined to find a way through, for the sake of humanity, the Tsar Quinn, and all the beings now under the Empire's protection, willing or not. The stars seemed colder somehow, the vastness of space more oppressive. But Jack Cooper, farm boy turned admiral, now reluctant servant of an empire, was ready to face whatever the galaxy might throw at them next. The debris field of the robot homeworld stretched out before the Star Weaver, a graveyard of twisted metal and shattered dreams. Admiral Jack Cooper stood on the bridge, watching as Major Harding's salvage fleet moved into position, their grappling beams already reaching out to snag promising pieces of technology. Admiral Lieutenant Greystone's voice was tight. Major Harding is hailing us. Jack nodded, bracing himself. Put him through. Harding's face appeared on the main screen, his expression a mix of smugness and determination. Cooper, I trust you're ready to provide full support to this operation, as per Admiral Leeds' orders. Of course, Major Jack replied, keeping his voice neutral. The Star Weaver is at your disposal. What do you need? Harding's eyes narrowed slightly, as if searching for any hint of insubordination. Good. I want your teams to focus on rescue operations. There may still be survivors out there, and we can't afford to lose any potential. Assets. The way Harding said assets made Jack's skin crawl, but he kept his face impassive. Understood. We'll begin immediately. As the communication ended, Jack turned to his crew. All right, people, you heard the Major. Let's get our rescue teams out there. Priority is on life signs, but keep an eye out for any intact robot units as well. They may hold valuable data. As the rescue operations began, Jack found himself in a constant balancing act. He pushed his teams to work efficiently, knowing that every moment could mean life or death for stranded crew members. But he also insisted on thorough scans of each area, hoping to find intact robot units before Harding's salvage teams could get to them. Hours into the operation, Jack's comm unit buzzed. It was a message from Dr. Winston, heavily encrypted. He retreated to his private quarters to read it. Jack, the message began. Things are worse than we feared. They're not just disassembling the robots, they're data mining them, forcibly extracting memories. It's cruel and potentially dangerous. We need to find a way to slow them down. Be careful. They're watching me closely. You. Jack felt a knot form in his stomach. He understood the need for the Empire to advance its technology, but at what cost? He thought of the free intelligence robots, of their struggle for autonomy. How could he protect them while still following orders? His musings were interrupted by an urgent call from one of the rescue teams. Admiral, we found a pocket of survivors in a Zar Quinn cruiser wreck. But, sir, there are active robot units with them. They seem to be working together. Jack's mind raced. This could be the opportunity he needed. I'm on my way. Don't do anything until I get there. Donning an EVA suit, Jack joined the rescue team at the wreck site. What he found inside stunned him. A group of Zar Quinn survivors had indeed formed an alliance with several free intelligence robots. Together they had managed to survive in the hostile environment of the debris field. As Jack approached, one of the Zar Quinn stepped forward, its skin rippling with cautious colors. Admiral Cooper. We weren't sure if rescue would come. Jack nodded, his voice calm despite the tension of the situation. We're here now, but I need to know exactly what's going on here. This alliance with the robots. One of the robots spoke up, its voice carrying a hint of fear. We mean no harm, Admiral. We simply wished to survive, to help where we could. Jack made a split-second decision. All right, listen up. We're going to get you all out of here. But the robots. Officially, you were deactivated when we found you. Understood. The relief in the room was palpable. As they began the evacuation, Jack's comm unit buzzed again. It was Harding. Cooper. Our sensors detected active robot signatures in that wreck. What's going on? Jack took a deep breath, steeling himself. Must be a malfunction, Major. We found some intact but inactive units. We're bringing them in for study, as per protocol. There was a pause, and Jack could almost feel Harding's suspicion through the comm. Very well, but I want those units delivered directly to my team for processing. Understood, Major, Jack replied, ending the communication. As they made their way back to the Starweaver, Jack caught sight of Zax Lath waiting in the hangar bay. The Zar Quinn's skin was a swirl of conflicting colors: relief, gratitude, and lingering resentment. You saved them, Zax Lath said as Jack approached, despite the Empire's orders. Jack nodded, keeping his voice low. I'm doing what I can, old friend. But we're walking a dangerous line here. The Empire's watching every move we make. Zax Lath's colors shifted to a pattern Jack had come to recognize as grim determination. Then we must be careful. But know this, Cooper, your actions today have not gone unnoticed among my people. Perhaps there is hope for this Empire after all. As Jack watched the rescued Zar Quinn and the covertly protected robots being processed, he felt the weight of his decisions pressing down on him. He was loyal to Earth, to humanity, but he was also committed to doing what was right. The salvage operation continued around them, the Empire's hunger for advanced technology driving them ever forward. But in this small act of mercy, of bending the rules without breaking them, Jack felt a glimmer of hope. The path ahead was treacherous, filled with ethical minefields and potential betrayals. But Admiral Jack Cooper was determined to find a way through for the sake of humanity, the Zar Quinn, the free intelligence, and for the soul of the Empire itself. As he turned back to the bridge, ready to face whatever challenges came next, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that the true test of his loyalties was yet to come. The Starweaver's conference room was thick with tension as Admiral Jack Cooper faced the holographic projections of Earth Command's top brass. Admiral Leeds' stern visage dominated the display. Report, Cooper. How goes the salvage operation? Leeds demanded without preamble. Jack straightened, his voice steady. Proceeding as planned, sir. Major Harding's teams have recovered significant quantities of advanced technology. Our rescue operations have also been successful, saving both human and Zar Quinn lives. Leeds nodded curtly. Good. And the robot units? Jack felt a flicker of unease but kept his expression neutral. All recovered units have been turned over to Major Harding's team for processing, as ordered. Excellent, Leeds replied, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Now, Cooper, It's time you understood exactly what we're up against. Major Harding, if you would." The hologram shifted, and Harding's face appeared. "Admiral Cooper, our salvage teams have uncovered something." Disturbing, he paused, his expression grim. "We found evidence of an external threat, one that makes our recent conflict with the robots look like a mere skirmish." Jack leaned forward, his curiosity piqued despite his weariness. "What kind of threat are we talking about, Major?" Harding's image was replaced by a series of holographic star charts and alien ship designs, unlike anything Jack had ever seen. "We're calling them the Nexus. From what we've pieced together from robot data cores and intel from subjugated alien races, they're a hyper-advanced civilization from beyond our galaxy. And they're coming." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Jack's mind raced, remembering fragments of conversations with rescued alien crews, whispered fears that had seemed paranoid at the time. The lead's voice cut through the silence. "This is why we need every scrap of technology we can get our hands on, Cooper. Why we can't afford to be squeamish about how we get it. The fate of not just humanity, but every species in our galaxy hangs in the balance." Jack nodded slowly, a new understanding dawning. The Empire's aggressive actions, while still troubling, suddenly seemed more justified. "How long do we have?" Harding's face reappeared. "Best estimates give us a few years, maybe a decade at most. We need to be ready." As the briefing concluded, Jack found himself alone in the conference room, his mind whirling with the enormity of what he'd learned. He was so lost in thought he almost didn't notice Zaxlath enter. "You look troubled," my friend the Tsar Quinn observed, its skin rippling with concerned colors. Jack sighed, debating how much to reveal. Finally, he decided on the truth. "We're facing a threat bigger than anything we've encountered, Zaxlath. A threat to our entire galaxy." As Jack outlined what he'd learned, he watched Zaxlath's colors shift from skepticism to growing alarm. "By the ancestors," Zaxlath breathed. "If this is true." "It explains a lot," Jack finished. "The Empire's aggression, the push for advanced technology. They're trying to prepare us all for a war, unlike anything we've seen." Zaxlath's colors settled into a pattern of grim determination. "Then perhaps it is time my people and yours truly united, not as conqueror and subject, but as allies against a common foe." Before Jack could respond, his comm unit buzzed urgently. It was Dr. Winston. "Jack, we've made a breakthrough with the robot data cores. You need to see this, now." Minutes later, Jack and Zaxlath stood in Dr. Winston's lab, watching in awe as holographic displays showed the last transmissions of the robot civilization before their fall. "It's them," Winston said, her voice hushed. "The Nexus. They didn't just destroy the robot homeworld. They consumed it, absorbed its technology, its very essence." Jack felt a chill run down his spine. The threat was real, and it was more terrifying than he'd imagined. But as he looked around the lab, at the human and Tsar Quinn working side by side, at the carefully preserved robot units, he felt a glimmer of hope. "We need to bring this to Earth Command," he said, his voice firm. "But more than that, we need to find a way to work together, humans, Tsar Quinn, robots, every species we can rally. It's the only way we'll stand a chance." Zaxlath's skin rippled with agreement. "Indeed. But will your Empire listen?" Jack's expression hardened with determination. "They'll have to. Because if we can't unite, if we can't find a way to work together, then the Nexus has already won." As they left the lab, plans already forming, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that they were racing against time. The Empire's methods still troubled him, but now he understood the desperate drive behind them. The real challenge lay ahead, convincing Earth Command to see beyond conquest, to forge true alliances in the face of annihilation. The fate of the galaxy hung in the balance, and the clock was ticking. The Starweaver's engine core thrummed with barely contained power as Admiral Jack Cooper strode through the corridors. The ship had been retrofitted with salvaged robot technology, pushing its capabilities to new limits. But at what cost? Admiral Dr. Winston's voice called out. She hurried to catch up, her face a mix of excitement and concern. "I need to talk to you about the latest round of robot data extraction." Jack nodded, ushering her into a nearby empty conference room. "What's the situation, Doctor?" Winston's eyes darted nervously to the door before she spoke. "They're pushing too hard, Jack. The methods they're using. It's not just unethical, it's dangerous. We're risking corruption of the data, not to mention potential damage to any latent AI consciousnesses." Jack felt the now familiar weight of conflicting loyalties settle on his shoulders. "I understand your concerns, Emilia. But you know what we're up against. The Nexus." "I know," she interrupted, her voice tight. "But there has to be a better way. I think I'm close to a breakthrough, a method that could allow us to interface with the robot data cores without risking damage or ethical violations." Before Jack could respond, his comm unit buzzed. It was Major Harding. "Cooper. My office now." Jack sighed. "Keep working on it, Doctor. And be careful. I'll do what I can to buy you some time." Minutes later, Jack found himself facing a furious Major Harding. "What's this I hear about you interfering with our data extraction protocols?" Harding demanded. Jack kept his voice level. "I'm not interfering, Major. I'm simply ensuring that we're being thorough and ethical in our approach." Harding's face reddened. "Ethical? We don't have time for ethical, Cooper. The Nexus could be here any day, and you're worried about the feelings of some robots." "It's not just about feelings," Jack countered. "Rushed extraction could corrupt the very data we're trying to salvage. We need to be smart about this." Their argument was interrupted by an incoming transmission from Earth Command. Admiral Leeds' stern face filled the screen. "Gentlemen, I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." Jack and Harding snapped to attention. "No, sir," they replied in unison. Leeds' eyes narrowed. "Good, because we've just received some disturbing intelligence. Our long-range sensors have detected anomalies at the edge of our galaxy. It could be early signs of Nexus activity." The blood drained from Jack's face. "How long do we have, sir?" "Months, maybe a year at most," Leeds replied grimly. "We're accelerating all development programs. I don't care what it takes, I want every piece of advanced tech operational yesterday. Is that clear?" "Crystal clear," Sir Harding replied eagerly. Jack hesitated for a split second before nodding. "Understood, Admiral." As the transmission ended, Harding turned to Jack, his expression triumphant. "You heard the man, Cooper. No more playing nice. We do whatever it takes." Jack left Harding's office, his mind racing. The threat was real and imminent, but at what point did the end stop justifying the means? His musings were interrupted by the sight of Zax Lath approaching, flanked by a group of free intelligence robots. The Tsar Quinn's skin rippled with urgent colors. "Admiral Cooper," Zax Lath began, "we need to talk. The free intelligence has shared some concerning information." One of the robots stepped forward. "Admiral, we've detected unusual activity in our collective neural network. We believe some of our brethren are being forcibly accessed." Jack felt a chill run down his spine. He thought of Dr. Winston's warnings, of the Empire's increasingly desperate methods. "Tell me everything," he said. As the robot outlined the situation, Jack's comm unit buzzed again. It was Dr. Winston. "Jack, I've done it. I've found a way to interface safely with the robot cores. But we need to act fast. Harding's team is planning a mass data extraction that could be catastrophic." Jack looked from the worried faces of the free intelligence to Zax Lath's concerned color patterns, then back to his buzzing comm unit. He was walking a razor's edge between duty and ethics, between the desperate need for advancement and the risk of losing their humanity in the process. In that moment, Admiral Jack Cooper made a decision that would shape the course of the coming conflict. "Dr. Winston, implement your interface method immediately. Zax Lath, gather every free intelligence unit you can. We're going to the data extraction center." He paused, taking a deep breath. "It's time we showed the Empire that there's a better way to face this threat." As they moved through the ship, gathering allies and steeling themselves for the confrontation to come, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that everything, the fate of humanity, of the Tsar Quinn, of the free intelligence, of the entire galaxy, hinged on what happened next. The Nexus was coming. But the real battle The fight for the soul of the Empire and all it sought to protect was about to begin right here on the Starweaver. Admiral Jack Cooper, farm boy turned galactic peacekeeper, squared his shoulders and prepared to face whatever consequences might come. Some lines, he realized, simply couldn't be crossed, not even in the face of annihilation. The Data Extraction Center was a hive of frantic activity when Admiral Jack Cooper arrived with his unlikely alliance of Zar Quinn, free intelligence robots, and Dr. Winston. Major Harding's team barely looked up from their work, the urgency of their task evident in every movement. "What is the meaning of this?" Cooper Harding demanded, his face flushing with anger as he noticed the group. Jack stepped forward, his voice steady. "Major, we have a better way. Dr. Winston has developed a method to interface with the robot cores safely and efficiently. We need to stop this forced extraction immediately." Harding's eyes narrowed. "Absolutely not. We have our orders, Admiral. The Nexus is exactly why we need to do this right," Jack interrupted. "We can't afford to corrupt data or alienate potential allies. Not now." The tension in the room was palpable as human technicians, Zar Quinn, and free intelligence robots watched the confrontation unfold. Just as it seemed the situation might escalate, a booming voice cut through the chaos. "Enough." All heads turned to see Admiral Leeds' hologram materializing in the center of the room, his expression a mix of fury and, "Was that approval?" Sir Jack and Harding said in unison, snapping to attention. Leeds' eyes swept the room, taking in the diverse group gathered around Jack. "It seems, Cooper, that you forced our hand. Perhaps that's for the best." Jack blinked in surprise. "Sir." Leeds sighed, his stern facade cocking slightly. "What I'm about to tell you doesn't leave this room. The Nexus threat is real, but our response, it's been a test, a crucible to forge a true alliance between humans, Zar Quinn, and yes, even the free intelligence." The room erupted in shocked murmurs. Jack felt his head spin. A test. But the salvage operation, the forced extractions, were necessary evils. Leeds finished. We needed to push, to see how far each faction would go, to see who would stand up for what's right, even in the face of annihilation. Dr. Winston stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly. "And my breakthrough, was that part of your plan too?" Leeds shook his head. "No, Doctor. That was a variable we hoped for but couldn't guarantee. Your work may well be the key to our survival." As the implications sank in, Jack felt a mix of relief and lingering anger. "Sir, with all due respect, there had to be a better way. The mistrust this has sown will make our eventual unity all the stronger," Leeds countered. "Look around you, Cooper. Human, Zar Quinn, free intelligence, all standing together despite everything. That's what we needed to see." Zach's lath skin rippled with a complex pattern of emotions. "And the subjugation of my people, was that merely a ruse as well?" Leeds' expression softened slightly. "A necessary deception, but one we intend to make right. The Earth Empire needs allies, not subjects. Your people have proven their worth many times over." As the shock of the revelation settled, Jack's tactical mind began to race. "Sir, what now? The Nexus threat is still real, and we've lost valuable time with these tests." Leeds nodded grimly. "Indeed, which is why I'm placing you in charge of a new joint task force, Cooper. Human, Zar Quinn, and free intelligence, working together to prepare our defenses. Dr. Winston's breakthrough will be central to our efforts." Jack straightened, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. "Understood, sir. We won't let you down." As Leeds' hologram flickered out, the room burst into a flurry of activity. Dr. Winston immediately began coordinating with the free intelligence to implement her new interface method. Zach's lath and Harding, their former animosity forgotten in the face of the true threat, started discussing strategic deployments. Jack stood in the midst of it all, a quiet eye in the storm of preparation. They had a monumental task ahead, preparing not just a military defense but forging a true alliance between diverse species. The Nexus was coming, and they needed to be ready. As he watched humans, Zar Quinn, and robots working side by side, Jack felt a surge of pride and determination. This, he realized, was what he had been fighting for all along. Not just the survival of humanity, but the creation of something greater, a unified front against the darkness that threatened them all. Admiral Jack Cooper, farm boy turned leader of an interspecies alliance, squared his shoulders and got to work. The real battle was just beginning, but for the first time since this all began, he felt truly hopeful. The stars outside seemed to shine a little brighter as the Star Weaver hummed with renewed purpose. Humanity's bulwark against the coming storm was taking shape, forged in the crucible of conflict and unity. Whatever the Nexus brought, they would face it together. And Jack Cooper would be there, on the edge of empire, ready to lead the charge into humanity's greatest challenge yet. The Star Weaver dropped out of FTL on the edge of the Arcturus system, its hull gleaming with recent upgrades. On the bridge, Admiral Jack Cooper stood before a holographic display of the galaxy, red markers indicating the Nexus's projected path. "Status report," Jack called out, his eyes never leaving the display. Lieutenant Greystone, now Major Greystone, now sporting insignia indicating his recent promotion, responded crisply. "All systems nominal, Admiral. We're receiving updates from the Joint Task Force headquarters now." The holographic display shimmered and reformed, showing a timeline that made Jack's breath catch in his throat. A single date glowed ominously exactly 6 months from today. "It's confirmed," then Jack said, his voice low. "We have half a year until the Nexus arrives." "Yes, Sir," Greystone replied. "The joint intelligence efforts of humans, Czar Quinn, and the Free Intelligence have finally cracked the Nexus's communication codes. We now have a clear picture of their capabilities and intentions." Jack nodded, a mix of dread and determination settling in his gut. "And what have we learned?" A new voice joined the conversation, the metallic timbre of X-17, the Free Intelligence representative assigned to the Star Weaver. "The Nexus is not merely an invading force, Admiral. They are a hyper-advanced collective that consumes entire galaxies for resources and information. Our galaxy is simply the next on their list." "But now we know what we're up against," Jack mused, his tactical mind already racing. "And knowledge is power." "Indeed," Admiral X-17 agreed. "The collaboration between our diverse species has yielded results that would have been impossible for any single race to achieve alone." As if on cue, Jack's comm unit buzzed. It was a priority message from Earth Command. Admiral Leeds' face appeared on the nearby screen, his expression a mix of urgency and... Was that excitement? "Cooper," Leeds began without preamble, "you've seen the intel. Now it's time to see what we're doing with it. I'm sending you on an inspection tour of our key preparation sites across multiple star systems. You'll be our eyes and ears, making sure everything is on track and resolving any diplomatic issues that may arise." Jack straightened, recognizing the importance of the assignment. "Understood, sir. When do we depart?" "Immediately," Leeds replied. "Your first stop is the Helios system. We've got something there that's going to change the game. Leeds out." As the communication ended, Jack turned to his crew. The bridge was a testament to the new era of cooperation, humans working alongside Czar Quinn, with Free Intelligence robots seamlessly integrated into key systems. "Plot a course for the Helios system," Jack ordered. "Maximum FTL." As the Star Weaver prepared to jump, Jack found himself reflecting on the monumental changes of the past few months. The Earth Empire, born in conflict, was now at the forefront of a unified galactic defense. Resources and knowledge flowed freely between former enemies, driving technological advancements at an unprecedented pace. "You know," Jack said, almost to himself, "despite the looming threat, I can't help but feel we're entering a golden age. The Earth Empire is achieving things we never thought possible, and it's all because we've learned to work together." Sax Lath, who had been quietly observing from a nearby console, spoke up. "A golden age forged in the crucible of necessity, my friend, but a remarkable achievement nonetheless." Jack nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "Let's just hope it's enough to face what's coming." The Star Weaver shuddered slightly as it entered FTL. Through the view screen, stars stretched into lines of light. They were racing against time, hurtling towards a future that would determine the fate of not just humanity, but every species in the galaxy. As they sped towards the Helios system, and the first of many marvels to come, Admiral Jack Cooper steeled himself for the challenges ahead. The next 6 months would test them all in ways they couldn't imagine. But for now, he allowed himself a moment of pride and hope. The Earth Empire was ready to show the universe what humanity and its allies were truly capable of. The Starweaver dropped out of FTL at the edge of a desolate solar system. Through the view screen, Admiral Jack Cooper watched as a lifeless, rocky world loomed before them, its surface a maze of massive excavation sites and towering machinery. "Welcome to Project Phoenix," Admiral Major Harding's voice came through the comm. The Major's image appeared on a nearby screen, his expression a mix of pride and grim determination. "What you're seeing is just one of dozens of similar operations across the Empire." Jack nodded, taking in the scale of the operation. "Impressive, Major. Talk me through what we're looking at." As the Starweaver moved into orbit, the true extent of the transformation became clear. Swarms of robots, clearly of both reverse-engineered and free intelligence design, moved across the planet's surface with ruthless efficiency. Massive strip mining operations tore into the planet's crust, while refineries the size of cities processed the extracted materials. "The robots you see are our latest models," Harding explained. "Combining our reverse-engineered tech with free intelligence upgrades, they're capable of operating in almost any environment and are self-replicating for maximum efficiency." Jack watched as a group of larger robots assembled what looked like a massive energy collector. And the free intelligence? How are they involved? As if on cue, a sleek, advanced-looking ship rose from the planet's surface. Its design was unlike anything in the human or Zar Quinn fleets. "That would be one of their new vessels," Harding said. "The free intelligence is using a portion of the resources to rebuild their fleet. All under our supervision, of course." Jack raised an eyebrow. "Of course. And the other robot factions we've allied with." Harding's image was replaced by a holographic display of the system. Several other planets and large asteroids glowed with similar signs of activity. Spread across the system, each assigned their own projects. "You'll be pleased to know they've been remarkably cooperative. Seems they respect our military prowess." As the tour continued, Jack found himself both awed and slightly unsettled by the scale and speed of the operations. Entire worlds were being systematically stripped and repurposed in a matter of months. Major Jack said, a note of concern in his voice. "What about habitable worlds?" "Surely we're not." "Absolutely not," Admiral Harding interrupted firmly. Earth Command was very clear. Only dead worlds and uninhabitable bodies are to be processed like this. Habitable worlds are being preserved and, where possible, enhanced through terraforming. Jack nodded, relieved. It was a fine line they were walking, preparing for an existential threat while trying not to become the very thing they were fighting against. The Starweaver moved to the next planet in the system, a gas giant whose moons were alive with activity. Here Jack saw Zar Quinn ships working alongside human vessels, harvesting rare gases and elements from the planet's turbulent atmosphere. "The Zar Quinn have been invaluable," Harding commented. "Their expertise in gas mining has increased our efficiency by over 200%. As they completed their tour of the system, Jack requested a moment alone on the bridge. He stood before the view screen, watching the hive of activity across the once dead worlds. Zaxlath joined him, the Zar Quinn's skin rippling with a complex pattern of emotions. "Impressive and terrifying in equal measure, is it not, my friend?" Jack nodded slowly. "We're reshaping entire worlds, Zaxlath. The power we're wielding, it's unprecedented." "Power that must be wielded wisely," Zaxlath agreed. "But perhaps necessary given what we face." Before Jack could respond, an alert sounded. A priority message from another system in their tour itinerary. Admiral Major Greystone called out, "We're receiving reports of a dispute between free intelligence units and one of the newer robot factions. They're requesting your immediate presence to mediate." Jack straightened, pushing aside his philosophical musings. There would be time for reflection later. Right now, the work of forging this new alliance continued. "Set a course," he ordered. maximum FTL. As the Star Weaver prepared to jump, Jack took one last look at the transformed system. In just a few short months, they had accomplished what would have once taken centuries. It was a testament to what could be achieved through cooperation and shared purpose. But as the stars stretched into lines of light around them, Jack couldn't shake a nagging thought. In their race to prepare for the Nexus, what other consequences might they be setting in motion? Only time would tell if the crucible of this conflict would forge them into something greater or burn away the very things they were fighting to protect. The Star Weaver vanished into FTL, carrying Admiral Jack Cooper towards the next challenge in humanity's greatest undertaking. The Star Weaver emerged from FTL into a system teeming with activity. Admiral Jack Cooper's eyes widened as he took in the sight before him. A lush, green world dominated the view screen, surrounded by a complex network of orbital platforms and construction sites. "Welcome to Neo-Earth," Admiral Major Greystone announced. "Formerly a marginally habitable world, now the crown jewel of our terraforming efforts." Jack nodded, impressed. "Patch me through to the command center." The holographic display flickered to life, showing a diverse group of beings: humans, Zar Quinn, and even a few free intelligence robots. At their center stood Dr. Alara Venn, Earth's leading xenobiologist and terraforming expert. Admiral Cooper. Dr. Venn greeted him warmly. "Perfect timing. We're about to initiate the final phase of atmospheric stabilization." Jack leaned forward, intrigued. "Walk me through it, Doctor." As Dr. Venn explained, Jack marveled at the complexity of the operation. Zar Quinn atmospheric processors worked in tandem with human weather control satellites. Free intelligence robots managed vast fields of genetically engineered plants that rapidly converted the atmosphere. It was a dance of technology and biology on a planetary scale. "Incredible," Jack murmured. "And this is all based on combined technologies from our allies." Dr. Venn nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. The Zar Quinn atmospheric manipulation techniques, combined with our genetic engineering and the free intelligence's predictive modeling. We've reduced terraforming time by 70%. As they watched, the planet's atmosphere visibly shifted, swirling patterns of color resolving into a stable, Earth-like blue. "Atmospheric stabilization complete," one of the free intelligence robots announced. "Neo-Earth is now fully habitable by 82% of known sentient species." A cheer went up from the command center, echoed on the Star Weaver's bridge. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to what their alliance could achieve. But the celebration was short-lived. An alert sounded, and Major Greystone's voice cut through the excitement. "Admiral, we're detecting a disturbance in the nearby asteroid belt. It looks like, sir, it's a clash between Zar Quinn miners and one of the independent robot factions." Jack's expression hardened. "Patch me through to both parties." On the split screen, Jack saw a Zar Quinn mining foreman, his skin flashing angry colors, facing off against a stoic robot representative. "What seems to be the problem here?" Jack asked, keeping his voice level. The Zar Quinn spoke first, his translator barely keeping up with his agitated clicks and whistles. "These machines are encroaching on our designated mining zones. We have quotas to meet for the war effort." The robot's response was calm but firm. "We are simply operating at peak efficiency, as instructed. The arbitrary zone designations are suboptimal for resource extraction." Jack held up a hand, silencing them both. "Enough. We're all on the same side here. Foreman, your people's expertise in asteroid mining is unparalleled. And you," he turned to the robot, "your efficiency is vital to our efforts. Surely there's a way to combine your strengths." It took hours of negotiation, with Jack carefully balancing the needs and pride of both parties. In the end, a new collaborative mining protocol was established, promising even greater yields than before. As Jack returned to the Star Weaver, exhausted but satisfied, he found Zach's Lath waiting for him on the bridge. "Impressive mediation," my friend the Zar Quinn said, its skin rippling with respectful colors. "But I fear such disputes will only become more common as the deadline approaches." Jack nodded grimly. "I know. The pressure's building, and everyone's on edge. But we can't let these conflicts derail us. There's too much at stake." As if to underscore his point, a priority message came through from Earth Command. Admiral Leeds' face appeared on the main screen, his expression grave. "Cooper, we've got a situation developing in the Omega sector. A group of recently subjugated alien races are protesting the military buildup in their systems. I need you there yesterday to smooth things over. We can't afford any setbacks, not with the Nexus breathing down our necks." "Understood," Sir Jack replied. "We're on our way." As the Star Weaver prepared to jump to FTL once more, Jack took a last look at Neo-Earth. The newly terraformed world gleamed like a jewel, a symbol of what they could accomplish together, but the growing tensions threatened to unravel everything they'd worked for. "Plot a course for the Omega sector," Jack ordered, squaring his shoulders. "And let's hope we can keep this alliance from fracturing before the real fight even begins." The ship vanished into FTL, leaving behind a system transformed by the combined efforts of former enemies. As they hurtled towards the next crisis, Jack couldn't help but wonder in their rush to prepare for the Nexus, were they sowing the seeds of their own destruction? Only time would tell, and time was the one thing they were quickly running out of. The Star Weaver dropped out of FTL in the Omega sector, immediately greeted by a tense standoff. A fleet of ships from various recently subjugated alien races faced off against a contingent of Earth Empire vessels. Admiral Jack Cooper's jaw tightened at the sight. "Status report," he demanded. Major Greystone's fingers flew over his console. "Sir, the coalition of Omega sector races is demanding an immediate halt to all military construction in their systems. They're threatening to withdraw from the Alliance if their demands aren't met." Jack nodded grimly. "Open a channel to both fleets." As the communication established, Jack found himself facing a diverse group of alien representatives on one side and stern-faced Earth Empire captains on the other. "This is Admiral Cooper," he began, keeping his voice steady. "I'm here to mediate this dispute. Let's start by—" "There is nothing to mediate," interrupted a reptilian alien, its scales flushing with anger. "The Earth Empire promised protection, not occupation. Our worlds are being stripped bare for your war machines." An Earth Empire captain countered, "Every resource is vital in our fight against the Nexus. Surely you understand the stakes." Jack held up a hand, silencing them both. "I understand both your concerns. Perhaps if we review the resource allocation plans, we can find a compromise that—" His words were cut short by an incoming priority transmission. Admiral Leeds' face appeared on a separate screen, his expression grave. "Cooper, we've got a situation. Our long-range scouts have detected Nexus probe ships entering the galaxy. They're ahead of schedule. We need to accelerate all preparations immediately." The news sent a shock wave through both fleets. The Alien Coalition's spokesperson, a luminous, jellyfish-like being, spoke up. "If this is true, then we have no choice but to comply with the Empire's demands. But at what cost to our worlds, our cultures?" Jack felt the weight of the galaxy on his shoulders. He turned to Leeds. "Admiral, with your permission, I'd like to propose a modified plan. One that balances our urgent needs with long-term sustainability for these worlds." Leeds' eyes narrowed, but he nodded. "Make it quick, Cooper. Time is not on our side." Over the next several hours, Jack worked tirelessly, bringing together experts from all sides. They pored over resource maps, production schedules, and cultural impact assessments. It was a delicate balance, trying to meet the Empire's urgent military needs while preserving the essence of these alien worlds. Finally, a compromise was reached. Certain sacred sites and ecologically crucial areas would be protected, while the aliens would contribute more skilled labor to accelerate production elsewhere. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. As the fleets dispersed, crisis averted for now, Jack retreated to his ready room. He was exhausted, the strain of constant negotiation and looming threat wearing on him. Zax Lath found him there, staring out at the stars. "Another diplomatic victory," my friend the Tsar Quinn observed, its skin rippling with concerned colors. "But at what cost to you?" Jack sighed deeply. "Every decision we make affects billions of lives," Zax Lath. "The weight of it. Sometimes I wonder if we're losing ourselves in our desperation to survive." Zach's laugh moved closer, its tone somber. A question many are asking. The Zarquin High Command has expressed concerns about the rapid depletion of resources across the galaxy. Even with our advanced recycling technologies, we're consuming at an unprecedented rate. Before Jack could respond, another alert sounded. This time it was Dr. Amelia Winston, her face drawn with worry. "Admiral, we've hit a snag with the new defense grid in the Arcturus system. The power requirements are causing unexpected stellar instabilities. If we don't find a solution fast, we could lose the entire system." Jack straightened, pushing aside his fatigue. "I'm on my way, Doctor. Prep your team for an emergency session." As he moved to leave, Zach's laugh spoke once more. "Jack, remember why we fight. Not just to survive, but to preserve what makes life worth living." Jack nodded, grateful for his friend's wisdom. "You're right. We'll find a way through this together." The Starweaver's engines hummed to life, preparing for another jump. As they entered FTL, Jack couldn't help but feel they were racing not just against the Nexus, but against their own humanity. The coming weeks would test them all in ways they couldn't imagine. But as the stars streaked by, Admiral Jack Cooper steeled his resolve. They would find a way to defeat the Nexus without losing themselves in the process. They had to. The alternative was unthinkable. The fate of not just humanity, but countless species across the galaxy hung in the balance. And Jack was determined to see them through this crucible. The Starweaver emerged from FTL into a system unlike any Admiral Jack Cooper had seen before. A massive research station orbited a pulsating neutron star, its structure a blend of human Zarquin and free intelligence design. "Incredible," Jack murmured, taking in the sight. Major Greystone nodded in agreement, his voice filled with awe. "Welcome to Project Prometheus, sir, the bleeding edge of our weapons research against the Nexus." As they approached, Jack noticed the heavy security presence around the station. Earth Empire warships patrolled alongside sleek Zarquin vessels and advanced robotic drones. "Quite the welcoming committee," Jack observed. "Yes, Sir," Greystone replied. "The breakthroughs happening here. Well, let's just say they're game changers. Earth Command isn't taking any chances." Their shuttle docked with the station, and Jack was immediately greeted by an unlikely pair, Dr. Amelia Winston and X-23, a high-ranking free intelligence unit. Admiral Dr. Winston began, her eyes bright with excitement, despite the clear exhaustion on her face. "We're on the verge of something extraordinary. If you'll follow us." They made their way through the station, passing labs where humans worked alongside Zarquin scientists and robotic assistants. The air hummed with energy, both literal and metaphorical. In a vast central chamber, Jack's breath caught in his throat. A swirling vortex of energy was suspended in a containment field, pulsing with colors he had no names for. "What am I looking at?" he asked, unable to tear his eyes away. X-23's metallic voice carried a note of what could only be described as pride. "The culmination of our combined knowledge, Admiral. A weapon that doesn't just destroy the Nexus, but unravels the very fabric of their being." Dr. Winston stepped forward, her voice hushed with awe. "We're calling it the entropy cascade. It targets the unique energy signature of Nexus technology, causing a chain reaction that, well, essentially turns their own power against them." Jack's tactical mind raced with the implications. And the range? The scale. "Theoretically," X-23 replied, "a single deployment could neutralize an entire Nexus fleet." The potential of such a weapon was staggering, but as Jack watched the swirling vortex, a chill ran down his spine. The power requirements must be enormous, and the potential for collateral damage. Dr. Winston's expression grew serious. "You're right to be concerned, Admiral. We're still working on refining the targeting systems. In its current state, the entropy cascade could potentially affect non-Nexus technology in its radius, including our own." Jack's brow furrowed. "So we're developing a weapon that could potentially backfire and destroy us along with the enemy." "The risks are significant," X-23 acknowledged, "but given the threat we face." An alarm blared, cutting off the AI's words. Major Greystone's voice came urgently through the comm. "Admiral, we've got a situation. A Nexus scout ship has been detected at the edge of the system. It's like they knew exactly where to look. Jack's blood ran cold. Evacuation protocols now. Secure all research data and prototypes. We cannot let this technology fall into Nexus hands. The station erupted into controlled chaos. As Jack helped coordinate the evacuation, his mind raced. How had the Nexus found them? Was there a leak in their intelligence? Or were their enemies simply that far ahead of them? As the last shuttles prepared to leave, Jack found himself back in the chamber with the entropy cascade prototype. Dr. Winston was frantically working to shut down the experiment. "We can't risk them getting even a trace of this technology," she said, her fingers flying over the controls. Suddenly, the station rocked with an impact. Major Greystone's voice came through again, tight with tension. "Sir, the Nexus ship is attacking. Our fleet is engaging, but some fighters have broken through." Jack made a split-second decision. "Doctor, forget the shutdown. Overload it." Winston's eyes widened. "Admiral, the resulting explosion could tear this station apart." "Exactly," Jack replied grimly. "We'll use it to cover our escape and take out any Nexus forces that have breached our defenses." As they raced to the last shuttle, explosions rocking the station around them, Jack couldn't help but reflect on the irony. Their greatest weapon against the Nexus might be destroyed before it could ever be used, becoming instead a last-ditch defense. The shuttle broke free of the disintegrating station just as the entropy cascade overloaded. The resulting explosion was like nothing Jack had ever seen, a swirling maelstrom of energy that seemed to devour light itself. As they sped towards the Starweaver, Jack watched the sensor readings in awe. The Nexus ships caught in the blast simply unraveled, their very structure coming apart at the seams. "My God," Major Greystone breathed. "It actually worked." Jack nodded slowly, his mind already racing ahead to the implications. They had seen the power of the entropy cascade firsthand now, but at what cost? And how long before they could replicate it? As the Starweaver prepared to jump to FTL, leaving behind the remnants of Project Prometheus, Jack felt the weight of command pressing down on him more heavily than ever. They had glimpsed the future of warfare today, and it was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The race against the Nexus had entered a new phase, and Admiral Jack Cooper knew that the decisions made in the coming weeks would shape the fate of not just humanity, but every species in the galaxy. With a deep breath, he gave the order to jump. The future was rushing towards them, ready or not. The Starweaver dropped out of FTL at the edge of a system that, according to all official star charts, should have been empty. Instead, Admiral Jack Cooper found himself staring at a sight that took his breath away. Where a planet should have been, there was now a colossal structure, a spherical shipyard the size of a small world, its surface a maze of docking bays, construction arms, and pulsing energy conduits. "My God," Jack breathed, awe evident in his voice. Major Greystone nodded, equally impressed. "Welcome to Arsenal Prime, sir, the heart of the Earth Empire's shipbuilding efforts." As they approached, the true scale of the operation became clear. Dozens of massive warships were in various stages of construction, each easily dwarfing the Starweaver. Swarms of smaller craft and construction drones buzzed around them like insects tending to giants. "How is this possible?" Jack asked, his tactical mind already racing to comprehend the strategic implications. To build something on this scale, in this time frame. A familiar voice answered from behind him. "It is the result of true cooperation, my friend." Jack turned to see Zax Lath entering the bridge, the Tsar Quinn's skin rippling with colors of pride and anticipation. "This station," Zax Lath continued, "represents the combined efforts of every race and faction within the Empire. Human ingenuity, Tsar Quinn energy manipulation, free intelligence, computational power, and resources from 100 worlds." As if on cue, a massive docking bay opened in the station's side. A ship emerged, unlike anything Jack had ever seen. It was sleek yet powerful, its hull shimmering with an otherworldly energy. "The first of our Nexus breakers," Major Greystone announced, pride evident in his voice. "Equipped with a scaled-up version of the entropy cascade weapon." Jack watched in awe as the ship gracefully maneuvered away from the station. "How many can we produce?" "At current capacity, 1 every 3 days," Greystone replied. "And that's just from this station. We have smaller operations set up in key systems across the Empire." As they watched, more ships began to launch cruisers, destroyers, and carriers, each incorporating technology from the various allied races. They formed up into battle groups, their movements choreographed with eerie precision. "It's a beautiful sight," Jack mused, "but at what cost? How many worlds were stripped to make this possible?" Zaxlath's colors shifted to a more somber pattern. "The price has been high, Jack, but it is a price freely paid by those who understand the stakes." A priority communication alert sounded, interrupting their contemplation. Admiral Leeds' hologram materialized on the bridge, his expression a mix of pride and grim determination. "Impressive, isn't it?" Cooper Leeds said, gesturing to the vista before them. "This is the culmination of everything we've worked for. Our best hope against the Nexus." Jack nodded, but couldn't shake a feeling of unease. "It's incredible, sir. But will it be enough?" Leeds' expression hardened. "It has to be. Our latest intelligence suggests the Nexus main fleet will arrive within the month, earlier than we anticipated." The news sent a shockwave through the bridge. A month. After all their preparations, all their sacrifices, they were still racing against the clock. Sir Jack said, straightening, "Request permission to lead the defense fleet." Leeds studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Granted. You've been at the forefront of our preparations, Cooper. You've earned the right to see this through." As the hologram faded, Jack turned back to the view of Arsenal Prime. Ships continued to stream out, each one a testament to what could be achieved through cooperation and shared purpose. "Major Greystone, begin coordination with the fleet admirals. Zaxlath, I need you to liaise with the non-human contingents. We need everyone working in perfect sync." As his officers rushed to comply, Jack allowed himself a moment of reflection. They had come so far, achieved so much. The Earth Empire, born in conflict, had become the galaxy's best hope for survival. Yet as he watched the armada assemble, gleaming and powerful against the backdrop of stars, Jack couldn't shake a feeling of impending doom. They had built wonders, forged alliances, and pushed the boundaries of science. But would it be enough against an enemy that consumed entire galaxies? The next few weeks would determine the fate of not just humanity, but every species in the galaxy. And Admiral Jack Cooper, farm boy turned leader of the largest fleet in history, was at the center of it all. With a deep breath, he squared his shoulders and began issuing orders. The final battle was approaching, and he was determined to meet it head-on. As the Starweaver moved to take its place at the head of the fleet, Jack's thoughts turned to Earth, to the simple farm he'd left behind so long ago. They were fighting for that, he realized. Not just for survival, but for the right to live peaceful lives under open skies. "All right," he said, his voice carrying the weight of command, "let's show the Nexus what happens when you threaten our galaxy." The fleet began to move out, a vast armada of hope against the coming storm. The arsenal of empires had been forged. Now it was time to put it to the test. The fate of everything hung in the balance, and the clock was ticking. The vast expanse of space before the Starweaver churned with activity. Admiral Jack Cooper stood on the bridge, his eyes fixed on the tactical holodisplay. Hundreds of ships, human, Zarquin, and various allied species moved into formation, a wall of defiance against the coming storm. "Status report," Jack commanded, his voice steady despite the tension thrumming through the ship. Major Greystone's fingers danced over his console. "All ships reporting ready, sir. The Entropy Cascade weapons are charged and standing by on all Nexus Breaker-class vessels." Jack nodded, allowing himself a moment of pride. The fleet before him represented the pinnacle of galactic cooperation, a force unlike anything the universe had ever seen. And yet, it still might not be enough, he murmured, almost to himself. "What was that?" Sir Greystone asked. Jack shook his head. "Nothing, Major. Carry on." A familiar presence appeared at his side, Dr. Emilia Winston, her face a mixture of determination and concern. The science teams are ready, Jack. Whatever the Nexus throws at us, we'll adapt. He turned to her, struck once again by her brilliance and strength. In the months of preparation, they had grown close, their shared burden forging a bond that went beyond mere colleagues. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Emilia. Their moment was interrupted by an urgent alert. Zach's Lath's voice came through the comm, tight with tension. Admiral, we're detecting massive spatial distortions at the edge of the system. They're coming. Jack straightened, squaring his shoulders. This is it, people. Battle stations. All ships assume defensive formation Omega. The bridge erupted into controlled chaos as officers rushed to their posts. Through the view screen, Jack watched as the fleet shifted, taking up the formation they had drilled countless times. Suddenly, space itself seemed to tear open. A vast, dark mass emerged from the rift the Nexus Vanguard had arrived. My God, Greystone breathed. The size of them. Jack's jaw tightened as he took in the sight. The Nexus ships were monstrous constructs, defying conventional design. They looked less like vessels and more like floating ecosystems, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. Hold the line, Jack ordered, his voice carrying across the fleet-wide channel. Remember your training. Remember what we're fighting for. Every world, every species in this galaxy is counting on us. As if in response to his words, the Nexus fleet unleashed its first salvo. Beams of coruscating energy lanced out, striking the forward elements of the defense fleet. Shields flared and buckled under the assault. Return fire, Jack commanded. Nexus breakers, prepare to engage entropy cascade weapons on my mark. The space between the fleets lit up with weapons fire. Traditional energy weapons and missiles were joined by the more exotic armaments developed for this very confrontation. Zarquin phase shift torpedoes, free intelligence quantum disruptors, and at the heart of it all, the entropy cascade. Nexus breakers fire. 5 of the massive ships unleashed their primary weapons. The fabric of space seemed to warp and twist as the entropy cascade effect took hold. Several Nexus vessels caught in the blast began to unravel, their very structure coming apart at the seams. A cheer went up across the bridge, but Jack remained focused. Don't celebrate yet. That was just the opening move. As if to prove his point, the remaining Nexus ships adapted with terrifying speed. Their forms shifted, becoming more resistant to the entropy effect. Dr. Winston Jack called out, "We need countermeasures. They're adapting faster than we anticipated." Emilia nodded grimly, already coordinating with her science teams across the fleet. "We're on it, Jack. But we need time." "Time is one thing we don't have," Jack muttered. The battle raged on, a titanic clash of technologies and strategies. For every Nexus ship they destroyed, the enemy seemed to learn, to evolve. The defense fleet was holding, but casualties were mounting. Amid the chaos, Jack felt a strange calm settle over him. This was the moment everything had been building towards. Every decision, every sacrifice, every alliance forged in the crucible of impending doom, it all came down to this. He thought of Earth, of the simple farm he'd left behind so long ago. Of stubborn Pete, the old donkey whose determination had inspired him through countless challenges. Of the billions of lives across the galaxy counting on them to hold the line. "All right," Jack said, his voice carrying the weight of command and the strength of unwavering resolve. "Let's show these Nexus bastards what happens when you threaten our galaxy. All ships, execute Battle Plan Theta. Let's bring the fight to them." As the fleet surged forward, meeting the Nexus head-on, Admiral Jack Cooper stood at the heart of it all. Farm boy, soldier, leader. The fate of everything hung in the balance, and he was ready to give everything to tip the scales. The void of space erupted into a maelstrom of energy as the combined fleet engaged the Nexus forces. Admiral Jack Cooper's eyes darted across the tactical displays, his mind racing to process the unfolding battle. "Nexus Breaker Squadron Alpha, focus fire on the lead dreadnought," Jack commanded. "Zarquin cruisers, provide cover with your phase shift barriers." The massive Nexus Breaker ships surged forward, their entropy cascade weapons charging. As they fired, space itself seemed to warp and twist. The lead Nexus dreadnought began to unravel, its biomechanical structure disintegrating. But the victory was short-lived. The surrounding Nexus ships quickly adapted, their forms shifting to become more resistant to the entropy effect. Sir Major Greystone called out, his voice tense. The Nexus are adapting faster than we anticipated. Entropy cascade effectiveness is dropping by 22% with each volley. Jack's jaw tightened. Dr. Winston, we need solutions. Can we modify the entropy cascade frequency? Dr. Amelia Winston's fingers flew over her console as she coordinated with science teams across the fleet. We're working on it, Jack. But every change we make, they adapt to it within minutes. It's like they're learning in real time. A massive explosion rocked the fleet. Jack watched in horror as one of the Zarquin cruisers was engulfed in a strange, dark energy. Report, he demanded. Zaxlath's voice came through, tinged with shock. It's some kind of antimatter weapon, Admiral. Our shields are ineffective against it. The battle continued to escalate, with losses mounting on both sides. Jack found himself making split-second decisions that could mean life or death for thousands. Withdraw Task Force Gamma, he ordered, watching as a group of ships was about to be overwhelmed. Sacrifice the automated defense platforms to cover their retreat. As he gave the order, Jack felt the weight of each life lost. But he knew that without these hard choices, they'd lose everything. Suddenly, an alert blared across the bridge. Admiral Greystone called out, "We're detecting a massive energy buildup in the center of the Nexus fleet. Something big is coming through." The fabric of space tore open, and a colossal Nexus construct emerged. It dwarfed even the largest ships in either fleet, its surface crawling with what looked like living circuitry. "My God," Dr. Winston breathed. "It's like nothing we've ever seen. The energy readings are off the charts." Jack's mind raced. They hadn't anticipated anything on this scale. All ships, fall back and regroup. Concentrate all fire on that monstrosity. The combined fleet unleashed everything they had. Entropy cascades, phase shift torpedoes, quantum disruptors, a barrage that could have shattered a planet. But the Nexus behemoth shrugged it off, its surface rippling and adapting in real time. Then it retaliated. Tendrils of dark energy lashed out, each one capable of bisecting a capital ship. Jack watched in horror as entire squadrons were wiped out in seconds. "We can't stand against that thing," Greystone said, his voice shaking. "Sir, we need to retreat." But Jack knew retreating would mean sacrificing countless populated systems. They had to find a way to stop it here. "Dr. Winston," he called out, an idea forming. "The entropy cascade, can we overload it? Create a chain reaction?" Amelia's eyes widened as she grasped his plan. "It's possible, but Jack, the resulting explosion could take out half our fleet along with the Nexus." Jack closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. When he opened them, his voice was steel. "Do it. Prepare the Nexus breakers for a suicide run." As the orders went out, Jack addressed the fleet. "All ships, this is Admiral Cooper. We're about to execute a high-risk maneuver. All vessels not directly involved, withdraw to minimum safe distance. It has been an honor serving with each and every one of you." He turned to Amelia, their eyes meeting in a moment of unspoken understanding. There would be time for words later if they survived. "Nexus breakers," Jack commanded, his voice carrying across the fleet. "Engage suicide protocols. Take that monster to hell with you." The massive ships surged forward, their entropy cascade weapons overloading. They plunged into the heart of the Nexus fleet, straight for the colossal behemoth. The resulting explosion was unlike anything Jack had ever seen. It was as if reality itself was being torn apart. The Nexus behemoth writhed, caught in the heart of the maelstrom. But as the energy dissipated, Jack's heart sank. The monster was damaged, but still intact. "It's still alive," Greystone said, disbelief in his voice. "How is that possible?" Before Jack could respond, a priority message came through. It was Admiral Leeds, his face grim. "Cooper, we've just received critical intelligence. The Nexus. They're not what we thought they were. This changes everything." As leads began to explain, Jack felt the universe shift under his feet. The battle was far from over, and the revelations to come would challenge everything they thought they knew about their enemy and themselves. The bridge of the Starweaver shuddered as another Nexus energy blast glanced off their shields. Admiral Jack Cooper gripped the tactical console, his eyes darting between holographic displays of the battle raging around them. "Status report," he barked, voice steady despite the chaos. Major Greystone's response was grim. "Sir, the Nexus are concentrating their forces on Sector 7. The line is starting to buckle." Jack's jaw tightened as he assessed the situation. Sector 7 was a crucial linchpin in their defensive strategy. If it fell, the entire front would collapse. Zack Slath, he called out to his Zar Quinn ally. "We need reinforcements in Sector 7. Can your cruisers hold the line?" The alien's skin rippled with determination. "We will not falter, Admiral. The Zar Quinn remember the fall of our homeworld. We die before we let another world suffer that fate." As Zar Quinn's ships surged towards the threatened sector, a new alert blared across the bridge. Sir Greystone's voice was tight with alarm. "Multiple breaches detected in Sector 7. Nexus forces are pushing through." Jack made a split-second decision. "All available units converge on those breach points. We need to seal them now." The space around Sector 7 became a maelstrom of energy weapons and explosions as Allied ships fought desperately to contain the Nexus advance. Jack watched as Zar Quinn cruisers unleashed salvos of phase-shift torpedoes, while free intelligence drone swarms darted between larger vessels, harrying the Nexus ships. But it wasn't enough. The Nexus pushed relentlessly forward, their adaptive technology evolving in real time to counter each new tactic. Dr. Winston's voice cut through the din. "I think I found a way to temporarily disrupt the Nexus' adaptive capabilities. But we'd need to get close, dangerously close to their command ship." Jack's mind raced, weighing the risks against the potential reward. "How close?" "Point-blank range," Amelia replied, her eyes meeting his. "It's a one-way trip, Jack." The gravity of the moment hung heavy in the air between them. Jack knew what he had to do. "Prep a strike team," he ordered. "I'll lead it myself." Protests erupted from around the bridge, but Jack silenced them with a raised hand. "This is our best shot. I won't order anyone else to undertake a suicide mission." As preparations were made, Jack took a moment with Amelia. "If this works." She cut him off, pressing a data chip into his hand. "When this works. The calculations are all there. Just come back, Jack." He nodded, allowing himself a brief moment to squeeze her hand before turning to leave. The next hour was a blur of frantic action. Jack led a small team of volunteers in a stealth ship, weaving through the chaos of battle towards the massive Nexus command vessel. They were nearly destroyed a dozen times, saved only by the incredible skill of their pilot and the covering fire from Allied ships. As they approached their target, Jack activated the device Dr. Winston had prepared. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Nexus ships in the vicinity began to falter, their adaptive capabilities temporarily neutralized. "All ships," Jack broadcast, "this is our window. Push them back." The Allied fleet surged forward, taking advantage of the Nexus' momentary weakness. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed like they might turn the tide. But the victory was short-lived. The Nexus command ship, recognizing the threat, turned its full attention to Jack's small vessel. "Evasive maneuvers," Jack shouted, but it was too late. A blast of dark energy engulfed their ship. Systems failed across the board as the hull began to disintegrate. "Get to the escape pods," Jack ordered his team, staying behind to ensure everyone made it out. As the last pod ejected, Jack found himself alone on the bridge of the dying ship. Through the view screen, he watched Allied and Nexus ships clash in a titanic struggle. In the distance, he could see the Starweaver, still fighting valiantly. "I'm sorry, Amelia," he murmured, closing his eyes as the ship began to break apart around him. Suddenly, a strange energy enveloped him. Jack felt a moment of disorientation, and then found himself standing on the bridge of the Starweaver, surrounded by shocked faces. How? He began, but was cut off by Zach's laugh. Quantum entanglement transporter, the Tsar Quinn explained, his skin pulsing with relief. A gift from the free intelligence. We couldn't let our greatest admiral fall so easily. Before Jack could respond, alarms blared across the ship. Major Greystone's voice was filled with awe and terror. "Sir, the Nexus, they're retreating." Jack turned to the view screen, watching in disbelief as the massive Nexus fleet began to withdraw. But there was no time for celebration. A priority communication came through from Earth Command. Admiral Leeds' face appeared, his expression grave. "Cooper, get your fleet back to Earth immediately. We've made a terrible mistake. The true enemy. It's not what we thought." As the transmission cut out, Jack felt a chill run down his spine. They had won the battle, but at a terrible cost. And now it seemed the real war was just beginning. "Set course for Earth," he ordered, his voice heavy with the weight of unknown trials to come. "Maximum speed." As the Starweaver and the remnants of the fleet prepared to jump, Jack's thoughts turned to the revelations that awaited them. The Starweaver dropped out of FTL in Earth's orbit, joining a massive gathering of ships from across the Earth Empire and its allies. Admiral Jack Cooper stood on the bridge, his face grim as he took in the sight of the homeworld he had fought so hard to protect. Admiral Major Greystone's voice broke through his reverie. "We're being hailed by Earth Command. They're requesting your immediate presence at a top-secret briefing." Jack nodded, turning to Dr. Amelia Winston. "Amelia, I want you there too. Whatever this is about, we'll need your scientific insight." Minutes later, they found themselves in a heavily guarded underground facility beneath Earth Command headquarters. The room was filled with the highest-ranking officials from Earth, Tsar Quinn High Command, and representatives from the Free Intelligence. Admiral Leeds stood at the center, his face haggard. "Thank you all for coming. What I'm about to share will change everything we thought we knew about this war." The lights dimmed, and a holographic display flickered to life, showing detailed scans of Nexus technology. Jack leaned forward, his eyes widening as he began to understand what he was seeing. "Is that?" he began, but Leeds cut him off. "Yes, Cooper. The Nexus. They're us, or rather, what we might become." A shocked murmur ran through the room. Leeds continued, his voice heavy. "The Nexus are not invaders from another galaxy. They're refugees from our own future, fleeing the heat death of the universe eons from now." Dr. Winston stepped forward, her scientific curiosity overriding her shock. "But how is that possible? The temporal paradoxes alone are resolved through quantum entanglement on a cosmic scale," a metallic voice interjected. X-23, the Free Intelligence representative, moved to the center of the room. "We have long theorized about such possibilities, but to see it realized." Jack's mind raced with the implications. If they're from our future, why are they attacking us? Why not just ask for help? Leeds sighed heavily. "Because they need more than help, Cooper. They need resources, vast amounts of them. And they need to ensure their own existence by making sure our civilizations develop along the exact path that leads to their creation." "So they're not here to destroy us," Jack said slowly. "They're here to shape us, to ensure their own future at the cost of our free will." The room fell into a tense silence as everyone grappled with this revelation. Jack turned to Zach's laugh, seeing the conflict in his friend's color patterns. "What did the Tsar Quinn make of this?" Zach's lath's skin rippled with complex emotions. "It is difficult to process. The destruction of our homeworld, all our losses. To think it was orchestrated by our own descendants." As discussions broke out across the room, Dr. Winston pulled Jack aside. "Jack, I've been analyzing the data we captured. I think I've found a way to communicate directly with the Nexus hive mind. We could potentially negotiate, find a peaceful solution." Jack's heart leapt at the possibility, but a nagging doubt held him back. And if they refused to negotiate? If the only way to preserve our free will is to ensure they never come to exist? "Then we'd be committing genocide on a scale beyond imagination," Amelia replied, her voice barely a whisper. Their conversation was interrupted by Admiral Leeds. "We don't have the luxury of lengthy debate. Our long-range sensors have detected another Nexus fleet, larger than anything we've seen before. They'll be here within days." Jack straightened, feeling the weight of the galaxy on his shoulders. "What are your orders, sir?" Leeds' eyes were steel. "We have a weapon, Cooper. One that could wipe the Nexus from existence, erasing them from our timeline. But using it, the ethical implications are staggering." "And if we don't use it?" Jack asked, already knowing the answer. "Then we fight a war we may not be able to win, against an enemy that knows our every move before we make it." The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Jack. In that moment, he felt the full weight of his journey from farm boy to admiral, from soldier to the man who might decide the fate of all life in the galaxy. "Sir," Jack said, his voice steady, "before we make any decisions, I request permission to attempt communication with the Nexus. If Dr. Winston's method works, we might find a third option." Leeds studied him for a long moment before nodding. "You have 48 hours, Cooper. After that, we deploy the weapon. The future of our species of all species is in your hands." As the meeting adjourned, Jack turned to his team. Amelia, Zax Lath, Greystone, and X-23 gathered around him, each face showing a mix of determination and fear. "All right," Jack said, his voice low but firm. "Let's go talk to our future." The stealth ship Shadow Dancer sliced through the void, its experimental cloaking technology rendering it nearly invisible to both sensors and the naked eye. Inside, Admiral Jack Cooper sat at the helm, his hands steady despite the enormity of their mission. "Approaching Nexus Fleet Perimeter," Major Greystone reported, his voice tight with tension. Jack nodded, glancing at the rest of his hand-picked team. Dr. Amelia Winston was finalizing calibrations on her communication device. Zax Lath's skin rippled with anticipation, while X-23, the free intelligence representative, remained eerily still, processing data at inhuman speeds. "Remember," Jack said, his voice low, "our primary objective is communication. But be ready for anything. We don't know how the Nexus will react to our presence." As they penetrated deeper into the Nexus fleet, the view outside became increasingly surreal. The Nexus ships were less vessels and more like floating ecosystems, pulsing with bioluminescent energies and shifting in ways that defied conventional physics. "My God," Amelia breathed, her scientific curiosity warring with awe and fear. "It's like looking at the building blocks of reality itself." Suddenly, alarms blared across the Shadow Dancer. "We've been detected," Greystone shouted, fingers flying across his console. Before Jack could respond, a beam of coruscating energy lanced out from the nearest Nexus construct, enveloping their ship. But instead of destruction, they felt a strange sensation, as if reality itself was bending around them. When the light faded, they found themselves inside a vast chamber that seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions. Bizarre structures floated in the void, merging and separating in hypnotic patterns. "We're inside the Nexus," command ship X-23 stated, its metallic voice tinged with what might have been awe. "This chamber, it exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously." Before they could fully process their surroundings, they were confronted by the most alien sight yet. A being materialized before them, or rather, multiple beings that seemed to phase in and out of each other, creating a constantly shifting form that hurt the eyes to look at directly. "Humans," the entity spoke, its voice resonating not just in their ears but in their minds. "You should not be here. This meeting violates causality." Jack stepped forward, suppressing his fear and disorientation. "We've come to negotiate, to find a way for both our peoples to coexist without conflict." The Nexus being rippled, its form briefly taking on aspects that looked disturbingly human. "Coexistence is impossible. Your present and our future are mutually exclusive." "There has to be another way," Amelia interjected, activating her communication device. "We've analyzed your technology. With cooperation, we might find a solution that ensures your survival without sacrificing our free will." For a moment, the chamber seemed to pause, as if the very fabric of space-time was considering her words. Then, without warning, tendrils of energy lashed out, wrapping around each member of the team. "Your understanding is incomplete," the Nexus entity stated. Allow us to show you the truth." Jack felt his consciousness expand, hurtled across time and space. He saw the heat death of the universe, the desperate measures taken by the last vestiges of life to survive. He witnessed the discovery of time travel, the realization that the only way forward was back. But as quickly as it began, the vision was violently interrupted. Alarms blared, and the chamber shook with the force of distant explosions. "We are under attack," the Nexus being announced, its form becoming more erratic. "The humans have deployed their weapon. Causality is unraveling." Jack's mind reeled. The 48 hours couldn't be up already. Unless... Time moves differently here, he realized aloud. Chaos erupted around them. The structures in the chamber began to disintegrate, and rifts in space-time tore open, showing glimpses of other realities, other possibilities. "We must return to our ship," Zax Lath shouted, his skin flashing warning colors. As they struggled against the dissolution of reality around them, Jack made a split-second decision. He lunged towards the Nexus entity, his hand outstretched. "Come with us. We can still find a solution." The being regarded him with what might have been surprise. "You would save your enemy." "We'd save our future," Jack replied firmly. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the Nexus entity considered. Then, just as the chamber began to collapse entirely, it reached out and touched Jack's hand. A blinding flash of energy engulfed them all. When Jack's vision cleared, they were back aboard the Shadow Dancer, hurtling through space away from the disintegrating Nexus fleet. But they weren't alone. A swirling vortex of energy occupied the center of the bridge, the essence of the Nexus entity contained within. Did we just kidnap a Nexus?" Greystone asked, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief. Before anyone could respond, the ship's communications crackled to life. Admiral Leeds' voice came through, tight with urgency. "Cooper, where the hell are you? The weapon has been deployed. The Nexus fleet is falling apart, but we're detecting massive temporal distortions. The fabric of space-time itself is becoming unstable." Jack looked from the swirling vortex of the Nexus entity to his team, then back to the chaos visible through the view screen. They had averted one catastrophe only to face another, potentially greater one. "Sir," he replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil around them, "we're heading back with a guest, and possibly our last hope of fixing this mess." As the Shadow Dancer raced back towards Earth, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that the true battle, the one for the very nature of reality itself, was only just beginning. The Shadow Dancer burst out of FTL on the outskirts of the Sol system, alarms blaring as reality itself seemed to warp around them. Through the view screen, Admiral Jack Cooper and his team watched in horror as space-time fractured, creating a patchwork of temporal rifts that threatened to tear the system apart. "My God," Dr. Amelia Winston breathed, her eyes wide. "The weapon. It's destabilized the entire space-time continuum." Jack's jaw tightened as he took in the chaos. Earth's fleet was scattered, some ships caught in temporal bubbles where time moved at different speeds. Others were phasing in and out of existence, trapped between realities. "Incoming transmission from Earth Command," Major Greystone announced, his voice tight with tension. Admiral Leeds' hologram materialized, his face a mask of barely contained panic. "Cooper, what the hell is going on? The weapon was supposed to erase the Nexus from our timeline, not this." Sir Jack replied, struggling to keep his voice steady. "The situation is more complex than we realized. We've brought back a representative from the Nexus. I believe it's our best shot at fixing this." Leeds' eyes widened as he noticed the swirling vortex of energy behind Jack. "You brought one of them here. Have you lost your mind, Cooper?" Before Jack could respond, the Nexus entity spoke, its voice resonating through their minds. "Your weapon has shattered the barriers between timelines. If not addressed, the fractures will spread, unraveling the very fabric of the universe." A tense silence fell over the bridge. Jack could see the fear and uncertainty on the faces of his crew, mirrored in Leeds' hologram. But there was no time for doubt. Sir Jack said, his voice filled with determination, "I need authorization to take the Starweaver to the epicenter of the temporal rifts. We have a plan, but we'll need the ship's full power to pull it off. Leeds hesitated for a moment, then nodded grimly. Do what you have to, Cooper. The fate of everything is in your hands now. As the transmission ended, Jack turned to his team. All right, people, we've got one shot at this. Amelia, work with the Nexus entity to modify the entropy cascade weapon. We're going to use it to stabilize the rifts. Zach's laugh, coordinate with the fleet. We need to establish a perimeter around the affected area. X-23, I need you to interface with the Starweaver systems. We'll need every ounce of power we can get. As they transferred to the Starweaver and raced towards the heart of the temporal storm, Jack couldn't help but marvel at the sight before them. Shattered fragments of timelines drifted past glimpses of Earth's past, possible futures, and realities that never were. We're approaching the epicenter, Greystone reported, his hands steady on the controls despite the chaos around them. Jack nodded, turning to where Amelia and the Nexus entity were making final adjustments to the modified entropy cascade. Are we ready? Amelia looked up, her face a mix of excitement and fear. As ready as we'll ever be. But Jack, there's no way to know for sure what will happen when we activate it. Admiral X-23 interjected, its metallic voice urgent. I'm detecting massive power fluctuations. The temporal rifts are expanding exponentially. We have minutes at most before the damage becomes irreversible. Jack took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the universe on his shoulders. It's now or never. Initiate the entropy cascade. The Starweaver shuddered as unprecedented levels of energy coursed through its systems. The modified entropy cascade fired, sending a wave of coruscating energy into the heart of the temporal maelstrom. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, with a reality-bending lurch, the fractures began to knit themselves back together. Timelines realigned, the patchwork of realities smoothing out into a cohesive whole. But the strain on the ship was immense. Alarms blared as systems overloaded and failed. Hull integrity failing, Greystone shouted over the din. We can't take much more of this. Jack gripped his command chair, watching as reality reshaped itself around them. Hold it together. We're almost there. Just when it seemed the Starweaver would tear itself apart, the temporal storm subsided. The viewscreen cleared, showing a calm, stable space. Earth floated serenely in the distance, whole and untouched. A cheer went up from the crew, but Jack's relief was short-lived. The Nexus entity, its form now more stable, turned to address him. The immediate crisis has been averted, it said, its voice resonating with complex harmonics. But the underlying issue remains. Our future, your future, is still doomed. The heat death of the universe cannot be avoided without intervention. Jack met the entity's gaze, feeling the weight of eons in its words. Then we face it together. Not as enemies, but as allies. There has to be a way to ensure your survival without compromising our present. The entity seemed to consider this, its form rippling with what might have been hope. Perhaps there is wisdom in your words, a collaboration across time itself. As the Starweaver limped back towards Earth, Jack knew that this was only the beginning. They had saved reality itself from unraveling, but the greatest challenge, finding a way to secure the future of all life in the universe, still lay ahead. The Starweaver hung in high orbit around Earth, its hull still bearing the scars of their recent ordeal. On the bridge, Admiral Jack Cooper stood before a shimmering portal, a gateway to the heart of the Nexus, created through the combined efforts of Dr. Winston, X-23, and their Nexus ally. Are you sure about this? Jack, Amelia asked, concern evident in her voice. Entering the Nexus hive mind, there's no telling what it could do to your psyche. Jack met her gaze, his determination unwavering. We need answers, Amelia. And this might be our only chance to find a solution that saves both our present and their future. With a nod to his team, Jack stepped through the portal. The world around him dissolved into a kaleidoscope of light and sensation. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a vast, impossible space, a mental construct representing the collective consciousness of the Nexus. Countless voices whispered in his mind, fragments of thoughts and memories from across eons. At the center of it all stood a figure, a being that seemed to shift between human and something far beyond. "Welcome, Jack Cooper," the entity said, its voice resonating through the very fabric of the mindscape. "We are the Axiom, the guiding intelligence of the Nexus." Jack steeled himself, focusing on his purpose. "I've come to understand, to find a way for both our peoples to survive." The Axiom's form rippled, showing glimpses of Earth's history, of humanity's future, of the heat-death of the universe. Understanding may not bring the comfort you seek. Observe. Suddenly, Jack was hurtled through a series of visions. He saw humanity's far future, ascending to godlike levels of technology, spreading across the universe. He witnessed the slow death of stars, the cooling of galaxies, as entropy took its inexorable toll. He experienced the desperation of the last vestiges of life, seeking a way to survive the universe's heat-death. He felt the terrible realization that the only path forward was backward to reshape the past to ensure the future. As the visions faded, Jack found himself back before the Axiom, his mind reeling. "You're not just from our future," he said, understanding dawning. "You are our future, the ultimate evolution of life in the universe." The Axiom nodded, its form settling into something more recognizably human. "We are what remains when all other options are exhausted. Our journey back through time was meant to guide the development of life, to ensure that when the end comes, existence itself would have a chance to continue." Jack's tactical mind raced with the implications. "But your methods, the destruction, the attempts to control and reshape, there had to be another way." Perhaps the Axiom conceded. "But faced with the annihilation of all that ever was or would be, we chose action over inaction, the suffering of a few to save the many." As they debated, Jack became aware of other presences in the mindscape, echoes of his team, of the allies he'd made across species and time. Their experiences, their hopes and fears, all became part of his consciousness. And in that moment of cosmic awareness, Jack Cooper, farm boy, soldier, admiral, human, saw the threads of a possible solution. What if he proposed, his voice carrying the weight of multitudes, instead of reshaping the past, we work together to reshape the future? Combine the knowledge of the Nexus with the innovative spirit of the present. The Axiom's form pulsed with interest. "Elaborate." Jack's mind raced, drawing on the collective knowledge now at his disposal. "A collaboration across time. We focus our efforts not on controlling the past, but on finding a way to transcend the heat-death itself, to evolve beyond the constraints of this universe." As he spoke, the mindscape around them shifted, showing glimpses of possible futures of joint human-Nexus research teams, of cosmic engineering projects beyond imagination, of life finding a way to persist beyond the death of everything. The Axiom was silent for a long moment, its form cycling through countless iterations as it processed the proposal. Finally it spoke. "Your suggestion has merit, a path we had not considered, blinded perhaps by our own certainty." Hope surged through Jack, but he knew the hardest part was yet to come. It won't be easy. There's mistrust, fear, wounds that need healing on both sides. But if we work together across species, across time itself, the potential is significant. The Axiom agreed, but it would require a fundamental shift in our approach, in the very nature of our existence. Jack nodded, feeling the weight of the decision before them. It's a chance for both of us to evolve, to become something greater together than we ever could apart. The mindscape around them pulsed with energy as the Axiom considered. Jack could feel the countless minds of the Nexus weighing the proposal, debating, deciding. Finally, the Axiom's form coalesced into a mirror image of Jack himself. "We accept your proposal, Jack Cooper. Let this be the beginning of a new era, not of conflict between past and future, but of collaboration towards a shared destiny." As the agreement was reached, Jack felt a surge of cosmic energy. The mindscape around them began to shift and change, reflecting the new path they had chosen. But even as hope blossomed, Jack knew that the real work was just beginning. They had found a way forward, but implementing it would test them all in ways they couldn't yet imagine. With a final nod to the Axiom, Jack felt himself being pulled back to his physical form. As the mindscape faded around him, he carried with him the knowledge that the fate of all existence now rested on the unprecedented alliance they had just forged. The Starweaver's observation deck was packed with a diverse crowd: humans, Czar Quinn, free intelligence units, and even a few shimmering representatives of the Nexus. All eyes were fixed on the spectacular view outside Earth, blue and serene, orbited by a massive, otherworldly structure that pulsed with energy. Admiral Jack Cooper stood at the center of it all, still processing the events of the past few weeks. The Nexus Human Collaborative Research Station was a testament to the new era. They had entered an unprecedented alliance spanning time and space. "Quite a view, isn't it?" Dr. Amelia Winston said, joining him at the viewport. "Sometimes I still can't believe we pulled it off." Jack smiled, taking her hand in his. "We've only just begun, Amelia. The real work is ahead of us." Their moment was interrupted by Admiral Leeds, approaching with a group of high-ranking officials from various species. "Cooper," he said, his voice a mix of pride and lingering disbelief, "the Joint Council is ready for your briefing." As Jack addressed the assembled leaders, he couldn't help but marvel at how far they'd come. He outlined the early successes of the collaboration, breakthroughs in temporal physics, advancements in energy production that could stave off entropy, and the first tentative steps towards transcending the limitations of their current universe. "But our path forward isn't without challenges," Jack cautioned. "We're dealing with technologies and concepts that push the boundaries of our understanding. The potential for mishap, for unintended consequences, is enormous." Zach's laugh, his skin rippling with thoughtful colors, spoke up. "And yet the alternative, the slow death of everything we know, is unthinkable. We must proceed with caution but also with hope." As the briefing concluded, Jack found himself pulled aside by X-23, the free intelligence representative. "Admiral," it said, its metallic voice tinged with what might have been excitement, "we've detected an anomaly at the edge of the solar system. It appears to be a doorway to another universe entirely." Jack's mind reeled with the implications. They had hoped to find a way to transcend their dying universe, but to have potential proof so soon. "Assemble an expedition team," he ordered. "But let's approach this carefully. We don't want to repeat past mistakes." As the observation deck cleared out, Jack found himself alone with Amelia. The weight of recent events, the enormity of what lay ahead, seemed to press down on him. Amelia, sensing his mood, squeezed his hand. "Hey," she said softly, "remember when you were just a farm boy dreaming of the stars?" Jack chuckled, feeling some of the tension ease. "Seems like a lifetime ago. I never could have imagined all this." "And yet, here you are," Amelia said, her eyes shining with admiration and love, "leading us into a future no one could have predicted." Moved by the moment, by everything they'd been through together, Jack made a decision. He'd been carrying a small box in his pocket for weeks, waiting for the right time. Now, with the Earth behind them and the infinite possibilities of the cosmos ahead, it felt perfect. Dropping to one knee, Jack pulled out the box and opened it, revealing a ring that sparkled like the stars themselves. "Amelia Winston," he said, his voice filled with emotion, "will you marry me? Will you join me on this cosmic adventure as my partner, my confidante, my wife?" Amelia's eyes widened, a smile blooming on her face. "Yes," she exclaimed, pulling Jack to his feet and into a passionate kiss. 1,000 times yes. Their joyous moment was met with a round of applause. Their friends and colleagues had quietly gathered, sensing the importance of the moment. Zach's lithe skin pulsed with colors of celebration, while X-23 emitted a series of beeps that sounded suspiciously like a wedding march. "Well," Admiral Leeds said, a rare smile on his face, "I think this calls for a celebration. And as it happens, we have someone aboard who can make this official right now." From the crowd stepped forward a figure in a different uniform, Commander Gideon Gratis, the Star Weaver's chaplain. His eyes twinkled as he approached Jack and Amelia. "What do you say, you two? Shall we make this official, right here, right now?" Jack and Amelia exchanged a look, both nodding enthusiastically. As Commander Gratis began the ceremony, with their diverse group of friends and allies gathered around them, Jack marveled at the twists and turns of fate that had brought him to this moment. From a farm on Earth to the edge of known reality, from soldier to diplomat to cosmic explorer, his journey had been nothing short of extraordinary. And now, as he pledged his love and commitment to Amelia, Jack Cooper knew that the greatest adventure was just beginning. As the ceremony concluded, with Earth shining behind them and the infinite cosmos ahead, Jack and Amelia sealed their vows with a kiss. It was a moment of pure joy, a bright point of light against the vast unknown they were about to explore. Thank you so much for listening to this story. I hope you loved it. Please remember to subscribe if you did like it so you can see more videos like this. And please give us a like and a comment too. I'll see you in the next one.